Israel to be an apartheid regime in 2021. Amnesty International declared Israel to be an apartheid regime.
Don't fucking stop me while I'm cooking, you baboon in a suit! The chef is in! Better give you a fucking Chelsea Green, you donkey! Donkey!
Listen to what I'm saying, and you will understand, perhaps, what I'm trying to imply.
Patronizing.
Yeah, I am being patronizing. I don't know who the fuck you are, and you're over here chirping all the way from fucking London about you want to fucking free Palestine, but also simultaneously you're talking about how both sides are fucking fine. Shut the fuck up. You don't know anything, okay? Who the fuck is this pink-haired twink? Dissolve the apartheid.
So what would you like to see happen, Hassan?
Do you not understand the English language?
What's going on, everybody? I hope everyone's having a fantastic evening, afternoon, pre-noon, no matter where you are in the world. I'm Hassan Piker, and this is HasanAbi broadcast coming to you live from, I guess, warm Doha, Qatar. We're live, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one because today's a beautiful day. Today's a wonderful day. Today is Tuesday. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. It's Newsday, Tuesday, February 3rd, 2026, 10:33 a.m. in Pacific time, but where I'm at in Doha, it's 9:33 p.m. as a matter of fact. We're alive, and I hope all the boys, girls, and MBs are having a fantastic one. Bro went from Minnesota to Doha, coldest to hottest. Yeah, it's actually pretty nice here, climate-wise. But there is, of course, a lot going on in the world of HasanAbi Piker in the time period where I press the stop streaming button and press the start streaming button. So help me God, that's what I'm going to do. And as of this very moment, we got 9,000 viewers on the Twitch chat and only 6,000 viewers on the YouTube chat. YouTube chat needs to pick up the slack. You will see why I'm bringing this up in a little bit, because this was something that I actually talked about today. You met Belal, my faves. Yeah, I met Belal yesterday, as a matter of fact. I forgot to mention that. And he is coming here today. BELAL KHALED is a very famous photojournalist from Gaza, and he will be here gracing your presence in a little bit. But before we get to that, of course, this is the part of the broadcast where I tell you about my personal news, and boy, oh boy, has a lot happened in the world of HasanAbi Piker. A lot has happened. A lot has taken place in the world of HasanAbi Piker. I am live early. For the record, I said to the YouTube audience that I was going to be live at 11 a.m., but I'm actually live at 10:35 a.m. instead. You and Qatari Cat seeing each other at the Web Summit. One of my Qatari Oilers actually pulled up. One of my Qatari Oilers actually pulled up and gave me a bunch of stuffed dates when I was doing a press conference before my announcement or before my stream. Are you gonna have fellow Washdunk Tristan Thompson on the stream? No. I have my Web Summit appearance as well. Don't worry, I got it right here, and we'll obviously get into that as well. But yes, personal news wise, a lot has taken place. I don't know if I met Open Presidents or Qatari Cat or whoever we suspect the Oilers are. That asked for a Lambo, get you one. I did link up with Colin Kaepernick quite a bit, though. I saw him because he went up on stage before me. But yeah, today, basically, after I ended the broadcast, I passed out, woke up early in the morning as always. Didn't work out this time. Spent more time in bed. Went in and had a conversation with the Financial Times reporter who was who was the journalist who was like going to be my host in this dialogue that I was doing. And it was a very interesting conversation. We'll obviously watch that. But it was interesting because it was an interesting conversation because I noticed that he had the same, it was only 20 minutes. Yeah, everyone gets only 20 minutes. But he had the same, like, almost like attitude, I would say, that the Al Jazeera reporter had as well in my interview. It was like somewhat contentious. And I think it's very interesting that these guys in the old guard of media have this like almost antagonistic relationship with new media. But it was an interesting conversation. The private correspondence that we had before the actual speech was far more contentious. We even debated a little bit about Israel. He even ended up asking me like, "Why do you care about Israel so much?" And I was like, "Because Israel is American news, you know." But he's he's like an old school journalist, and you get a little bit of that. You get a little bit of that understanding that they don't. They look at like new media as though it's this like disruptive force that's cooking their industry, and it's very interesting because in America, I don't have this kind of like antagonistic relationship with like regular reporters because I'm friends with all of them. But the European press, European news reporters have a much more critical approach, I think, from what they see. And I think they end up looping everyone in together in this like same bracket as though every single person that is a part of independent news is every single person that's a part of like independent news is like across the board, like anti-mainstream media or something like that, when that's not the case. Your interview with Giannis yesterday was one of my faves. He's awesome. Yeah. So, you know, that's because mainstream media is so obviously disseminating bias or should have fake info. So people look for alternative news. I mean, I don't know if that's like, I don't know if it's as black and white, but in any case, it's been an interesting experience here overall. They just hate that you do their accents. Yeah, they hate it because I do it so well. HasanAbi cries when treated like a normal person in Doha. He's 19,456% finished. Yeah. Yeah, that's it. I did that. I was supposed to go to dinner tonight. It was supposed to be this like private dinner thrown together by Forbes. I went in for like 5 minutes and immediately went out so I could live stream because I'm an antisocial freak. And I'm so worried that like I'm not wheeling and dealing. And I'm not, what is this? Did you ban this person already? What, this person? He's not even wearing the Nick Fuentes one. He's wearing the straight up Jeffrey Epstein one. That's crazy. But I do worry that like people think I'm a fucking, you know, a douchebag because I'm always working. In any case, there is no IRL today and I leave Qatar tomorrow. But it's been an interesting experience overall. And that's honestly all I got. That's what I got. Hopefully, inshallah, I will be able to leave Qatar tomorrow. Unless, you know, unless. We have not been able to secure the permits to film in the Palestinian compound. Unfortunately, maybe tomorrow we shall see. Still working on it nonstop. But other than that, I linked up and I builded with the Diary of a CEO guy and the other dude who's like the handsome, is he Australian or British? He's like a podcast guy as well. What's his name? I'm forgetting now. But you know, a couple like big centrist apolitical podcasters hung out with Chris Williams, yeah, and then also who else? Also with Colin Kaepernick, obviously, and numerous other people. Oh, also Iman from MS Now, formerly known as MSNBC. I met him today as well. So, you know, I love the chatters that are like, you didn't entertain the Diary of a CEO guy, did you? Of course I did. These guys have massive platforms of apolitical people or people who self-identify as apolitical people. You guys need to be a little bit cooler. But I would say that from my experience, like one of the most interesting things that I noticed, interesting things that I encountered is the way that like an older normie person who is like a media, you know, who's like a reporter who worked for the Times, who now works for Financial Times, like their approach, because he explained to me that he was watching the stream last night and he just could not understand it. He could not understand why I was eating on stream. He thought I had a massive team behind me. He couldn't believe it when I was like, no, this is a one-stop shop. He's like, well, I talked to someone. Like, I talked to your management. And I was like, yeah, they do inbound calls. Like, they handle that kind of stuff on the back end, but they don't touch the production element. And he was trying to get this out of March. He was like looking at March because he was there in the meeting. And he was like, so you give him like information, like videos to pull up and stuff. And I'm like, no. And March is like, no, he does it on his own. And he just could not understand it. And he also said the experience of trying to comprehend chat that was going 1,000 miles a minute made it a horrible experience for him. He just hated it. Also for the YouTube chat, by the way, you might have noticed that the latency is a little bit lower today. So there's actually less, there's less delay on the YouTube chat. We're experimenting. I didn't put it in the lowest latency because I think you can still use closed captioning in this latency. Hopefully you'll enjoy it that way. YouTube chat, hit me with the number that you see on screen. Type this when you see the number. Let's see. 6. Okay, it's not 1 to 2 seconds. It's like 4 to 5 seconds, I think. God damn, YouTube chat. Also, while you're in the process of spamming in YouTube chat, please don't forget to like the stream on YouTube as well. It boosts the visibility. And also, please subscribe. Remind YouTube chat to speed up playback 2x, 4x for premium. That too, in order to catch up. But, oh, there's no CC. Depends on the user since you can get even lower latency by fast forwarding, but it may stutter. Yeah. So, can see your screen of the reflection? I know. I'm aware. I'm familiar. Have you covered Trump pooping yet? I have not, because I don't think I don't really care if he shit himself or not. I mean, we'll look at it in a little bit. But yeah, that's all I got as far as personal news. I'm here. I'm live. Hopefully, I know there was an Iranian drone that was shot near an American vessel in the region. So I'm a little worried about where that might escalate to. Hopefully it doesn't escalate into something more significant, which would lock me into Qatar. I would have to stay here for a little bit. So, you know, that's something that we are cognizant of, and we're monitoring the situation. Not that monitoring the situation really means anything. What the fuck can I do? If all hell breaks loose, you know, then I'm cooked. But yeah, I'll blast off right now. Epstein files, reactions and deflections, talking to BELAL KHALED from Gaza. Clinton's agreed to testify, partial shutdown, TALARICO drama, Iranian drone shut down. Dual stream day 2. Get in now. And then I'll YouTube link it this time. Rather than the usual. Hold on. Don't worry, Twitch chat. I'm not forgetting about you. You're still my firstborn, you know? Live on Twitch as well at twitch.tv/HasanAbi. We are the heir to the throne. Stop treating YouTube as a second child. I'm not. Even though YouTube is my second child, I'm treating YouTube with more care and attention now. My Instagram blast off meme was directed towards YouTube. And now my Twitch blast off meme also is directed towards YouTube as well. So, you know. Valkyrie says she told you. What is this?
Hasan shouted you out for encouraging him to stream on YouTube. I feel like I'm not going to say I told him so.
Okay,
but
that's crazy.
I did tell him so. I did. I'm actually surprised it took him getting a 7-day ban on Twitch for him to finally try streaming on YouTube. Because I feel like if anyone should be a multi-streamer, it's probably him. Because of the space that he's in. Yeah, he hit like 150,000 viewers on YouTube. I tell you guys all the time, Twitch is a pond. YouTube is an ocean. YouTube is more accessible to people. YouTube is more worldwide. YouTube, it has like higher quality. A lot of people don't have access to Twitch. Hasan shouted you out for encouraging him to stream on YouTube.
True.
I feel like
stop going live early. Chatter, I have to go live when I'm out here. I have to go live early when I'm out here because, like, yes, listen to women. Okay, first of all, listen to women. All right, that's good advice for everybody. That's good advice for everyone. I should have done it. It's actually kind of surprising that there's a lot of support on Twitter for this decision as well. He got insane support on YouTube. Don't even need Twitch. W Valkyrie, thank God I haven't. She's right. It was so due. It was bound to happen for sure. I can't tell if these are bots or not. Yeah, the political category is way bigger on YouTube than it is on Twitch, and YouTube is way more mainstream. His law on YouTube was higher than his viewership on Twitch. The only thing Twitch has over YouTube is community. Google has never attempted to create a community around their tools, but I also think that is becoming less important for streaming. Listen to women, including Hillary. Yes, including Hillary Rodham Clinton, which we will be listening to when the Clintons actually end up following through on the subpoena and speak in front of Congress about their affiliations with Jeffrey Epstein. That is when I will absolutely be seated and listening to women. Okay? Let's be real. All right, I'm back. We're back. It's not a big deal. I fixed it very quickly. Okay. It's all good. This happened yesterday as well. I don't know why. It's bound to happen once. It's bound to happen once. It's bound to happen once every stream. It is what it is. Men send their regards. Yeah, I said listen to women, and look what happened. Okay. You can't be out here saying listen to women. How do we know you weren't replaced with a CIA doppelganger? You don't know. For me, it's still Forzan. Literally unwatchable. I want a refund. The Clinton testimony is going to be closed door deposition. That's ass. I don't like that. I wish that was not a closed door deposition, and I wish it was an open door deposition. Anyway, but yeah, we did the blast off already. Here, I'll pump it one more time, and don't get it twisted. Let's get it started. You already know what it is. Clinton's wanted public. Damn, they said let your nuts hang. Clinton said let your nuts hang, King. We got this. Wait, what is this? Oh, what is this?
Women's stories matter.
Yeah.
Right. They just matter. Women's stories matter.
It's true. This is true. This is real and true. 100% certified. W feminism. W women. L men. Okay. Do the Clintons have anything to lose at this point? Yeah. I mean, they're a dynastic name in American politics. So I think they still have a tremendous amount of falling out of favor to do overall. These are your ops. Oh yeah, I've seen this clip already. I don't know if I can show this. Can you show slurs on YouTube? I don't know. I don't want to get banned on YouTube. What was with your interview at the Web Summit today? It seems like he was out to get you. I mean, he was fine. It's just a vibe thing that I've seen from. It's just a vibe thing that I have seen. Okay, well, trigger warning slurs.
Good stuff.
You think we can take a screen photo?
Yeah, let's do it, man.
I bet. All right, on the count of 3. Nigga, Hail Hitler. 3, 2, 1. Nigga, Hail Hitler.
Oh my God.
Love you, bro. What you have?
Bro.
Honestly, he wasn't supposed to say that.
Oh, he wasn't supposed to say that? Oh, bro, what? You're embarrassed? I don't understand. You were saying that all the time. You were singing it, actually. So what happened? Why are you all of a sudden self-conscious about the beast that you have created, the beast that you have cultivated? Oh, it's embarrassing and cringe, huh? That's so strange. European reporters are more contentious in general, less friendly, but also contentious reporting isn't necessarily bad. It's their job. They're not supposed to be your friend. I agree. Fair is fair.
Bro.
Yeah. Yo, but I have a bunch of friends and family that have been watching, and I'm like known in Orlando as like the Asian mogger. I would have the honor if you could verify me as the Orlando Asian mogger.
Bro.
Honor is mine.
He's like, bro, oh no. My entire fandom are a bunch of whole ass losers. Oh my God. Wow, that's so crazy. You got hit with the white mogger and the Asian mogger. It's a mog eat mog world out there, clavicular. Look at the behemoth that you have cultivated. Look at the beast that you've created. Gaze upon its glory. Lay your eyes upon the cringe atom separation here, okay? The nuclear bomb of cringe. Oh, not great. Bro has a lot to think about. He does not have the capacity to think, so he has nothing to think about. Let's be real, okay? Because his brain is fried from ketamine usage and early steroid abuse as well. So I don't know if he's got anything. Yesterday, I gave you a super chat to ask you to get Giannis to watch the Greek versus Turk Wow Mao video. You ignored it. And I would like the refund. Thank you. I'm so glad I ignored it. YouTube chatter. What are libs inhaling, bro? What is this? Left is in 25. We're not voting for Gavin. Left is in 26. We're not voting for Gavin. Left is in 27. We're not voting for Gavin. Left is in 28. We're not voting for Gavin. Gavin loses in 28. Loses the general against the JD Vance, Erica Kirk ticket. Liberals in 28. Why would leftists do this? I don't think this person is a liberal. I think this person is a leftist making fun of liberals, saying the left is not going to vote for Gavin Newsom and the liberals are still going to present Gavin Newsom. We need to put these people to work. Government mandated service in the Conservation Corps for all men when they get out of high school. I agree. Yeah, this clip has the same energy as this other famous Nico clip. I'm going to show you in a second.
You guys are kind of cringe, bro. It's going to be real, you know?
All right, y'all have a good one.
Bro.
Honor is mine.
I don't know. You guys are kind of cringe, bro.
Why are they cringe, big dog? They're just doing everything that you've been doing. It doesn't make any sense.
It's going to be real, you know?
All right, y'all have a good one.
Fucking kind of cringe. That was like the most gay thing ever.
I couldn't even.
Yeah, this is the demon that you've created. Yeah, it reminds me of Sneeko meeting his fans.
Did you take not like transgenders?
Yes, sir. We love everybody. No.
All gays should die. Preach.
Yeah, great, fantastic, love that. Okay, fantastic stuff. Yeah, this is it. This is the when you gaze upon your creation. If you despise it, then perhaps this should be a moment of self-reflection. This should be a moment where you look back and go, what the fuck have I actually done? Now, of course, Sneeko hasn't had that moment, had that revelation at all. He's just working through the motions of like supposedly becoming quote unquote woke, but then going back to not being woke over and over again. Spain is going to ban social media for kids under 16. Yeah. I mean, I see stuff like that, and I'm like, maybe that's not the worst idea. How is this our timeline? I don't fucking know. I mean, it's just American social media has done maximum damage on the collective psyche of the youngest among us. It's completely cooked. It's completely fried. It already it also one-shots older people too, though. It's not even like people under the age of 16 that are getting cooked. Because, like, I mean, look at old people. We'll talk about this a little bit. But old people are getting one-shotted on AI and social media as well. Every single day that goes by, I reconsider my stances on absolute social libertarian principles when it comes to freedom of information. Every single day that goes by, I think to myself, maybe China wasn't wrong for implementing a firewall. Every single day that goes by, Jusha is vindicated. That one is actually real though. Like Kim Jong-un and the Kim dynasty focusing on nuclear arms as opposed to everything else at a time when their people were suffering. Everyone looked at that and said, that's so dumb. Why would you set up artillery barrages on the demilitarized zone that can strike Seoul at a moment's notice and then focus on creating nuclear warheads, and then also focus on the nuclear warhead delivery system, the intercontinental ballistic missile systems, so that you could potentially deliver those nukes all around the world at a moment's notice. Why would you do that? It's so dumb. And then you realize like what America is doing to every country that is in the periphery without nukes, and you realize, yeah, no, this makes sense, actually. This is totally valid. Totally valid. Hassan Piker blames Israel for October 7 at Qatar's Web Summit. The far-left streamer doubled down on his incendiary comments, claiming he has been speaking truth to power and claiming Israel played a significant role in how October 7 took place. Haha. Jewish Insider. Keep it up, guys. Please read. Read what? Yeah, well, instead of reading that, let's just watch. So,
but just as a quick reminder, live audio translation is available on the Web Summit application, so make sure you open that up.
This is from my Web Summit introduction.
Fragmented news ecosystem with news available from more sources than ever before. However, this brings with it dangers. It can be hard to tell fact from fiction, and here to explore the opportunities and the responsibilities of covering the news in the age of social media in conversation with Rafael Minder from the Financial Times is a streamer and creator, Hassan Piker. So please welcome him to the stage.
Thank you.
All right.
All right, Hassan. Thanks so much for joining us. Thank you. Pleasure to be here in Doha, the Web Summit. I've been a full-time journalist now for 33 years.
Was Tristan Thompson at this? Yeah, I think so. I will say that I haven't heard myself yet on this, and I felt like I was doing a horrible job. And Raphael and I talked after because there was so much echo that we could hear ourselves like with double audio, and it 120x speed, please. Wait, why are you freaking out and saying 120x speed? Is it because you want to feel the experience of watching a live stream on YouTube? Is that why you're like 120x speed this, please? I want to feel like I can watch a live stream on YouTube for once, even though I'm on Twitch.
It's almost as long as you've lived.
Yeah, by 1 year.
By 1 year, okay. So in a way, I want to start by asking you, You know, I've watched what you've been doing, and there's always this idea that you're a break with...
No pyro, Erica Kirk cooked you. That's true. I requested the Erica Kirky treatment, the Charlie Kirky treatment, and they said no.
A legacy mainstream media. But then watching you, you rely heavily on mainstream media. You're not really doing a lot of your own reporting. So how do you see yourself? As an extension of mainstream media, or are you something completely different?
I see myself as an extension of mainstream media because I always stress that I wouldn't be able to do what I do if there wasn't real reporting happening out there from legacy publishers and legacy media in general. So I think it's more so a symbiotic relationship. Now, of course, there are a lot of independent content creators out there who are much more antagonistic, I think, towards mainstream media and make a brand out of constantly opposing mainstream resources and mainstream news. But although I do engage in a healthy amount of media criticism, I always stress the importance that these outlets need to exist. Otherwise, I would have no idea what's going on around the world.
So, you know, we're here to discuss truth and the search for truth in media coverage. You know, that for me relies on getting the facts right. And it's not just about me getting the facts right. I have a system, we have a system in my newspaper, which means that anything that I write goes through two editors who review it to check, for example, whether I spell Hasan right, but also to get the context right and so on. And then if I'm dealing with allegations and so on, we have an...
The fuck? YouTube Cheddar says bad answer, shaking my head. The fuck do you mean bad answer, shaking my head? I think it was very good. It was a somewhat hostile. It was contentious. I wouldn't say it was a hostile interview, but it was a contentious interview. It was definitely way more contentious when we talked about it beforehand. We like ended up debating on some stuff too off camera.
In-house lawyer who will also review that. And you're an unchecked operator, one-man unchecked operator. So
yeah.
Exactly what do you feel is your ability to actually get the facts right?
Yeah, so the same pressures that legacy publishers such as Financial Times exist for someone like myself as well. As a matter of fact, I have even a higher level of liability because I don't have the insurance, for example, that a newspaper might have. So in terms of my coverage, if I get something wrong, and there are instances where I get something wrong, we're human after all, I will apologize for it and I'll retract the statement. And there is this constant back and forth that's always taking place that keeps me as honest as possible with the audience. If there's something that I've gotten wrong, they'll immediately be like, this is something that is incorrect. And they'll send additional information, I'll verify it on the spot, and we'll continue with the coverage that way. But as far as the responsibility goes, it's still up to the individual, right? I don't have an editorial team. I don't have fact checkers that are working in real time. And it's just something that I have to make sure I care about. Some independent content creators don't, especially in this new media environment where everyone wants to be first to market. We do see a lot of people that either go along with biased narratives or sometimes refuse to verify the information that's coming out and immediately blurt it out because they want to be first to market. They want to get the maximum amount of attention possible. So it's unfortunately up to the individual, and I don't know what the best possible way of checking all of the independent resources are.
And what is your view on, I mean, if you're the first port of call for Gen Z to get the...
You're the most mature guy in the least mature medium. You're like a generational ambassador speaking for the youngs to the olds. Yeah, I try.
News. I mean, how much time do you give yourself to fact check this news? I mean, like, you must be constantly wondering, like, I've got to be out there, give my views, but I haven't had time. I'm on my own. I don't know whether the actual report is even correct or not. So how do you deal with that?
Well, in many instances, I rely on mainstream reporting. So one of the things I do is I have a policy of not
covering breaking news to the best of my ability, but I try to combat the misinformation that's coming out by going to the same resources that you would rely on when like a mass shooting happens, for example. I look at the police reports, I look at the official press conference that's released in the immediate aftermath of the shooting. I try to be as careful as possible because there's always this fog where even the official resources can get something wrong as well on the spot. And I try to be as critical as possible. And the reason why I dive into this kind of stuff is specifically to combat the bias.
He doesn't understand streaming, and they're not an extension of mainstream media. You are not an extension of media. It's not symbiotic. They receive nothing from you. Yes, it is symbiotic because they do receive something from me. They receive an audience, a broader audience that gets to see their reporting. And that's precisely the reason why when I go out to these places or when I meet journalists, they are so excited, especially Al Jazeera. Al Jazeera reporters were coming up to me left and right at the event that I was at, talking about how wonderful it is that I highlight their reporting with regular frequency, and they love that there are more eyeballs on that stuff. So if you're a journalist, if you're a reporter, you want as many people as possible to see your reporting, and I play a big role in that. So there's a reason why other independent news sources created by people that worked in mainstream news in the past, mainstream newsrooms in the past, like Dropsite, Zateo, and many others, will regularly talk about how wonderful it is that I offer a major platform to their reporting. And the same goes for a lot of the regular legacy press as well.
That a lot of people engage with nowadays, more so than ever before. I'm sure you've seen, independent outlets and Twitter especially, which is a horrible place for this kind of thing, where people will immediately decide that, let's say there's a mass shooting that takes place, people will immediately go, that's a trans person that conducted this mass shooting, with no evidence whatsoever. And in certain instances, especially with the explosion of AI, people will even make up the fake information in order to justify their point of view. So I try to go to real reporting and rely heavily on real reporting and rely heavily on primary sources to the best of my ability to make sure that this information is as accurate as possible.
Now, I have to confess, I first heard about you because you got suspended on your platform on Twitch.
Yeah.
And actually, you recently again got suspended. I think you've been now 7 times, I think, suspended.
Yeah.
Maybe I've got the tally wrong, but
yeah.
near
No,
enough.
it's 7.
It's 7.
I think.
Okay. So, are you wearing these temporary bans as a badge of honor? I mean, is this become part of your ability to say, I talk whatever I want about whatever I want to talk about? I feel free to talk about it. And my question would be, in a way, do you think there should be red lines? I mean, do you recognize that banning you occasionally is a healthy thing?
I think terms of service is a good thing overall in order to foster more productive conversations, because in the absence of a rigorous application of terms of service, you have Twitter, right? Having said that, the existing terms of service can be manipulated. There's a lot of outrage manifestation.
You can kind of see, right? Like there's definitely this like bias almost, where I got that from our initial conversation as well, where he was where he thought, like, oh, you're a little bit of a provocateur, right? And I don't think it's because he doesn't like me or anything like that, but I think it's just the lack of understanding of the space, a lack of understanding of the space in general, and also their the idea that this is like a child's game that has destroyed this career that he has spent his entire life on.
That takes place, especially on the right, where I'm seen as like a primary vector of hate and enmity from a lot of right-wing outlets that will constantly try to get me deplatformed, and sometimes they actually reach a level of success. Having said that, I don't see my bans as a mark of courage or a badge of honor at all. I don't like being banned at all. I actually am constantly in fear of being deplatformed because my job relies on reaching as many people as possible and try to educate them to the best of my ability. So when I do get banned, I can't do that any longer. And it's a real concern, especially when you have certain positions that are not exactly favorable, or certain positions, certain ideological positions that are not exactly commonplace in the Western world. These are real fears that I have to, work around with regular frequency.
So it's not a case of what P.T. Barnum said, there's no such thing as bad publicity as long as they spell my name right?
No, I do think that there's a case for bad publicity because, just like I mentioned earlier, my point of view is not exactly commonplace, and a lot of people, I think, are heavily propagandized against an anti-imperialist worldview, an anti-capitalist worldview, especially in the United States of America, and therefore I require a lot of charitability. And when things like this happen, that becomes the story in and of itself, and I find that to be unproductive in general. And I also feel like these sorts of things add up, and it causes people to think, oh, you're a charlatan, you're a provocateur, you're not invested in the truth, you're invested in being as loud as you possibly can be. And I think that does take away from my capacity as a commentator, rather than aids in, creating an environment where it's a badge of honor.
When I started in journalism, I started on the wires, and in fact, we barely had a byline, and my bosses would say, your words should speak, it's not about you, it's about what you've written. Now we've moved on, and of course, there's a lot more first-person accounting and stories written where the journalist is a protagonist. In your case, it's a step further. I get to see pictures of you topless. I find out that you like working out. I hear about your dog and so on. Is this, you think, what connects you to your audience? Is it this feeling that although they don't know you, they have the feeling, I know this dude. He's like me. He has the same left-wing ideology, or what is it that's most important? Is it the ideology, the opinions you have that connects you, or it's just this feeling that you're close to them?
I think both play a role in this, for sure. The way I look, the way I carry myself, how personable I come across to people. I think that plays a big role, but I think at the end of the day, it is my commentary that draws the attention. It is my opinions that make people sometimes rethink the way that they've seen the world. Like I said, it's not a worldview that they encounter, but maybe it's something that they feel deep down inside. And then when they hear someone like myself talk about these issues in a way that is agreeable, they go, oh yeah, I thought I was alone. This is the most common thing that I hear from my community is like, I live in a red neighborhood, I live in a red state, and I always felt so lonely about the way that I saw the world until I encountered your commentary, and I realized I'm not alone. There's a massive community out there of like-minded individuals. So I think at the end of the day, it is the commentary.
Now, in terms of the personality and your image and so on, one thing that jars a little bit is, you've said you're a Marxist, you've been a Bernie Sanders supporter in past elections. At the same time, you've become a wealthy guy who bought a $2.7 million house.
More expensive now.
Sorry?
More expensive now.
Well, good for you. You see, so Donald Trump has got it right. Housing prices going up is good for people. No, I mean, but your personality and these left-wing views and your commentary on inequality, how does that work when you're a Hollywood house owner?
Well, Bernie Sanders has 3 houses, and that's something that people constantly bring up as though this is a real point of contention. Look, when I didn't have a lot of money after college, and I had the exact same point of view, people would say, you're jealous of the wealthy, and that's why you are, that's why you're a socialist, that's why you're a Marxist. Now that I'm rich, they say I'm a hypocrite. And at a certain point, you have to realize maybe it's the commentary and the comments that you're making. Maybe it's the fact that I'm saying people deserve more. People deserve more of the output that they contribute to. That's what's causing people to look for hypocrisy. Because my advocacy is not around making sure that no one has a home. And I have no control over the housing market in general. It's like, if at the time when I purchased my home in West Hollywood, if I had purchased the exact same home in Ohio, it would be much more affordable. I just chose to live in West Hollywood. I was living in West Hollywood already. I was renting there, and I had enough money. So I bought a house for myself and my family. I want everyone to be able to have the same, I want everyone to be able to have that same liberty, to have more autonomy in their workplace, to have more freedom in their lives. And that's what my advocacy revolves around.
Your revenues come literally from subscriptions?
Yes. So in terms of exploitation, it's inevitable. It's impossible not to engage in hyper-exploitative consumption.
I think you were meant to push back on the idea that your job is similar to that of a reporter, is valued only in terms of getting things right. The main area in which new media would ideally succeed where old media fails is not being funded by billionaires, not having editors or owners that tell you not to talk about certain things, having the ability to actually say what everyone is already seeing with their eyes. No, because I do see myself as complimentary to mainstream news, and I do also recognize the real fear that this person represents. He's just misplaced it, or not even misplaced it necessarily against me, but there is a real resentment in old media against new media. But there's also an understandable fear amongst adults that new media also represents this like dangerous, unstable information landscape. And it's something that I fear as well, okay? It's something that I am very cognizant about. It's something that I'm also worried about. It's something that I spend a good deal of advocacy around, speaking on, right? So that's the reason why I don't just like immediately dismiss or try to deflect his criticism and take it head on and try to explain to him in this circumstance that like I am somewhat different than what he thinks I am. And maybe to the audience that is also coming at this issue with the same perspective. Because you remember, a lot of you, by nature of being in this chat, are already completely aware of my commentary, completely aware of the space that I occupy, completely aware of what I'm trying to do. But a lot of people don't know that. A lot of people associate this sphere of influence with kick streamers, sometimes with Andrew Tate, with Clavicular, you know? And for that reason, they look at someone like myself and go, what is this guy's deal? What's he about? What's he doing? I'm speaking to those people in this moment.
Everyone has a phone here. I'm sure that if you were to go and look at the mining operations in Congo, you would be horrified at the conditions there. But the reality of the matter is it's impossible to avoid that hyper-exploitative structure. So we try to do our very best to limit the exploitation, at least in the revenue side. And the way I have set up my business, if you want to call it that, is the least exploitative way possible. I run a cooperative corporation. You met my producer.
Yep.
He has equal say and equal pay in the process. And outside of that, the only way that you can fund what I do is through voluntary subscriptions. I don't actually have any sort of limits on what you can and can't see. A subscription just is you saying, I like your commentary, I like what you're doing, I want to fund this operation, I want to keep you going. And I always openly admit that. I'm like, look, your subscriptions are what allows...
You could also talk about the fact that you kind of have a permanently 30,000 people watching that are kind of an editorial board that are permanently giving other perspectives and facts about what you're talking about. I did mention that in the beginning. I said it keeps me honest. Having real-time feedback from 30,000 people actually keeps me honest. More honest than you know, what other entities might do. Hasan is not a reporter. He's an external editor. Yes. When I'm talking to older people, the way I describe it is like I'm a commentator. I never say I'm a journalist. I don't say I'm an activist. I'm neither of those things, even though other people will constantly say I'm both of those things. I'm not. I'm a political commentator. This already exists in the professional world. This already exists in legacy media. You know, Jake Tapper exists. Anderson Cooper exists. There's also people doing color commentary on the side as well. You know, Van Jones exists. And that's my job. That's the role I see myself as occupying in this sphere. Of course, unlike CNN, I don't have a fuck ton of producers. I don't have fact checkers. and I don't have any editor sitting on top of me saying, you can't cover this, you should cover this in a certain way. There is no editorial control. I am beholden to no one, right? And that's my advantage.
To maintain editorial independence. If you choose to do so, you can, you can subscribe to me for $5. Now I think it's in the hands of Twitch. So I think they increased the subscription to $7 now, or you don't have to do that if you don't want to. I
just wish you, Brian Tyler Cohen, and others would be more than React Andes. We need outreach. Get to the polls. 33% of U.S. voters don't vote. Thank you for this brilliant assessment, 15-month subscriber that has been in here for 15 months and has decided that the real advocacy actually is about getting people to do voter outreach. Go vote. Yeah, as though we don't do enough get out the vote initiatives in this community, and even include in, I urge everyone here to go and do door knocking and phone banking, especially for a lot of these candidates as well. And yet, here you are coming back to the real issue on hand. I'm voting. I love voting. I tell people to vote all the time. I come when I vote, okay? I vote so hard all the time.
That don't even maintain any sort of control over my IP. So people in my community have created thousands of fan accounts where they will just take videos from the stream, chop it down, edit it, and re-upload it to their own YouTube pages, and then make money off of that as well. And there are a lot of people in my community that have actually been able to pay for their college education through this process. So I try to, like I said, limit the exploitative nature of any sort of providing goods or services to the best of my ability. But of course, there's still going to be people that say that's hypocritical because socialism means you have to be poor.
So, I started out in journalism not knowing who was reading my work. There weren't even the tools to monitor the viewership or the readership. Now we're in a different age, and in fact, I was surprised to see you last night commenting on the Grammy Awards and then suddenly saying, I've got 34,000 followers at the moment on Twitch, 20,000 on YouTube. So does that influence even what you're talking about? You're so close to the monitoring of who's listening and on what?
So the reason why I was talking about that in a lighthearted way was because I had just gotten banned, and in the aftermath of being banned off Twitch, I went and live streamed on YouTube for the first time ever. And saw tremendous success on this alternative platform, at least for me. And so now that I'm unbanned on Twitch, I actually...
W. March, incredible work capturing all these camera angles as a one-man team. Here's a coffee for you. W. March in the chat. Yeah, he did all of that. It's crazy. Hasan, if possible, you should do a meetup tomorrow, a web summit for your community here. We're happy to have seen you in person and wish you safe journey back. I don't know if I'll have time to do that, chatter.
Actually live streamed on both YouTube and Twitch at the same time. I dual streamed for the first time ever, so we were monitoring it and having a little bit of light back and forth between the two different communities. But as far as like my care and consideration for my viewership and my numbers goes, at the end of the day, what I care about is maintaining my editorial independence and speaking truth to power. And the example I always go back to is in the aftermath of October 7, when my audience actually halved because a lot of people were not ready, especially in the Western audiences, were not ready for someone to say that Israel played a significant role in the in how October 7 took place. A lot of people were understandably horrified by the images that they were seeing on their screens, and they said, "This is not for me. I've enjoyed your commentary up until this point," and they left. But I did not. If I cared about viewership, I would have stopped right then and there and maybe even reconfigured my commentary. I didn't do that. I stuck to my guns, and I knew what the truth was, and I kept covering what was going on in Gaza every single day for 2 years, and eventually the audience came back.
Well, Hasan, unfortunately, we're running out of time.
Yeah.
I wish you all the best. Stick to your guns, and I'm sure your viewers will stick with you as well.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
This robot was all over. The real reason I felt this was really contentious is that it seems like you went completely off topic to grill you. Yeah, I don't know why we didn't actually end up talking about misinformation in the misinformation landscape, but he chose to do that. Black boots with white socks is neo-Nazi wear in Germany, brother. Those white socks. First of all, I don't have white socks on. You mean white laces? And I don't even have white laces on. Those laces are gray. Those are Rick Owens, bitch. Okay. What was I gonna say? Yeah. So I do think that it was you know, I don't mind having a light pushback or having, you know, a debate even. I enjoy it. It's just I felt like he was making it seem as though I was responsible for the misinformation on the internet, whereas I thought the conversation was going to be about how I choose to combat misinformation, and especially with how dangerous misinformation has gotten. And I think that, like, when they originally set it up, that's the goal. That was the goal from the organizers in general. I mean, I don't mind it though. I think it was a healthy and productive conversation. I think he did a good job of having explained to the audience, to people who don't know who you are, what your type of job is and how it connects to the media. Yeah, it's mostly for the olds, I think. But I thought it was fun. I thought it was a fun event in general. I thought it was a good conversation in general. He got more comfortable towards the end. I think your approach is helpful in getting real life actors across in a digestible way. Yeah, and apparently Jewish Insider caught wind of the speech. I guess they were following closely. So let's take a look at what their takeaway from this was. Once again, at this point, I feel like Jewish Insider has no motion whatsoever, and I'm basically the only person that reads their shit. Like, no one else is reading Jewish Insider, little bro. Just me, okay? And it's so funny that, like, you can't even remove the paywall. Like, it literally doesn't even let you. Like, they have some of the most... Jewish Insider has the most aggressive paywall that removepaywall.com doesn't even work on. And it blows my mind. It's like, it almost feels like they don't want anybody to watch. They don't want anybody to read their articles. Like, I'm always trying to. You had the chance to spin it back to the editors and reviews in mainstream press of the New York Times, and others didn't keep them for covering a genocide for 2 years. He was certainly peddling a naive narrative with editors mean accurate. No, I know. I didn't want to duke it out with him. I do feel like if they didn't paywall their stuff so aggressively. Oh wait, I guess this one you can kind of see. You can kind of read it. It seems. Far-left Twitch streamer and political commentator Hassan Piker appearing at the Web Summit Conference in Doha on Tuesday, alleged for Israel's conduct that played a meaningful role in October 7, 2023 Hamas terrorist attacks, continuing his long-standing pattern of hateful rhetoric targeting Israel and the Jewish people. Yeah, that's what that means. What I care about is maintaining my editorial independence and speaking truth to power. And the example I always go back to is in the aftermath of October 7. Piker said to a packed room, people were not ready, especially in Western audiences, for someone to say that Israel played a significant role in how October 7 took place. Speaking at an event labeled Defending Truth in a Post-Truth World, Piker noted that he had lost viewers at the time over his extremist commentary. If I cared about viewership, I would have stopped right then and there, and maybe even reconfigured my commentary. But I didn't do that, Piker added. I knew what the truth was, and I kept covering what was going on in Gaza every single day for 2 years, and eventually the audience came back. Piker has previously argued Hamas's actions on October 7 were a form of resisting, referred to Orthodox Jews as inbred and Zionists as Nazis, and has praised former Hezbollah leader Hassan Nasrallah as a pretty brilliant person. Piker has also described the conflict in Gaza as a live-streamed Holocaust. I love that they substitute in and out of, like, some of my best takes and some that they turn into like a totally bastardized, diluted version of my best takes. I rewinded and you were talking about Sneeko, but I just want to let you know that I don't like that guy. Please address this once I get to the current timeline, says David Lundgren 6153 at YouTube chat. That's funny. For those of you who are wondering how to rewind for the Piker Broadcasting Service on Twitch, you can rewind by subscribing. Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service if you would like. It's a voluntary subscription, and it allows you the capacity to rewind on Twitch as well as though you're watching on YouTube. It's funny to the YouTube chat. The streamer has faced several bans from Twitch over his live commentary. Most recently, he also referred to his critic as a rabid ultra-Zionist. Bleep. Can't say it. Don't want to get banned. In response, Piker posted a statement on X listing what he alleged are permissible phrases to use on Twitch, was singled out. You cannot say bleep. The ADL, which is an arm of Israel's suppression in the West that works with law enforcement and does espionage, has made it a bannable offense, Piker wrote. Okay, this article literally seems like a highlight. It's a highlight reel. It's so funny. They come at this from the perspective of an old world that they wish they still lived in. They have no capacity to read the room. Like, obviously, their readership is, Jewish Insider's readership is going to be people that are already super pro-Israel, right? So they don't realize that this doesn't break away to the audiences that they would like to market to. When you cover all of this stuff, when you put all this stuff together, people who already have negative opinions on Israel, which is the majority of readership across the board, not the majority of readership at Jewish Insider, but the majority of readership in general, they don't look at this and immediately think, oh, wow, how horrifying. They think, oh, I've seen this show before. This guy very clearly is anti-Israel, as am I, and they're either bastardizing some of his takes or actually repeating some of his takes that I also personally consider to be inoffensive. This is a major problem with a lot of these outlets. A lot of Zionist outlets, a lot of pro-Israel outlets don't realize that the audience that they are speaking to have completely left them behind. Okay? Yeah, you need to stop giving them tips for propaganda, dude. Lol. That's true. I should probably stop doing that. Well, I can't stop myself. Okay? I can't stop myself, but it is interesting how their propaganda is failing, partially because they're so echo chambered that they do not recognize. They're so echo chambered that they do not realize that this kind of sentiment doesn't reach across the aisle at all. Why stop? It's not like they're going to learn. I know. Ironically enough, they will not change their behavior at all, I don't think. It's telling that they had to twist the meaning of your inbred comment and leave out that you were directing it at violent settlers destroying aid drops. It will quote you directly on Nasrallah. Yeah. In any case, depending on who the market is, depending on who the audience is, if it's the Jewish Insider, if it's the Jewish Insider audience, obviously they're going to look at this and go, "Wow, this guy's freaking terrifying." Okay. But if it's like the broader audience in general, like broader readership in general, they look at that and go, I don't have a lot of issues with the way this guy is talking about things. I think what Israel has done is far more heinous than anything he has said here, many of which I do agree with, and many of which I assume you guys are totally chopping up and turning into something that is totally irrelevant. Hassan Piker makes anti-Semitic remarks towards Jewish Insider, speaking about our inability to do good reporting, clearly hate speech. Yeah, exactly. In any case, this is a big issue. It's not really a big issue at all, but Republicans constantly look towards things that they try to make an issue out of. It's very frustrating. But Billie Eilish at the Grammys said no one is illegal on stolen land, and every single person, like all of the dumbest individuals, all of the medically stupids that are roaming around the internet have taken to the classic angles of attack, going, oh, well, don't you think the government is just like having your own home for yourself and your family? Don't you think it's just like that? A Gunson, WD program chatter. Thank God Hassan is a leftist commentator. I got into politics through Steven Crowder and was an Asman viewer since Null Stalrius. If he wasn't here, I probably would have become a right-wing shithead. Hell yeah. Gunson. Yeah, and my stupidest op of all time, Drew Pavlov, is at it again with his shenanigans. But yeah. New Tongva tribe has confirmed that Billie Eilish's home is situated on its ancestral land. Says she has not yet reached out to them regarding her home. We appreciate the opportunity to provide clarity regarding the recent comments made by Billie Eilish, the tribe said. As the first people of the greater Los Angeles basin, we do understand that her home is situated in our ancestral land, they told the Daily Mail. Eilish has not contacted our tribe directly regarding her property. Wow, what are you waiting for, Billie Eilish? This is one of the most annoying things that they do. They'll go and like find one person. They'll go and find one person that like half the time isn't even like actually affiliated with the tribe or whatever, and just simply claiming it. And their goal here is to do propaganda in general, or sometimes they will just like mischaracterize the quotes that are coming from the people, the tribal, the Native Americans that they're speaking to. Like, I don't think a lot of these people understand what like land bag as a movement is, right? It doesn't mean land bag doesn't mean like take the remaining Tongva population and like give them everyone's homes. Like that's not what this is about at all. And yet, you know, conservatives love cynically framing this for the dumbest possible audience. It's no different than saying socialism means you have to be broke. Okay?
No one is illegal on stolen land. And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter. Yo,
it goes so hard though. I mean, look, the more the more the size, frequency, and number of stupids rise up, the harder this hits for the medically stupids, right? Ha! You said no one's illegal on stolen land? Well, you have a house on stolen land. It's like, okay, brother, that's right. You're so fucking right. You're so goated. You're right. That's what it means. That means like you have to go and find a place that you are. If someone is advocating to allow freedom of entry and ease of access into this country, that means they have to leave the country and go and find where they would technically be indigenous. No, that's not what that means at all. Okay, that's not what that means at all. And an even dumber version of this is, of course, people saying stuff like this. Billie Eilish granted a 5-year restraining order against fan who broke into her house to profess his love. Billie, I thought you said no one is illegal on stolen land. Of course, the dumber people get, the more they lean into this kind of commentary. Oh, you think that people that have been living here and working here should have an easier go at it. That means someone should come to your house and harass you. Okay. Oh, you don't like borders? Well, guess what? No more borders on the pisser. When you're taking a poop, I should be able to go and watch you take a shit. Sorry. That's what that means. No privacy, no personal space whatsoever. That's how it works. No, you're just being intentionally obtuse, or you are the absolute dumbest person on the planet. And I think it's a little bit of both. Okay. No, the government is not the same as your family. The economy of a government is not the same as like your family budget. And no, the nation's boundaries and the nation's borders are also not the same as your personal home. Okay. Fatlo also had to take progressives. Nobody is illegal on stolen land. Also, progressives, Israel is an illegal settler ethno state. Eve, this is really stupid tweet, and I'm a right-wing Zionist. Those two statements are not contradictory in the progressive worldview. Nobody is illegal on stolen land means a state founded on colonized land has no moral right to kick people out of that land. Oh my God. Eve Fatlo is so fucking brain dead that you got right-wing Zionists piling on her to be like, please stop. You're hurting the movement, okay? They started a campaign against Sabrina too, I assume, because she nodded along. Yeah, there's just like unlimited hatred towards anyone and everyone that speaks out of turn. These guys still think that they're dominating the airways. Woke 2 is here. You should not offer them any breathing room on this kind of stuff. You should immediately start ritualistically humiliating them. You should explain to them, if you choose to do so, why they're stupid. If these are your loved ones, obviously, you can have a normal and honest conversation with them. But if you encounter one of these dipshits in the wild, there's no reason to take them seriously. You could just be like, you are too stupid to understand how the world works. And I'm sorry, but you are most likely going to die alone. That's it. These guys are still all over the internet thinking that there is this real movement that they can coalesce around, real movement that they can pop off on. What is this? Kira won't miss how to take as well. We as a society have to stop taking celebrities seriously. They're so performative and out of touch. This bitch posts Billie Eilish pics to get interactions from porn addicts for a living, and now he wants to talk about politics and pretend to have morals. Please fuck off. Thank you. Yeah, this is just like right-wing reactionary outrage farming. You see it all the time with anyone and everyone that tries to speak on the ongoing atrocities. These are not issues at odds with one another, okay? It's perfectly normal to want to live in your own home and have privacy in your own home, and also recognize that the government could be doing a lot better by all these people that have come here, okay? A lot of right-wingers don't understand this concept because they're stupid. And there's not really anything else you can say about this, okay? Sorry, they're too stupid to understand. Indigenous professor and historian here, land back to us is the resurgence of indigenous sovereignty in life and is the protection of our inherent human rights as defined by UNDRIP, United Declaration of Rights for Indigenous Peoples. Wait a minute, indigenous professor and historian? I thought that meant seizing by force Billie Eilish's home and turning it into your home. I don't understand. That's so confusing because all of these other right-wing reactionary shitheads are telling me that's what it's supposed to be. So I'm a little bit confused about the concept of land back now. I just thought that meant violently overthrowing Billie Eilish. Only Billie Eilish, really, and no one else. Kind of feels like you have a much more reasonable approach to land back, which is not what I assumed. When I want to learn about indigenous movements and mobilization, I go to Fox News, the number one outlet for land back movement understanders. Okay, don't ever come in here with your position of authority. Look at me, I'm woke. I'm a Native American. I'm an indigenous professor of indigenous studies. Boo. You know who you need to. You know what? End wokeness is talking. Okay. How about you sit and you learn for once about what this movement actually is talking, okay? How about you sit and you learn for once about what this movement actually means? Listen up, Native Americans. A real woke is talking, okay? It's so crazy to me that these guys that don't care about this at all, that simply want an easy, cheap dunk, are not even trying to make a coherent counterpoint whatsoever. They're just leaning into how stupid the average person is here. Okay? Twitter is going to clip all this so out of context. Yeah, I don't really care. All right. So an Australian man has launched a GoFundMe page. Is Drew Pavlov, by the way, the dog himself. An Australian man launched a GoFundMe page to raise funds for travel costs so he could move into Billie Eilish's Malibu home after she said U.S.'s stolen land during her Grammy acceptance speech. And what's so stupid about this is that there are a lot of people who are dumb enough to give him money. That broke cunt always doing GoFundMe for overseas holidays, and losers fall for it every time. I want more than anything else for Drew Pavlov to try and facilitate this and then go to prison. I do want Drew Pavlov, who probably is the only undocumented migrant that I would wish to see in CCOT. I want Drew Pavlov to go to CCOT, okay? I want him to experience the things that he advocates for other people to experience. I want him to have a life-changing experience, okay? So yes, go ahead, Drew Pavlov. Follow through on this promise. See how this works out for you. Okay? That would be fucking awesome. I would love that. Okay? He's going to lose 20 pounds in 30 minutes in. Yeah. His GoFundMe got deleted. Oh, I wonder why. Perhaps it's because they deleted it because you're trying to do a crime. You cannot start a GoFundMe to do international stalking, you fucking baboon, you absolute moron. Yeah, I wonder why GoFundMe actually deleted your fundraiser. Perhaps it is because it's a fucking scam. Okay, you can't be like, hey, give me money so I can purchase a gun and shoot this person either. You know what I mean? Oh no, why did GoFundMe delete my GoFundMe? Oh no. I simply wanted to buy a gun. Like, unfair. Oh no, it's unfair. A big part of the conservatism is just basing your arguments on tacit assumptions. They know that the land is stolen. They think they owe their houses on that fact. And instead of arguing with that, they argue with the perceived hypocrisy. You benefit from it too, so you don't ruin it for everyone else. Is tacit. I mean, I don't even think this is a tacit acknowledgement of reality, because that's not what's supposed to happen here. Okay, what's supposed to happen is the same for like even the indigenous population in Gaza. Like, my advocacy for Gaza revolves around giving Palestinians the rights and the same freedoms that Israelis afford themselves. And after that, of course, offering restitution, reparations, having a real truth and reconciliation committee to address all of the horrifying land theft and war crimes that have taken place as well. Like, that's the goal in a one-state solution. That's my goal in a one-state solution. These guys don't care about the indigenous population here in the United States of America, which would probably follow through on a similar process as well. And they certainly don't care about the indigenous population in Gaza and in Palestine in general. That's what's so annoying, is that we're not having the same argument. You're having a totally separate argument, and on the basis of something utterly irrelevant. It doesn't correspond to my worldview. It doesn't have anything to do with my advocacy. But unfortunately, because the audience is receptive to this kind of idiotic argumentation, it doesn't really matter. Now you have to address it. Like I said, same principle behind socialist with a nice house, Omega lol, right? Like, I've never said socialism means no house, that you must not have a house, or having a house is unethical, okay? Deeply unethical. That would be an idiotic argument to make. You assume that that's my argument. You have decided that that's my argument. The reason why you have decided that that's my argument is because it's a straw man position. It's actually much easier for you to argue against this idiotic position, right? And that's it. But one must ask the question why Billie Eilish is receiving this unimaginable amount of backlash. Perhaps it has something to do with the fact that her advocacy started far before this last round at the Grammys. And when we all know, if someone comes out and says better things are possible, maybe the wealthy should give more, they receive unlimited hatred. Oftentimes not just from the super wealthy, but instead from their dogs, the lumpenproles, the small business tyrants themselves, who consider themselves to be temporarily embarrassed billionaires. And that's precisely what's happening here. These guys are not in control of the levers of power in modern society. And yet they still act as though Billie Eilish has personally offended them. The real reason why they act as though Billie Eilish has personally offended them is because being a right-winger is about licking the boot. Okay? I was removed from a Vietnamese restaurant and told to never come back. They bond me for life. Moving on, HasanAbi, if we are the ones leading the right way, why so divisive? Would you listen if someone is just insulting you? I'm not listening to people who are just insulting me and my worldview. That's kind of the point that I'm making here, which is that you don't have to listen to these people at all. They don't actually have a significant audience. They don't have actually a real movement at all. And all they're doing is simply insulting you. They're arguing on boundaries that you have not set for yourself, and they're not doing this because they want to have a productive. They don't want to have productive discourse. They simply want to belittle you and undermine your position by lying about what your position actually is. So if they're not invested in having productive conversations, then why are you offering them the dignity of a productive response? You see? Thank you for the super chat, YouTube chatter. Same thing here. Oh, you don't want you want people who have been living on working on U.S. soil to have dignity in their work, to be able to get the clearance to work here with the proper documentation. That means someone can break into your house and rape you. Okay, that means someone can stalk you. That means someone can kill you, because that's what you're advocating for. No, that's not what she's advocating for. She's advocating for something entirely different. Here's Kyle Chung saying conservatives are never able to argue with the substance of someone's argument, so they just start saying stuff like, you're rich and you live in a society. Yeah, that's it. They just start yelling at irrelevant shit. You getting more viewers dual streaming now? I don't know what your normal numbers are, but like 27K on Twitch and 22K on YouTube is better than normal. Also, what you're doing with chat, you got some combo chat box with both YouTube and Twitch in it. Yeah, I'm just checking both. Here's more right-wing outrage on this, and almost all of this is just like all of this right-wing outrage is directed at people who dare to say a better future is possible, that we could be doing better, that we should be leading by empathy, right? That's what they're so angry about. That's what they are so angry about. What is the substance on nobody is illegal? That's not an argument at all. Do you actually want to understand that? The argument is, it's not even that nobody's illegal on stolen land. The concept is no human being is illegal. Okay? Human beings are human beings. Deciding arbitrarily that one human being is illegal and not worthy of living on the same soil as you is idiotic. That's the reason why people say nobody is illegal. The reason why they add on stolen land is to highlight the hypocrisy that we came in, our ancestors came here and actually conducted a genocide on the indigenous population. And now they've decided to enclose the same areas that we actually dominated through war and destruction, and refuse others the same opportunity that our ancestors also took advantage of initially when they came here, even if they did not participate in the ethnic cleansing of the indigenous population. And that's what that argument is. It shouldn't actually require you to sit down and really, really reconsider what this simple message looks like. But the main point here is that nobody's illegal. It's that simple. The concept of illegality around a human being over another is completely arbitrary, completely made up. People are just people. All of these undocumented migrants are living on U.S. soil and have similar dreams to yourself and your family and your neighbors. Many of them are your neighbors. They contribute to the productive forces. They play an incredibly important role, and they do so for horrifyingly low and inhumane wages. And I believe the real solution here is to make sure that they get the proper documentation and also help them engage in the proper advocacy, organize in their workplaces so they can take a larger share of the output that they put out there. Pro tip for highest quality PBS, allow yourself to chat on Twitch, view high quality video stream on YouTube. Okay. And also subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service. It's a voluntary subscription, but you can do so if you would like to. Once again. But in any case, let's continue.
It's all fake. I mean, yesterday when Billie Eilish said what she said, I mean, you all unfortunately saw that video that went crazily viral. But I remember at some point I screamed, "What about Iran?" People looked at me and they were like, "Yeah, what about Iran?"
Why did they let this weirdo in? This is a serious question that I have. I don't understand. They be letting anybody in here to the Grammys, huh? I mean, this person is literally a Israeli agent at this point. I've debated her, if you recall. It just doesn't make any sense that she was like a seat warmer, I guess, and was able to film herself doing fuck shit. I guess you can just pay to attend. I don't know. Wonderful to see the pro-Israeli influencers branch back out to their original formation of doing hysterical right-wing cry bullying, because that's what she started off as, and then pivoted to like pro-Israel content, and now she's back to doing hysterical cry bullying. Now that the pro-Israeli side of things is not as fashionable. Yes, this is the lady that I Show Speed unfollowed famously.
People looking at me, you could tell it's ingenuine, you could tell it's fake. They didn't even have any context to add. It's just F-ICE. Meanwhile, everyone knows that they're living in their mansions. Billie.
Yeah. Okay. Good luck. Good job. Brilliant. All right. Let's hear what this psycho had to say. Megyn Kelly. And I got to go pee.
Who might be the most depressed person in America. I mean, I like all of her music is like. She shows up and she's ready to talk about ICE with her disgusting outfit. Truly, she was one of the worst dressed. But here she was with a message, just like her fellow artists for ICE in SOT 8.
No one is illegal on stolen land.
Okay.
And yeah, it's just really hard to know what to say and what to do right now. And I feel really hopeful in this room, and I feel like we just need to keep fighting and speaking up and protesting, and our voices really do matter, and the people matter. And
you literally look like the human embodiment of a domino, which is a great game, but it wouldn't really be my motivation for the Grammys. I mean, what? Okay. She, like everybody else who got up there to lecture us, has got more money than God. Her property records reveal she paid $14 million for her LA estate back in 2023. Yeah, and the property spans, Jesse, nearly 4 acres on an oak tree studded hillside. Gated, of course.
I want to point to something here as well, because the same criticism that I have, the same criticism that I've received over and over again for my advocacy is the exact same thing that Billie Eilish is receiving right now. And the only reason why she's receiving this, whereas plenty of other celebrities are not receiving this, is because other celebrities don't stick their fucking neck out. And this is the dynamic. This is the reason why many people who might have these sorts of opinions don't stick their fucking necks out. Meanwhile, yes, as Themasius points out, Megyn Kelly had a $30 million 3-year contract at NBC. So the audacity of Megyn Kelly, who is maybe not as rich as Billie Eilish, but certainly an incredibly, unimaginably wealthy media executive. Sorry, $69 million contract intact. Megyn Kelly leaves NBC with all of her $69 million contract intact. This person has the audacity to turn around and talk about like, oh, you're rich, why are you chirping? You're rich, why are you chirping? But my anger and resentment doesn't end there, because unfortunately, there are a lot of fucking morons, absolute fucking morons, that also do this. This person has the triangle emoji on their description. Okay, they're a part of DSA Liberation. I do not want you to go yell at this person. Okay, I don't want you to do that. I hate it when you guys take matters in your own hands or tap the glass or whatever. But the reason why I'm pointing this is because this is a leftist. This is a fucking leftist who says, oh, I'm agreeing with N wokeness here. And the reason why they're agreeing with N wokeness here is because they also have gotten the reactionary brainworm. This is one of my least favorite aspects of living in the United States of America, where unfortunately, a lot of people who consider themselves to be on the left also engage in the same dumb fuck reactionary argumentation. Okay? You need to stop doing that, guys. Please stop doing that. If you find yourself going, oh, low-key agree with N wokeness here because Billie Eilish is a $14 million mansion in LA built on Tongva tribes once lived, you're not actually hyper woke. You're just a fucking dumbass. You're an unwilling, or not an unwilling, but you are, unfortunately, being a fucking moron here. You are just giving credence and giving legitimacy to the idiotic reactionary argumentation. You're a sucker. You're a rube. Stop doing that. Okay? Stop fucking doing that. Lock in. Stop being a fucking useful idiot for the right. You are a useful fucking idiot for the right. It is so frustrating to see leftists do the same kind of thing. Okay? Do you want people to be open-minded? Do you want people to engage in advocacy? Or do you want rich people to just shut the fuck up? Okay? You can fantasize about forcibly stripping every wealthy person from their earnings all day, every day. Like you're going to storm the fucking Russian Winter Palace. But the Russian Winter Palace is what? Billie Eilish's home? Okay, you're a fucking moron. Not all red triangle Twitter people are leftists. There are many that just co-opted to signal their anti-Israel stance, but not in a principled way. No, that person is, I think, a person of the Liberation Caucus. They're a Maoist. Marxist-Leninist Maoist in the DSA. I'm sure they're going to chirp nonstop because I brought them up, and they'll get a couple comments, even though I am urging you not to say anything to this person. Don't be a fucking asshole. I agree with you, and because I know this will be clipped out of context later and used against you, can you compare this to why Dem critique right now isn't being a useful idiot? That's been a lib talking point. Wait, what? The Democratic Party is antagonistic to the left position. Billie Eilish's perspective here is not antagonistic to the left position. Billie Eilish's position is the left position. All you're doing is lashing out against the person who is actually a fairly influential person that has the same position as you do. Okay? That's it. It's very frustrating. You're doing rad lib nonsense. Okay? I hate this shit so much. And I know I'm the last person to speak out on this because everyone will say, says you, motherfucker. You have a nice house too. We're coming for your house too. Suck my fucking dick. Okay? Suck my dick. The reason why I'm saying this is because you are engaging in reactionary argumentation for no reason other than the fact that those brainworms have actually taken over your mind. Lock the fuck in. Lock in. Focus on who the real enemies are. Okay? It's one of the dumbest forms of argumentation, one that I receive with regular frequency, so obviously I have a personal connection here as well. Stop trying to punish people for sticking their neck out if you are a leftist. Okay? What the fuck is wrong with you? Like, what is the goal here? I mean, Billie Eilish could just as easily shut the fuck up and never say anything ever again, take her millions, put them in the market, not give back, and just keep making music, and you'll consume that shit, and you'll never think about it twice. Okay? Leftists, they're online, bro. They're online more than being a leftist. I want more rich class traders. They're terminally online more than being a Maoist. She's openly becoming a class trader, and you motherfuckers are gatekeeping that because they're trying to be moral losers. Yeah. All of this shit is just an extension of socialist yet house hypocrite. I know. People think someone with $1 million is the same enemy as someone with 1 billion or 100 billion. I know. They're stupid. They don't understand. And it's not even necessarily your net worth that is the problem here, even though obviously that level of wealth accumulation implies that you are, it's virtually impossible to get to that level of wealth accumulation without doing incredibly unethical things, right? I mean, you have to engage in hyper exploitation. Having said that, however, it's not the net worth that's the problem. It's how you have developed that net worth that is the problem. If you're a Marxist, you should stick to that. And not only that, but also you should welcome people that are actually coming to our side. You should welcome them instead of also leaning into the dumbass right-wing narratives only so you can get as much fucking, as many likes as you possibly can. It's very, very frustrating. Yeah, this was the same shit that took place when she was attacking billionaires, and a lot of people were very mad at her for that reason too. What is this?
Loud, because I think that enough people are reaching this conclusion, enough people are saying it, and that I don't matter enough that I can say it without really being afraid.
Yeah, this was another thing that people were fucking yelling at her over, and I covered it back
that I'm
then.
going to be taken out of the picture, so to speak. I think it's becoming increasingly clear from the evidence that we already had and the evidence that we are getting now from this latest batch of files that Jeffrey Epstein was very likely a Mossad asset.
Wait, what? What the fuck? Oh, I thought this was like relevant to the issue that we were talking about. Also, if you keep moving the bar, then only people who have been homeless can talk about anything. Guess what? Y'all ain't lived in the streets and no one can say anything. Let me fay out. Yes. Hypothetically, if someone was a wealthy class trader, what would be some charities or programs you think are worth supporting, especially if they pay people's medical bills? I mean, I don't know. I'd have to think about it. But the point is that when you see someone with a fuck ton of power, when you see someone with a lot of influence, use that influence for good. Argue on your behalf. Your first reaction should not be to go, oh, fuck this person. Like, I've never understood. I have never, ever in a million years understood why people do this. The left feels like they just love losing. They love discouraging people from sticking their neck out when they don't need to, when they don't need to at all. And instead of actually hardening their support for someone who's doing so when they're being attacked by the right in the most idiotic ways possible, they lean into it. They fucking lean into it. And then they turn around and go, why don't we have any allies? Why don't we have any real organizing capacity? Why don't we have a real movement in this country? Oh, it must be because of the Democrats. Oh, it must be because of this. It must be because of that. Sometimes it's because of you, dumb bitch. You're participating in this. You're making it impossible to fucking organize. Because you think being the most repugnant person is perhaps the best demonstration of your morality. It's not. You're just fucking gross and annoying. I need people to understand this. Bots are cooking your Giannis video upload? What do you mean? My Giannis video upload? Giannis Varoufakis. This has 700 views so far, 12 minutes ago. Where is the bots? The comments? Wait, what the fuck? Info for you all? Long live Prince Kapotkin. Oh my God. It's just one guy. I don't think this person is a bot. I think they're just writing an essay. I think this is a person that's just like kind of crazy, you know?
That'd be a very long, sinuously winding driveway. No part of the house itself is visible from the street, but it's quite large. 6 bedrooms, 7 baths, nearly 7,000 square feet. It's located on the ancestral, unceded land of the Tongva people. Wait a minute, Billy. It's on ancestral land. The county of Los Angeles formally recognizes that it occupies land originally and still inhabited and cared for by the Tongva, along with other indigenous groups. She has a net worth.
Like, can you imagine if Palestinians in Gaza would turn around and be like, wait a minute, you're advocating for us in our time of need? How fucking dare you? You're living in the imperial core. Do you understand how fucking stupid that shit is? Like, it's just, this is just things that only dumbass Westerners cook up, living in the lap of luxury, in unlimited privilege in comparison to those who have less than they do. Because in this circumstance, Billie Eilish is sticking her neck out and defending people who are more vulnerable than the average Twitter Maoist LARPer. Okay? That's it. That's what she's doing. And the entirety of the right-wing media ecosystem is coming down on her in an effort to tell people to shut the fuck up. Okay? In an effort to get people to shut the fuck up, to stigmatize having an empathetic position. And if you don't understand that, I'm sorry, it's very hard for you to understand anything. Okay? Mao was also from an affluent upbringing. No, the fuck he wasn't. Okay? No, he wasn't. There was very few people in China at the time that were quote unquote affluent. His family was better off overall because his father actually had like modest land ownership, but it wasn't like they were cooking. Are you kidding me? That dude was dirt poor, wore the same fucking outfit for many, many years. And in numerous instances had no money whatsoever and had to resort to begging or rely on the kindness of strangers. So no, Mao, contrary to many other revolutionary figures like Che Guevara is a much better example of this, did not come from an affluent family. Fidel Castro is from a more affluent family. Che Guevara is from a more affluent family. Engels literally owned a factory. Mao Zedong is not from an affluent background. There were others in the early formation of the communist movement in the Communist Party that were actually from affluent backgrounds. There's always been plenty of people from affluent beginnings that have supported communist movements and were communists themselves, but Mao Zedong is not one of them. Actually, I would say he is the exception and not the rule. The rule is usually the thinkers have the time the organizers oftentimes have the time to build a movement. Most revolutionary communists, most revolutionary Marxist figures and communist figures do come from upper middle class backgrounds or even supremely wealthy beginnings, as a matter of fact. Mao Zedong is unusual in that regard.
Well over $50 million, of course. And Billy is just fine with her 24/7 security team and her gates and her 4 acres outside of LA. But the rest of us need to live ungated, unprotected, without all the acreage, and just deal with the murderous, raping,
Yes, I already mentioned his dad was a landlord, but his dad's land ownership was not what you think it is, okay? They were barely above the peasant class. Also, why is anybody letting Megyn Kelly get away with saying us? Megyn Kelly is supremely wealthy. Megyn Kelly also lives in a gated community. It's ironic. Megyn Kelly is far wealthier than I am, for example, but she gets to say us because she's right-wing. Also, for the record, being a wealthy, successful, talented musician like Billy and Phineas, important, and not astroturfed by shit record labels is quite literally one of the purest forms of labor value extraction. Obviously, once you start getting into brand deals and shit, that's different, but they're successful on music and touring alone, and that's an extremely distilled form of owning your own means of value. Yeah. I hate that right-wingers LARP like this, okay? I hate that right-wingers get to LARP like this. And the dumbass reactionaries eat this shit up. You are falling for the marketing, okay? What matters most is people's actions. What matters most is people's worldview. It doesn't matter if there is like hypocrisy baiting taking place. I love that for so many people in the Western world especially, they will go, the murder I can actually forgive, but the mere presence of hypocrisy, now that is unforgivable. Are we that stupid, really? We have to stop doing that, okay? We have to stop doing that. People end up leaning into the dumbest, most reactionary framings on issues like this, where they seek out to punish kind people, empathetic people as aggressively as they possibly can, even when they think that they're doing this leftistly. Stop doing this, okay? Yes, this chatter is repeating one of my classic takes. It comes from a place of powerlessness. You are totally aware of your powerlessness in the face of these unshakable systems, so you try to focus your efforts and focus your advocacy on those who are closest to you. It's also such a hilarious contradiction that the same people doing the socialist but house argument are the same ones that defend billionaires with their lies. Yeah, that's why I've realized one thing I've had to reflect on after finding you is the propensity for me as a lower class leftist to say fuck rich people. For example, the Palisades fires, it was easy for me to dismiss the pain of the rich. But it wasn't even just the rich that were losing shit in the Palisades fire anyway. But my point always is, don't just fucking go after people that are your closest allies in this situation just because they're in a better position than you overall, when the goal here is to change the fucking system, okay? I get why Megyn Kelly does this, because her goal is to continue dividing you. Her goal is to continue punishing people who stick their neck out and say something. Her goal is to make it seem like everyone that has an empathetic point of view is actually a simple charlatan, a grifter, okay? Because she's a right-wing grifter. Of course she's going to do that. But why are you, as a kind, thoughtful, leftist person, engaging in the same advocacy? You must not do this, okay? You must not do this at all. It's unproductive, it's idiotic, it's poison for organizing in general.
And her 4 acres outside of LA, but the rest of us need to live ungated, unprotected, without all the acreage, and just deal with the murderous, raping illegals that she wants sicked on us, or we're bad people.
Yeah, these are the same people that were obviously talking about how awesome it is that Nicki Minaj gets to talk about her politics. Weren't these guys just praising Nicki Minaj literally last week for her support for investment accounts for babies?
We're all here because of legal immigration. It's the illegal part and the fact that they choose to ignore those.
That's such funny bullshit. We're all here because of legal immigration. Yeah, exactly. The difference between your great grandparents coming here and the current people coming here is that we've decided it's no longer legal. It's not like those people came here and went through the same fucking process that makes it virtually impossible for people to come in here now. Okay?
Facts, but then spew silly opinions like Billie Eilish, which was comical what she said. This is why shut up and dribble, shut up and sing, because you're super talented, but you don't know what you're talking about. We're all fine with.
Yeah, they just want people to shut the fuck up. That's it. And they will ritualistically humiliate people. They will bully people to no end. And if you participate in that fucking firing squad as a self-identifying leftist, you're an absolute moron. Okay? Sorry. That's just the case. Sucks to suck. You're not going to make it. All right. Moving on from this. I'm done talking about this idiotic thing. Let's get to Trump saying GOP ought to nationalize voting. Oh boy.
This morning, with President Trump still refusing to accept his defeat in the 2020 election, he's now trying to exert more control over the nation's elections, saying they should be nationalized and that Republicans should, quote, take over the voting.
The Republicans should say, we want to take over. We should take over the voting in at least 15 places. The Republicans ought to nationalize the voting.
The Constitution gives states the power to run elections, not the federal government.
Does Donald Trump need a copy of the Constitution?
Oh.
What he's saying is outlandish.
Oh, boy. Chuck's got it, everybody. Chuck's on it. Does Donald Trump need a copy of the Constitution? Fucking got him, dude. You are a goddamn dynamo, Chuck. I haven't seen you this riled up since you were defending Israel unconditionally at another one of these conferences where he was like, I will do everything in my power to make sure Israel has unlimited funds and unlimited weapons that will defend it.
Outlandishly illegal.
Trump's latest threat, part of a series of actions aimed at undermining public trust in U.S. elections, pressing at least 24 states to turn over voter data. Attorney General Pam Bondi urging Minnesota to do exactly that if the state wants federal immigration.
Every time I hear Chuck, I go, hold up, his writing was this fire?
Authorities to get out. And last March, Trump signed a wide-ranging executive order which included major election changes. A federal judge last week blocking provisions requiring proof of citizenship to register to vote. And Trump continues to use the power of the Justice Department to investigate his false and previously debunked claim that he won the state of Georgia in the 2020 race. This morning, ABC News learning details of an extraordinary phone call between the president and FBI agents who raided the election office in Fulton County, Georgia last week. According to multiple sources, the president on speakerphone telling those agents who removed 700 boxes containing ballots and other materials related to the 2020 election that they were doing great work in searching and investigating Georgia's elections.
The president talks to law enforcement all week long. And so the fact that he talked with agents that are working hard doesn't surprise me. And actually, I love it. It's great.
Dude, it's it's the internet hippo take. Right-wingers love describing crimes as like a guy just having a normal conversation. Why are you mad? They've been doing this about Jeffrey Epstein too. Like a lot of people that are defending Jeffrey Epstein, like, oh, is it a crime to party? I didn't realize it was a crime to party with your friends. You know? No, it's the other. It's not just Jeffrey Epstein's not just partying with his friends. Okay, Jeffrey Epstein is engaging in an international sex trafficking of minors, a pedophilia ring, with the express purpose of blackmailing some of the financial elite and some of the political elite. Okay, that's the crime. He's like, oh, is it weird and strange that the president is calling law enforcement? Yeah, it is actually weird and strange that the president is calling the FBI that is raiding the election offices in the state of Georgia. Yes, but torturing your dog is okay? No, it's not, which is precisely the reason why I think Kristi Noem should no longer be the Department of Homeland Security Secretary. And she didn't just torture her dog, she actually killed her dog.
But it is highly unusual for the president
You must have
to speak
mistaken
to
me.
agents about an ongoing
You must have thought I was Department of Homeland Security Secretary Kirstie Noem for a second.
criminal investigation,
I'm Hassan Piker.
especially one that involves his own failed presidential race. The call was arranged by Director of National Intelligence Tulsi Gabbard, who was spotted at the scene of the search. She says her presence on the ground was requested by the president. Gabbard explaining in a letter to top Democrats on the Senate Intelligence Committee that she facilitated a brief phone call for the president to thank the agents personally for their work. He did not ask any questions, nor did he or I issue any directives. Joe Biden won Georgia in 2020, a fact confirmed by a full statewide audit and a hand recount. Even if he had won the state, Trump still would have lost the election. It wasn't close. Biden won the popular vote by more than 7 million and took the Electoral College 306 to 232. Now, Trump's call to nationalize voting and his push for other major changes comes, of course, as we are heading to the midterm elections and as Democrats have outperformed Republicans in recent races. Michael.
All right, Mary, thank you for that. An eye on politics now a little deeper tonight. A major.
Oh, this is the Talarico drama as well. Obviously, we're going to be talking about that too. James Talarico is duking it out. It's getting heated. They're presenting him as a racist. Yeah. Oh, the Todd Blanche did that with Jeffrey Epstein too, by the way. That wasn't a joke. He just straight up did that. Deputy U.S. Attorney and former Trump defense attorney, Deputy U.S. Attorney General Todd Blanche, former Trump defense attorney Todd Blanche said, "It's not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein." Yeah, that's what the problem is. Wow. Can't a fella go out to a pedophile island without getting additional scrutiny from the federal government? Anyway, here, you want me to run the clip? Here it is.
Is there any chance that any of these individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted? Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein, and so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things, and if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak. And so we need witnesses and we need
evidence. Are there
videotapes
that you all have? Or well, some of the people we saw on camera at the rallies. Is there any chance?
Yeah, he did the tweet. That's what I was talking about, the internet hippo. New right-wing thing is describing crimes as generically as possible to pretend like they're not crimes. Someone gets convicted of conspiracy and they start yelling, "Wow, so it's illegal to make plans with friends now." Yep. Oh wow, I didn't know that it was illegal to just hang out with your homies. It's really fucked up. The left doesn't want you to hang out with the homies. Party rocking has been illegal since 2012, sadly. Yeah. Anyway, let's watch.
Between two high-profile Texas Democrats over racially charged comments allegedly made in private to a voter. All of this is stemming from a TikTok video, this one right here, posted by a woman named Morgan, who says she's from Dallas. She says she asked state representative and candidate for U.S. Senate James Talarico about her concerns relating to black people, when out of nowhere, she says that Talarico told her this.
James Talarico.
This is kind of funny. I mean, this is like classic 2016 era Clintonism, right? Like rad lib to the max, immediately weaponizing identity. It's totally fucking fake bullshit, right? Right off the jump, I'm just going to say it. You can try and participate in this if you want to. Have fun with that. Good luck. You could say I'm a white supremacist for this take. I don't really give a shit. It's also, yes, nice bathroom is correct. It's also 2020 Bidenism as well. I mean, the reason why I said it was like, I guess you're right. 2020 Bidenism too. Now, it's ironic because they're trying to do this in Texas. And like, I think doing this in Texas is only going to improve Talarico's chances in the general. So, keep cooking, I guess. Like, people are going to be like, wait a minute. That young pastor boy, that white pastor boy is racist against black people? Sheesh, I didn't know it was like that. If you thought this was based on something Talarico said in an interview or at a campaign event or a debate, you'd be mistaken. No, it's entirely based on someone on TikTok claimed she heard him saying.
told me that he signed up to run against a mediocre black man, not a formidable and intelligent black woman. And I want to explain why this.
Well, that woman referring to Jasmine Crockett, the congresswoman, who is also running for Senate. The man she's referring to being former Congressman Colin Allred, who left the race back in December for the Senate. Well, tonight, Allred criticized Talarico on X.
First of all, let me just give you some free advice, James. If you want to compliment black women, just do it. Just do it. Don't do it while also tearing down a black man, okay? We've seen that play before. We're sick and tired of it. We're tired of folks using praise for black women to mask criticism for black men. That's not good for our...
So that was the first volley. Then Talarico responded to all of this saying, quote, "This is a mischaracterization of a private conversation. In my praise of Congresswoman Crockett, I described Congressman Allred's method of campaigning as mediocre, but his life and service are not. I would never attack him on the basis of race." We did reach out, by the way, to Thompson for comment, but have not heard back as of yet.
Yeah, where's the Talarico quote? Here, let's watch.
Morning, everybody. It's cold out here, and I got some steam coming off my head because I'm, just finished my workout. Got some steam coming out of my ears, too. I understand.
He is actually steaming. That's crazy. Check your phone. Wait, why? The fuck? Oh, I just got a phone call. Wait, hold on. Oh, all right.
That James Talarico had the temerity and the audacity to say to a black woman that he had signed up to run against a mediocre black man, meaning me, not a formidable, intelligent black woman, meaning Jasmine Crockett. Let me just break this down into a few segments here. First of all, let me just give you some free advice, James. If you want to compliment black women, just do it. Just do it. Don't do it while also tearing down a black man, okay? We've seen that play before. We're sick and tired of it. We're tired of folks using praise for black women to mask criticism for black men. That's not good for our community. It's not good. It doesn't work, and we know what you're doing. Okay, so if next time you want to praise a black woman, just do that. Leave black men out of it. Just leave a lot of things out of it. Second of all, did you ever have a coach or somebody, a leader in your life tell you that when you make an accusation, you often have a bit of confession in it? Maybe you use the word mediocre because there was something creeping into your mind about yourself. Because I know you're not talking about somebody who's been better at 3 things than you've ever been at 1. You are not saving religion for the Democratic Party or the left. We already had Senator Reverend Dr. Raphael Warnock for that. We don't need you. You're not saying anything unique. You're just saying it looking like you do, okay? And third of all, let me just say to all the young black men out there, all the young men who come from tough background, struggle growing up, who maybe think that someday you want to put yourself forward as a leader in your community. It's going to have haters like this are going to show up, okay? And you're going to feel like you have to be twice as good and jump twice as high and talk twice as well, but you don't have to. You can walk out there with your shoulders back and your head held up high, knowing who you are and the value that you bring, and understanding that this comes with the territory and that there's going to be folks like this. And when we see that,
I've never heard someone praise a black woman and put down a black man. I usually hear a racist. They're just racist towards both genders. I've never heard such a weak argument. Yeah, I don't understand it at all. I also don't care. Like, I just don't give a shit. Maybe it's because, I don't know. I mean, maybe it's because I'm racist. Like, I don't think this is real. I don't think this is a real issue. I don't think this is a real concern. I don't think it's a real story to begin with. I am not, I'm not super invested in Talarico. I've talked about this before. I mean, he is my choice, as opposed to Jasmine Crockett for sure. But I don't, I don't find this to be like, I find this to be like the 2016 level trickery in general. Yeah. Colin Allred, the random TikToker whose unverified story you brought hook, line, and sinker is now claiming the global cabal that his team Talarico hacked and deleted her Instagram account. Thank you for pouring gasoline on this fucking dumpster fire of a primary. Keith Edwards says the woman who shared the story has no evidence that it happened. Then she alleged that the Talarico campaign had her Instagram account deleted out of retaliation. That's what they're going with. They deleted her Instagram. Yep, his team did. Yeah, I was the part of the cabal that deleted her account. Yeah, it's not that deep. It's not that deep at all. And I think they're trying to hit like you mean not real as it didn't happen? Not real as in the way that they're presenting it. I don't believe that this is like, I don't believe that James Talarico was literally saying those words and being like, yeah, I hate mediocre black men. I love strong, independent black women. I hate going after a strong, independent black woman because she's going to defeat me in the primary, as opposed to the mediocre black man who's mediocre due to his blackness, or whatever the fuck they're trying to imply here. Like, they're trying to imply that this is like a racially charged line of attack against Colin Allred. That's obviously not the fucking case. Okay. So yeah, are we doing this really? I mean, go off, kings and queens. If you want to do it, you can do it. I am not invested in this at all. Well, he didn't confirm that it happened and it was only out of context. Yeah. Talarico turned around and said, "This is a mischaracterization of a private conversation. In my praise of Congressman Crockett, I described Congressman Allred's method of campaigning as mediocre, but his life and service are not. I would never attack him on the basis of race. As a black man in America, Congressman Allred has already had to work twice as hard to get where he is. I understand how my critique of the congressman's campaign could be interpreted given this country's painful legacy of racism, and I care deeply about the impact my words have on others. I have always said that despite our disagreements, I deeply respect Congressman Allred. We're all on the same team." It's fucking so... It's just... what are we doing? Hold on. Gotta get the door. I'm coming. Yeah, I don't know why they're like that. They didn't do that. Oh, because Giannis stays here. I was gonna say they didn't do that to Giannis last night, but that's because he's a guest at the hotel. All right. Wait, actually, I'm gonna pull it up on this side. But here, come through here. Okay.
You want to show some photos of mine?
Yes. Here, you get on this side. Yeah. Okay. BELAL KHALED is in the building. Everybody. Famous photojournalist extraordinaire. I am going to fix the microphone real quick, and yeah, we're gonna talk about your experiences. Please no buzz again. I'm gonna make sure that there's no buzz this time. Okay. Actually, I'm kidding. I'm gonna make sure that there's extra buzz. Okay. Noise gate is deactivated. Is there a big buzz, chat? Are you seeing a big buzz? Are you hearing a big buzz? Wait. Also, you want to speak into the microphone real quick, or like speak in general so I can get the audio levels?
Test mic. Assalamu alaikum, everyone.
Yeah, you can yell a little bit more as well.
Okay. Hi, everyone. Assalamu alaikum.
Alaikum salam. All right.
Alhamdulillah.
Do you have a compression? Your Arabic pronunciation is so Turkish law. I know, isn't it? It's bad. But he speaks Turkish. My man speaks Turkish.
Evet, biraz Türkçe konuşuyor.
Yeah. It's awesome.
Thank you.
Belal's the man. He is... hold on, I'm going to butcher this when I say this. Ghazawi?
Ghazawi, exactly.
Ghazawi.
Yeah.
You're born and raised in Gaza.
Yeah.
And he is a famous photojournalist. Worked for Al Jazeera. Worked for... you did Anadolu Ajans too.
Yeah, I used to work for Anadolu Ajans since 2013. And I used also to cover the genocide for Anadolu Agency, AFP, and multi-agencies also.
Yeah.
And I worked for TRT Arabi, also TRT.
Wow, TRT, the Turkish state broadcaster as well. Yeah, he's a legend. I'm honored to have you here. Thank you for everything you've done, and also thank you for coming on the broadcast. I brought you on today because, well, one of the reasons why I brought you on is because I wanted to see if we could potentially go and see the Palestinian complex that exists here in Gaza. I'm sorry, in Qatar, in Doha, where a lot of people that have left Gaza, have escaped Gaza, have found a home here, found shelter here, and then they're getting hospital treatment here. And then I wanted you to maybe speak on the conditions and your personal experiences as being a photojournalist who escaped Gaza as well.
So first of all, I want to just clear a point. No one left Gaza, no one escaped from Gaza with his choice, actually.
Yeah.
We found ourselves, all of the people, they don't have the luxury of the choices, because if you stayed there, you're gonna die. If you also left Gaza, also your soul it's gonna die, because you took it from the body. Our body, it's the homeland. Our body, it's the land where we grow up. I raised up in a refugee camp, in Khan Yunis refugee camp. All of my childhood, all of memories, all of my friends, they killed at that area. They erased that area. They bombed my house. They erased everything there. So we found ourselves in a point you cannot choose. Like, I should go or I should stay. But for like we forced it to leave Gaza. For me, my brother got injured, so I should stay with him, because I'm the only brother for him, and my father, he cannot leave Gaza. for some reasons. So I left Gaza with my mom and my father. He's still, until now, he's still in Khan Yunis. He's still in Gaza. The people also who got injured, if they still there, all of them, maybe they gonna lose like their life. They gonna lose like another part of their body. Some of them, he lose like one, and alhamdulillah, yani he survived and he go out. They saved the other leg or other hand. Most of the cases like this. And now if you ask them if they open the border like before October 7, could you go, you want to go back to Gaza? Absolutely, all the answers, it's gonna be yes, because they know, even in the war, we was living together, we was living next to each other. We evacuate together, we eat together, we cry together, we laugh together. So here outside, even if you are like, alhamdulillah, we are here in Qatar. Qatar, it's the best place for the Palestinian outside, and the Qatari government, they paid for education, for treatment for them. They give them like nice houses. They keep them secure all the time, alhamdulillah. But even though, no one like the homeland, of course.
Yeah. Yeah, everyone wants to, of course, return eventually. And yeah, that's been made endlessly difficult by the way that Israel and America has designed the situation. While the rest of the world is under the assumption that there's a ceasefire going on. Do you want to talk about that a little bit as well?
Actually, it's a big lie. This ceasefire, they do it like just to take a picture and just to go and say like USA and Israel, it's finally they are like calling for the peace and they do the ceasefire. Since the ceasefire is starting, each day we have attack against Gaza. Each day we have a people killed in Gaza. Each day we have people suffering from like closing the border. They didn't open the border as the agreement say. We don't live like the same numbers of killed in before the ceasefire, but until now, if they killed like 1 or 2 or 10, they break the agreement, and this is a big lie. Also, they didn't allow to the people to return to their destroyed houses like Rafah. Rafah now it's very empty, and after the agreement, the agreement said the people they should go to that area after the agreement, and until now no one can go to Rafah there. All of that 2 days ago they killed like 30 persons in 1 day. Most of them they are children, they are civilians, and if each day they like shoot the people, they attack them by airstrike. They keep the even the rebuilding. They didn't allow to the materials, they didn't allow to the machines, they didn't allow to people to rebuild their houses. So people now still suffering in this cold weather. More than 15 kids, they dying from the cold. We are living in the year of, we didn't hear about like somebody who died from starvation, somebody who died from the cold. But in Gaza there is, and the people they are saw it, and the people they are know that there is a kids who are freezing until the death, but nobody can enter like a blanket. No one can like make him warm. No one can save him, because it's order from US, it's order from Israel, and all of the world they are scared like to say no, or to say why you do this for them.
Yeah. I do feel like the entire design of the so-called ceasefire, the fake ceasefire, was specifically so that they would respond not necessarily to the pushback that they were receiving from the resistance front, but instead to silence the protests that were taking place in the Western world, because it had gotten to a point where it was completely untenable. And you saw European leaders come out and offer a tepid response, too little too late, and it was definitely a day late and a dollar short. It was a response that was conditional recognition of statehood, things that are objectively offensive on its face when you consider it. Having said that, that was enough for I think Trump to also recalculate how much he was allowing Israel to continue punishing Gaza. to continue killing Palestinians, and that's the reason why they implemented the ceasefire, a fake ceasefire.
Exactly.
So that we here in the West would stop paying attention to it and move on to other things.
Yeah, and unfortunately they success a little bit to like make the movement smaller than before, because most of the people now, they say the Rafah border it's opening yesterday, but unfortunately 5 people they go out from Gaza, just 5 injured people, they let them go out from Gaza, and 12 people they let them go to enter to Gaza. And when you hear the woman who entered to Gaza, they said like they arrest us, and all of the women they arrest them, they took them by the bus to an Israeli checkpoint, they set for investigation there, they asked them a lot of questions, they took money from them, they took their phones, they didn't allow them to carry even the food, they didn't allow them to carry even like a blanket, they told them like just a small bag and just $600, that's it, you cannot like enter more than $600. But if they save the money and they want to bring it to their families they didn't have income like since that 2 or 3 years. So this is it's like everything is engineering by US and Israel, like to make to make Gaza empty, but in another way, by the increasing the number of who going back. And the condition is when they open, there is another condition, no one left Gaza before October 7 have a right to return. So this is a new Nakba. It's like when happened in 1948, the Palestinian people who live in US, who live in Chile, in Europe, they didn't have their right to go back. And now we are like from the second Nakba, when they said no one left Gaza before October 7 have the right to come back. So this is a new plan for like making the people, like pushing the people to go out of Gaza. They didn't success by the forces, they didn't success to do it by the airstrike, by killing, by starvation, because all of us we saw how many people they are killed during this genocide. It's just for like to push them leave Gaza, and they kept the Rafah border at the beginning of the war open just to make the people go out. And no, the most of the people, they stay on their land.
Yeah, and there's endless punishment for the people that stayed, and they pushed everyone out of the Rafah crossing to the best of their ability, and now they're not even letting people come back into the Gaza Strip, and they're limiting people, you're saying, that left before October 7, they're not even allowed to come back into the Gaza Strip. All of this is, of course, illegal. What do you, as a Palestinian from Gaza, feel about the international rule-based order?
Yeah, well, what should I say? Like now, the Palestinians, they don't believe of anything actually, because during like 2 years of killing, 2 years of like suffering, we heard like the international court, they announced like Netanyahu is like a criminal and they want him to, but no one can arrest him, no one can do
he
this,
flies
the law, he flies everywhere,
from America,
exactly. Even though like the people, most of the country, they still have like the relations between Israel and between this. And for me as a journalist also, the relations between like the journalism organization in Israel, that in this genocide there is like 260 journalists killed by the IDF. In the opposite, we saw like the Israeli journalism, they do the reports with the guns, they carry the guns, and they do like the report in front of the camera. No one outside, or they said like, oh, he's like a criminal, he cannot do this, he should be like a journalist. But when Anas al-Sharif killed, oh, Anas al-Sharif, maybe he's working with Hamas, Hassan al-Slayh, maybe he's working with Yahya Sinwar. They creating lies just to give like the Israel excused. But the picture is clear, it's very clear, but because this is Israel and this is Palestine.
By the same standard applied to Palestinian reporters that were killed, the post-mortem analysis saying that they are criminals because of their affiliations, even if the affiliations are just like, oh, you've taken a photo one time with Yahya Sinwar or someone like that. if that was applied to Israel evenly, it would justify the execution of every single Israeli journalist, because every single Israeli journalist has participated in the Israeli occupational forces at some point, because there's mandatory conscription. And not only that, but like you also pointed out, they still are embedded with armed troops when they go into Gaza. Not only are the journalists embedded with armed troops, but they themselves are armed also when they're doing their coverage. Not only are they IDF veterans, sometimes they're directly embedded with IDF units. So they're directly connected to the Israeli occupational forces, and yet even when there is no real connection, to any of these groups that Israel has declared to be terrorist groups, which once again, many of these groups are also acting out the internationally allowed legal right to militarily resist against illegal occupation. What Israel is doing is illegal in this situation. They will say this is reason enough for their execution. It's completely unjustifiable.
Even the civilians, they arming them in the West Bank. You see, like they push the civilians, they give them the guns. Many fear they distribution the guns as it's food. They give it like he said.
You're saying the settlers?
The settlers. He said like we should like give the guns for all the settlers, and now they attacking the Palestinian houses in like West Bank. If we said like in Gaza they're October 7 and there is excuse for them, let's say, but what about West Bank? What about before October 7? So this is for the people who said like Gaza they starting this, Gaza they doing this, Gaza they starting the attacking them. No, we are under occupation. They attack us every day, like not since 1948, before 1948, and no one care about us.
Yeah. How do you feel about the change in attitude that I'm sure you've also experienced as well in the Western world, as far as Palestinian advocacy, as far as the awareness? Because I remember like 10 years ago, the calls were for any recognition whatsoever for Palestinians, whereas now I think there's been a dramatic sea change, where in the Western world even there are plenty of young people who are completely aware of it. And I feel like a decade ago, you would get punished endlessly in the Western world for even saying Free Palestine. Either people didn't know what it was, or those who did know what it was immediately were like, you're an anti-Semite, you can't speak on this issue at all, and you would get deplatformed. Now that attitude is changing. Does that give you any hope?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. Now we became, the people, the world became more awareness about what's happening in Gaza. And this is one of like the huge bill that we paid it in Gaza. We paid like thousands of souls that killed, and it's very huge cost. But we hope it's not be for nothing. We hope like vain. Exactly just to change the world for better, just to make the world know the truth. Even if like the governments, they are like controlled by US, by Israel, and they cannot say it, but the real people, the freedoms people who protesting, who like boycotting, who going in the universities, who do any actions like to support Palestine, they became awareness about what's happening there. Now, like the Holocaust propaganda, it's vanished, and even also the anti-Semitism. Now the people, they have like a courage to say like Free Palestine, from the river to the sea, Palestine will be free, because they know the real story. Before social media, and this is like another point, before the social media, there was all of the Israeli and the Zionist propaganda. They was feeding the people through their media, because all of it's controlled by US and them. But now in the social media, they cannot do this. We saw like many of influencers like you, Hassan, who like spending like hours, spending their lives just to tell the people the truth. And maybe you can like hating speech, you reach a hating speech through your social media from like the Zionists or like another people. They lose their jobs in Google and Microsoft because they talking about Palestine, or because they are supporting Palestine. But they didn't stop them. They continue, because you didn't have anything to lose when you see like the people, they losing their lives there just to deliver the truth for you, like the journalists. So this is make you like, I'm gonna lose my job, I'm gonna lose like some hundreds of books. So no, it's not like this. You're keeping your movement because you know the people they need justice, and you are like one reasons of the change.
Yeah. No, absolutely. I think that's something that I stress to my audience as well, which is like there's real fear when you go out and you protest and you get arrested. There's real fear about getting deplatformed, losing your job, but all of that is I think inconsequential in comparison to the atrocities that are unfolding that we have to let other people know about and to demand change over. This is why, like, I sometimes bring it up, but only when asked about viewership numbers or whatever, when like people left my community in the aftermath of October 7 because of my advocacy, I always stress that this is not, that is nothing in comparison to the overall goal of engaging in steadfast advocacy for the Palestinians so that their deaths are not in vain. So I hope people understand that, and I hope people keep pushing that as well, regardless of what the penalties are. But we'll move into something a little bit more fun right here. I want to show you some. I want to show you someone. Do you know I Show Speed? Are you familiar with this guy?
I heard about the Speed, that guy who making like a video on TikTok or something.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Here, let's take a look at this.
Israel! Free Palestine, man.
This is a goat, bro.
Where you from?
Me, I'm from Palestine.
You from Palestine?
Palestine.
You from Palestine?
Yeah.
Yo, hey, yo, just build up the Free Palestines in the chat. But what's going on? What's going on in Palestine?
Oh my God! From Israel. Hi, Israel. Hi.
Israel?
Yes.
Free the Palestine.
No. Okay. You know what?
No.
No.
They didn't accept like anyone who said like free Palestine. They don't want to Palestine to live free. They want to Palestinians like animals to deal with them like animals there, to put them in a big cage, and that's it. They didn't even accept like to someone who said like free Palestine. He didn't send like, oh, death to the Israel or death to the IDF or death to the Zionists. He said like just free Palestine.
Yeah.
But they didn't accept because they know the real thing. If Palestine will be free, there is no Israel. No Israel is not exist before.
Yeah.
What do you mean no?
We don't want to buy beach.
No. So what, bitch? What? Don't play with me.
The beach is my love. I love him. Sorry, I'm very sorry. I'm not.
Hold on, wait. Where are you from?
I'm from Israel.
Oh, you from Israel? Hey, free Palestine, bitch!
No, free Palestine. What are you saying?
What do you mean? What are you saying?
Bro, what do you mean by free Palestine? You know,
Nah.
Where you from?
I'm from Palestine.
Are you from Free you! Free you!
I know, free Palestine!
Free you! Free your daddy! Free your mama!
I'm watching your stream.
Free you, man!
Wow.
Free you, dog!
He's so funny, but he's
And
so
he's been doing this for
Yeah.
years too. That's why I love him. This is like
I'm sure he cannot do this before October 7.
No. He's been doing this before October 7. These are all
okay.
from before October 7. I don't even know what happened. I mean, this is a guy from Ohio. Okay, here he's like 17 years old or 18 years old or something. But somewhere along the way, someone close to him must have like explained to him the situation. So he's been consistently advocating for it like nonstop. You know, he's had run-ins with people like over and over again. This is all before October 7th though, where he's just
good.
He loves Cristiano Ronaldo and he wants to free Palestine.
Wow.
Yeah. And I mean, he is one of the largest, if not the largest, content creator on the planet right now too. It's pretty huge.
Yes.
But it's interesting because like it's like I never in my whole life would have expected people to engage in steadfast advocacy like that for many years. But I just wanted to show you that just to change the pace a little bit because we do. I mean, we're talking about horrible atrocities, but you are at least from my immediate reaction, you're a very humorous person. You're a very funny guy. You are. You are.
Thank you for
yeah.
that.
You're a very sociable guy too. You are. I brought him to the web summit, and he was the talk of the town. Everyone was coming up to him like, "Oh my God, Belal, you're the man."
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Habib.
Yeah,
thank
you were. And part of that is, of course, your work as well, your bravery in your work as a photojournalist, showing the world what took place. You wanted to show some of your work, right? If we want, is it on? Should we look at your Instagram?
Yeah, you can. Instagram.
Is that? Also, I want to make sure that it's not terms of service violation, though. Because unfortunately, if there's blood, I can't show it on Twitter or on Twitch.
Okay.
I'll get banned. So some of this I won't be able to show, but I urge you guys to go and yeah, I urge you guys to go and check Belal's work out as well. It's
I'm sure
Belal
most of the
KH.
people, they saw my photos, but they didn't know like who taking these photos, because I really said like the heroes, he's not the photographer. The people who's in the photographer, they are the heroes. I'm a person who didn't like to show in some photos. I always love to stay behind the camera, not in front of the camera.
Yeah, well, you got talent in front of the camera too. You're, like I say, you're very funny and very charismatic guy.
Thank you.
You're being reserved. He's modest. He's too modest. He's too humble. Okay.
Thank you.
That's what it is. Oh, also, hold on. I got something for you too. This is a photo you took of Wael al-Dahdu. Am I saying that right?
Yeah, this is Wael Dahdu. We used like to live together in Nasser Hospital during the genocide there, and he's like my father and outside here in Doha especially. He teach us a lot about like how to be a real journalist, and also even what happened for you, you need like to keep your message delivered for people. When he like bury her family, and after an hour he stand in front of the camera and kept his working, continue the coverage. We know this is like we should do it for all the journalists. They should do that and should be in the same way, because if we let them beat us, the message will not deliver to the people, and they're gonna win, and they're gonna erase all of the people if they destroyed our voices, if they destroyed our lenses to not showing the truth.
Yeah.
Let's get in some another photos that we can also
this is beautiful
about.
Too.
Yeah.
Because I think you also show, like, in spite of everything that's going on, you also show a different side as well that is oftentimes overlooked as well. Because, like, you know, the humanity of Palestinians, I think.
Yeah. So the thing is, I want to show you also. Maybe you didn't know this. The another side of me. You can open this post.
This one.
Yeah. So the second half of my personality, I'm an artist also. So this is my mural I'm doing. When I did the mural in Gaza 2021 after the war there, and I do a big mural. This one.
Wait, what is this? What is this called again? Teshib?
It's
we say in Turkish. Well, I mean it's an Arabic word, but is it teshib?
No, not tazhib. Tazhib. It's like when they're using the gold like to making the patterns, the Islamic pattern. But this is Arabic calligraphy. Yani Arab Chahat in Turkish they called it.
Yeah.
So you can pass, like you can see like multi of my murals. This one in Sudan also. I was traveling around the world just to paint on like in that area who have like refugees, who have people suffering from starvation. I went to Somalia, I went to Sudan, in Zimbabwe also.
Wow.
Yeah. I was always focusing about the people who are suffering around the world, because I'm a refugee. I used to live in Gaza as a refugee because I'm original from a village called Karatiya. When the occupation come, they fired our grandfather, our family to Gaza. So we are a refugee. This one in Belgium also. And when I was drawing there, the Belgians who didn't know like the Arabic, they said, oh, amazing. They didn't understand it, but they fall in love in Arabic calligraphy. So that was like, this is a huge building it was in Lebanon also.
Yeah, how long does it take for you to paint this?
No, it's nothing, 4 days.
God damn.
Yeah.
That's huge.
Yeah.
And it's so complex too.
Yeah, and the sad part actually, when I review like the photos, an example, when I did the mural in Lebanon, there was a friend of mine, his name Nidal Luhed, he's missing since October 7 now, and no one know about him. The Israel, they killed him or they arrest him, they didn't. The second one, when I painted Rujd al-Sarraj, he was with us in that mural, Hamza al-Dahdouh even. The Israel, they killed them. So even our memories also, the joyful moments, also they destroyed it, and it's became like a very sadness. So going back to this, I always using my art, my photography, just to send a messages like to the world, and I was focusing about the humanity, about the people who are like living in struggles, about the people who are living in a conflict area. I cover the war in Syria, I cover the war in Lebanon, I cover Armenia, Azerbaijan. Also, I went there in Zimbabwe, a lot of conflicts area. And why I do this through an art, through other, because I believe like the humanity, it's matter. The humanity, it deserve like to spend your time, to spend your everything, like to deliver a voice of one people who are suffering in area, because maybe you can help them through these tools, through the podcast, through like art, through like the journalists.
Yeah, and that everyone is I mean, no one is free until everyone is free.
Exactly.
And that a lot of people are suffering all around the world in very similar ways, and oftentimes I feel like it's very hard to hear their voices because these powerful institutions, these governments that are engaging in these atrocities don't want there to ever be a recognition. Which one do you want me to click on? This one?
We can go down. Go down.
They don't want there to be recognition of the humanity of the Palestinians. This one?
Yeah, open this one. So look at this one, yani, and when you look at this picture, you think a lot like, what is the material of these people? How like they are creating from what, when they like doing the birthday on their rebels, they want like to continue their lives. So they are standing on even all of their what they saw. Like this guy who he got engaged like 3 weeks before they destroyed his houses, and now he's celebrating with his fiance and his family on his birthday above his rebels. This picture, it was in 2019 during like a normal days. Even the bombing, the airstrike, it was happening before October 7th.
Of course.
But no one was hearing us before. The thing is like people start hearing about what's happening in Gaza after October 7 more before. So this one is like one of my favorite photos that I took it, and this is because I saw myself, I saw the Palestinian in this. We are creating for life. We love to live in free places. We love to live like a normal and in peaceful places, like anybody in the world. This is just like a simple right for the Palestinian, and the world, they don't want to give it to us.
Yeah, Israel. I mean, that's why Palestinians always say like our existence is resistance, where the occupation's goal is to obviously rid the land of the indigenous population of the Palestinians. So anyone that exists in spite of that, which requires tremendous bravery, when that shouldn't be the case at all, is basically causing a deep shame on the occupation in general.
Go down. I want to also to talk about some stories that I took it. Maybe down. This is the people who live in Al Tumama complex, the one that you want to visit it. So this is the injured people who live in Al Tumama complex. More than thousands families, they live there.
Yeah.
Most of them like who are lost one of their parts. So this is Eid al-Fitr prayers, and after Eid, they praying namaz at that moment.
Yeah.
So you can scroll also the photos and show like.
So this is actually one of the from our perspective in the Western world, we look at numbers to understand the totality of the cruelty. But I think this also gets lost in those numbers because there's a lot of back and forth about what the number of total dead is. Israel has only recently actually recognized the Palestinian Health Ministry's numbers as an official confirmation, which of course means that the true death count is most likely infinitely higher than that. And having said that, the consideration for the wounded is not even brought up in this conversation when this back and forth is happening on whether or not the Palestinian Health Ministry's numbers are accurate or not. But there's a deliberate wounding in the way that Israel engages in these sort of strikes, or even with sniper fire as well, right? That's so many of the Palestinian
I wish
youth.
you one day you can come and visit there and hear like the stories from the people who who was there. Not each floor, not each building, each flat, they have like a very complicated disaster, and they have like a also the different disaster. You can see like, look at this guy, how he got injured. He lost one leg, and the other leg, like he lost like one of his toes also.
It's a beautiful photo.
It's beautiful, but it's also carrying a lot of painfuls.
Is there this might be too tough of a question to ask, but is there a feeling of almost guilt of survival?
Of course.
Because this is something that I've felt like is.
I remember I cried just twice in the genocide. The first when I lost my friend Hamza Dahdouh, and the second when I take the airplane from Al Arish and fly to Doha, and I was hearing the bombing through that side, and I felt that I'm in a safe place. I saw the black smoke raise from Rafah city, and I see the people, they are dying there, and I'm out that moment. So I cannot handle this, and I ask myself like, why I should survive and the people they are, why I'm selfish. Is it like it's a guilt like to do this? But if I want to return, who should be like with my brother? If I bring my brother with me, maybe he will lose his life also. So it's very complicated. As I told you from the beginning, we don't have a luxury of choices. You cannot like sit and I can stay because this is the benefits, or this is like I can be like in safe area, or like I should live. No, in both you are like losing your souls. Physically in Gaza, you're gonna die there, and outside of Gaza, your soul, it's gonna be off. You don't have like, alhamdulillah, I won like a lot of global awards after the genocide, and I was invited from like Latin America to London to Europe to here Qatar, and like a big, very very big events, stayed like in 5-star 7-star hotels. But for me, I don't have a passion for this. I go there like without anything, always my brain thinking about my father, about my family who's still there in Gaza, about the people who are carrying, because I went to London to show the people who are dying in Gaza, who are suffering in Gaza. I had an exhibition called Hands Tell a Story. So I'm standing in front like the victims, and I know that they are still suffering, and I'm here. So what's the joyful in this moment? So that's why like we don't have any passion outside of Gaza. We still have a hope. One day we're gonna return, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. All right. What are some the other photos that you wanted to show me?
Go down.
This is from back when you were these are photos that you took because you left Gaza in last year, right?
Yes, 2024.
Yeah.
So we can also talk about this. So this mural, it's called Dreams. I wrote like Ahlam. It's meaning dreams in English, and I did it during the genocide when we was moving from Khan Yunis to Rafah. I felt like I need like to recharge my soul. So I always like, when I want to do this, I go through art. And at that moment, the genocide was still happening, like there was no ceasefire or something. So I took my pens and I was looking around the destroyed city in Rafah, and I found this wall. I bring the kids from the area and we wrote like the dreams. And why I do this? Because I sit with the kids there and I always like asking them, what's your dreams, what do you want? And all of them, the first answer was like, we want this war finished, we want to return to our schools, we want to stay safe, we want to. So this one, we draw it in a house that the dream is vanish from it also, because 10 people, around 10 people was killing in this airstrike in this house. So we're talking about the dreams that vanish and the dreams that also carry it with the kids that who like painting with me. So you scroll, you can see the faces of children, how they are very happy also, and they was very excited to do something, yeah, like entertainment through this.
Yeah, it's just, I mean, it's impossible for me to comprehend what it's like. But you're older than a lot of these kids. Do you feel like their development is going to be dramatically different than yours? I mean, obviously, there's always been incursions in the past, sieges upon Gaza, bombing campaigns and whatnot. But the intensity of this last this genocide since October 7, do you feel like this is permanently altered the way that the next generation of Palestinians are going to be existing?
So during the genocide, we can see like the child, they are doing what the old men doing. They carrying like the water. They standing to getting the foods. They carrying like blankets. When they evacuate, they walk for like 10 kilometers to evacuate from like northern to southern of Gaza. They help their family to build the tent. They making laundry on their hands. And I'm talking about the kids, their age, it's between like 8 years to 15 years. These kids, they are growing very early because of what they say, what they saw during this genocide. And unfortunately, we didn't see the same thing. It's nothing happened to Palestinians like what happening after October 7. So what they saw in this, I'm sure, how's their mentality? Of course, it will affect on their education. Now, 2 years they didn't go to the schools now, so they didn't get educations. Even like for the mentality, how about their dreams? They like kept like hearing the drones on their heads, the nightmares, that the screaming. Most of them, they like, of course they go past through any attack. So always they hearing the screaming, the first moment of bombing. Some of them, they bring them under the rubbles, so they will start remaining. How's the situation was when they bring them to when they bring them to the hospital, fully of blood, fully of dust. So I'm sure it's very difficult for them. But when they grow up, there is one thing they gonna like believe it, like this has happened to us just because we are calling for our right, just for we want to live in our land, in our peace. So it's one reason for them like to make them catching with this hope, because all of the Zionists, they was saying the grandfathers die, the son will forget. This is from Nakba,
yeah,
in 1948. But we are here. The sons, they didn't forget. The sons, they became more like strong. The sons, they became more like catching with this rise, fighting in any way through their education, through their like entertainment, through their dabka, maqluba, anything they fighting. We fight through art. We fight through the journalist. Anyone who have a tools there, he can fight with it.
And that's why Israel treats journalists, artists with the same severity as what they consider to be an enemy combatant.
Not just the artist and the journalist, even the people who help the people in Gaza to stay alive or to stay stand. The people who making the food, the people who distribution waters, the people who working in the medical street like doctors and the people who are planting. I remember they killed like one of an planting engineer. They killed them because he going viral in Gaza because he teaching the people how they plant next to their tents and get some like vegetables or some fruits. They killed like the clown because he was doing some entertainment for like the kids there. They killed anything or any reasons of hopes in Gaza.
Yeah, no, I know. That's what's so crazy about the internet is that, I mean, this is obviously something that you've experienced personally, but for us outside, it's something that is, it's something that's so strange to encounter because, like, I talk to people that are still in Gaza right now. There's Yusuf and his brother that you know, do Instagram posts and things like that. Another friend of mine, Omar, he was able to come to America and go to school here now. And what's interesting is you brought up Meadow, who was putting plants together and making TikTok videos and Instagram videos about, like, you know, his day to day. And when that first happened, we found out through some of his friends that he was actually a part of this community. And that's such a, I'm explaining this to the people that are watching that, like, these are real people. They play Valorant, right? They play video games. They're very tapped in on the internet. When I was talking to Yusuf, he was bringing up, rest in peace to Meadow. But it's a really strange phenomena because, like, we are so, in the past, things that were happening over here, things that were happening over there in Gaza, we were far removed from that. But I think one of the things that social media has done is to show the humanity of all of the victims of Israel's atrocities, and that has made it, I guess, more politically costly for the first time ever for Israel, and that's precisely what they've tried to stop to the best of their ability by punishing people who bravely do carry on their day-to-day lives.
So I hope that the world, like, they didn't count the victims in Gaza as a numbers, and they remember them, their names, their lives. As you said, like Mido, he had like a dreams, he had a life, he had everything, and like him, there is like 100,000.
Yeah. Is there anything else you want to show me?
There is a lot. Like we don't have much of time to talk because each photos it's have like a lot of stories, but people can visit my Instagram. And actually, unfortunately, I'm shadow banned there. My post and my photos, it cannot reach to the even to my followers. And if you search Belal KH, you will find my photos. There you can read the stories about the people there.
What do you think we can do more, especially now when there's an environment of suppression and mass censorship? What do you think people in the West can do to offer aid?
I think we need like to push more like for the government, for like through media, through like the political, through the diplomatic lines. Each one he have like his way. If I'm a student, I should tell my colleagues in the school or in the university.
Organize.
If I tell them just one story about a girl or a kid who lost his life in Gaza, that's I do something. If we talk in a post, if we did like exhibition, a screening for a film, telling, we need like to do more, not just protesting of course matter, but now we need like something to help like to rebuild the souls of Gaza's people, to open the ways. Anyone who have a chance like to get to hire some people from Gaza, I'm sure like there is like a lot of creative people, and Gazans people, they are very creative. They know how to make anything from the scratch, as you saw. So anyone who have a chance, they can hire people like through like graphic design, web design, anything that he can work online, because it's really, they need like, we need to stand with them. We need to stand to each other. also we need to keep continue talking about the crimes that's happening, especially after the ceasefire, because the people, they slept after like the ceasefire. They thought like the war is done. We need to remind them of how many crimes they do it each day, how many people they killed them in each day. And when they say like we opened the Rafah boarding, we need to show the facts of what's the opening, what's happening in real. We need to show they just allow to 5 people, to 5 injured people to let out of Gaza. So people, they will become more awareness about their lives.
Yeah, this is ongoing as well. What do you think the final goal of Israel is, if you care to elaborate on that?
The final goal, Benjamin Netanyahu, he carried it and he showed it to the media. Not just Palestine. He will occupy Palestine, Jordan, Syria, until Saudi Arabia, and a lot part of Egypt. It's not hidden. They say it like clearly.
Greater Israel.
Yeah, great of Israel. So this is the goal of Israel. And after this, they wanna go like a virus. They wanna occupy all the world, because this is the mentality of Zionists.
Yeah.
If you steal like a house, you're gonna steal a village, then you're gonna steal like a town. It's easy for you because you are a thief, and that's like the mentality of Israel.
Yeah. Yeah, I think America lets it happen because it's in line with its agenda as well. It keeps all of the other countries in check as well in the region, and they are seemingly powerless to do anything. And they are also constantly in a state of instability as well, because a united pan-Arabic movement would present a real danger not only to Israel, but even more importantly than Israel, from the American perspective, the interests of America. Because this is a very oil-rich region. This is a very important resource, and as long as America can keep all of the other countries that could present any sort of resistance against Israel in check, keep them destabilized, keep them destroyed, then they can control the natural flow, and use that as a point of leverage against other adversaries, whether it be China or even in certain instances Russia as well. Anyway, here, let me change up the pace a little bit. I got a gift. Well, I received a gift, and I wanted to share it with you.
Oh, thank you. Take it, Habib, because I have it here in Qatar. This is take it to America.
No. I want to crack it open because I want to eat it, and now you're here, so I can't eat it by myself.
Okay.
Yeah, you got to have some as well. It's a premium dates from Kinwan. Is that how you say it?
Yes, Kinwan.
Kinwan. I'm not saying it right.
Kinwan. It's a name for the dates also.
Yeah. They do these stuffed dates. And I feel like the chocolate covering is so westernized. I think I had never had a stuffed date before until I came to Qatar. I've had dates many times, of course. For those of you who don't know, you're supposed to start your open your fast. How do you say it in English? You end buyurun. Yeah, here, take one. Which one do you want? Let's see which one you're gonna pick. I want to see what your choice is gonna be.
I'm gonna take this one.
Okay. Was that? It has a fig in it, right?
Exactly. Yeah.
In the middle. Okay, I'm gonna try one of the chocolate ones. Okay. Oh, break your fast. Oh, damn, that's good. A little bit rosy, but
there is a lot of flavors here.
Yeah.
Here is also with pistachio, with also.
Yeah. This is good. Amir, you want one?
Yeah, can I put pistachio one?
Yeah.
There you go.
This is good as hell. God damn.
Mm-hmm.
Even the chocolate one's good.
Yeah.
I didn't expect it. Okay, I'm gonna have another one. Here.
Oh, خلاص, thank you. That's enough for me. Alhamdulillah, la, alhamdulillah.
Oh,
I have it in my home. No, I have it in my
figure? Is that what it is?
No. I have it in my home, and we always buy stuff.
Damn, that's good as hell. Shouts out to the chatter that gave this to me earlier today. Before I did my speech, someone came up and said, this is from one of your Qatari oilers. We call it that if you speak out against Israel, you're paid for by Qatar. So, damn, there's like peanut butter in it.
Afiyat olsun.
Crack me up. Every time we speak Turkish, it freaks me out. It's good.
Yes.
You can speak Turkish.
I can, yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, the Turkish, it's similar to Arabic language. It's easy for
There's
the one
some
who
loan
speak
words.
Arabic. Yeah, there is 7,000 words similar between Turkish and Arabic.
Oh, I
So
didn't
it's
know it was
easy.
7,000.
Yeah, no, there is.
You know, oh my God.
Yeah.
Damn.
So I think I need to go now. Thank you for hosting me, and thank you guys for. They are like 16,000, I think.
Yeah.
How many people do they saw?
There's 24,000 on Twitch
24.
and 16,000 on YouTube.
Okay, thank
it's
you
like
guys. Thank
40.
you guys, all of you. I had a lot of messages. You have a lot of fans before I came with you. That like you're gonna show with Hassan. So,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, he had no idea who I was beforehand. Okay, don't listen to him. He's lying.
So it's nice, pleasure to meet you, Hassan. Pleasure
Yeah.
to meet you here. And
Are you gonna come to America
Inshallah,
anytime soon?
after Trump gone, inshallah.
Yeah, inshallah. Yeah.
And maybe the Americans they gonna like come here.
Yeah.
No one knows.
Americans are here already.
No, I mean as the refugees.
Oh.
Like Ukraine or
Yeah.
maybe.
Well,
no one knows.
You know, that's actually interesting. This is something that I connect before you leave. I know you're trying to go right now. It's late as hell here, but this is something that I try to connect to Americans as well all the time, because now there's a lot of ICE protests that are happening.
Yes, yeah, I see.
ICE is this immigration force that is, they're masked. They use Israeli surveillance technology. They get trained by Israel, and they have a very similar construct to the way in which the Israeli occupational forces operate as a constant presence in the West Bank. Like constantly bullying people, constantly harassing people, killing them, kidnapping them, hurting them. And the resistance that has started in the United States of America in some ways has reminded me of what I have covered for years and years about Palestinians in general, from the first Intifada all the way to what has evolved into the Palestinian resistance now. And there was a guy, I was in Minneapolis. It was minus 35 degrees or minus 35 degrees Fahrenheit. So, minus 30
Freezing.
Celsius. It's freezing. It's beyond
Yes.
freezing. Your fingertips start going numb after like 2-3 minutes, even if you have gloves on. And there was this guy who came up to me and he had a Palestinian flag at the protest, at the anti-ICE protest. And he asked, I felt a little embarrassed to bring this to this protest because I thought, maybe this is not relevant. Maybe this is not, about what's going on here. And I tried to explain to him and everyone else that was listening at the time that these issues are united. These issues are actually quite similar to one another, both the tactics of the occupational forces, but also the atrocities that will only continue to grow. And what I mean by that is not just the imperial boomerang, that Gaza is used as a laboratory for experiments of heinous war crimes that will then inevitably be used on the domestic front, but also that Minneapolis is a line of defense against other states, and Palestinians are actually a line of defense against colonial powers behaving in this way. So when Palestinians are fighting for their lives, fighting for their existence, they're not just fighting for themselves, but they're fighting for everybody else as
For
well.
everybody, exactly. Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's what they're saying from the beginning of the. If they attack us now, they're gonna attack you later, and it's happened. They attack Syria, they attack Lebanon, they attack Yemen, they attack Qatar also.
Yeah.
Yani Qatar, who was like making the negotiation between they attack it. So Gaza and Palestine, they are like the wall who are always like keep protecting all of the area around
Fighting
it.
for humanity.
Yeah, if this wall fallen, all of the castles around it, it's gonna fall.
Yeah. No, absolutely. Well,
Yeah.
thank you so much
Thank you,
for
Hassan.
coming on.
Thank you.
Belal, you're incredible.
Thank you.
I'm honored to meet you, and I'm honored that you graced our presence on the broadcast. All right. Thank you, Amir.
See you.
What? Oh, you want to take a selfie?
Yeah, okay, bye.
All right, bye, guys. Oh, man. What a crazy world we live in, huh, guys? What a crazy world we live in. All right, we're going to move back to my regular news coverage after that. It's kind of strange to make this pivot back, but I was trying to do my very best to keep it sometimes light as well, while also simultaneously talking about like some very serious issues too. Hasan, where were you when you went offline last night? What is this? Saif al-Islam Gaddafi, son of late Libyan leader Muammar Gaddafi, has been assassinated. Okay, come on, bro. Imagine knowing the world would be like this when we were teenagers. Lol, I'd like it to stop. I know. It's pretty fucking devastating.
Just days before.
All right. Now we're going to talk about the Epstein files, which I didn't get to. But the Clintons, they're whistleblowers blowing the whistle on themselves. Iran just launched Hellfire missiles towards base in Qatar. Okay, bro, are you fucking joking? Are you being fucking serious? Don't joke like that, okay? Come on. I'm right here, motherfucker.
Where Congress was set to potentially hold them in contempt, former President Bill Clinton and former Secretary of State Hillary Clinton have agreed to give depositions as part of a House committee's investigation into sex offender Jeffrey Epstein. For months, the Clintons held their ground against Republican Chairman James Comer's subpoenas, dismissing his demands for in-person depositions as legally toothless and invalid, and slamming the investigation as a political hit job.
This appeared to be a high-stakes game of chicken where both sides were standing off to see who would flinch first. The answer seems to be the Clintons.
But after some Democrats said they would join Republicans in recommending contempt charges, the Clintons have now agreed to testify.
If the committee had gone forward and filed formal charges and the DOJ had prosecuted, the Clintons were looking at up to a year in prison and a $100,000 fine each.
Neither Bill nor Hillary Clinton has been accused of wrongdoing, and they both deny having any knowledge of Epstein's crimes. They proposed alternatives to in-person testimony, recently offering to sit for a 4-hour transcribed interview. But Chairman Comer balking at that offer, claiming the former president would try to run out the clock by giving unnecessarily long answers. Comer saying the former president has an established record of being a loquacious individual. And overnight, Comer appearing skeptical that the depositions will actually happen, saying the Clintons' counsel has said they agree to terms, but those terms lack clarity yet again, and they have provided no dates for their depositions. If the depositions do happen, it would be the first time a former president had testified before Congress since Gerald Ford.
The House committee says it needs more clarity on what the Clintons are offering. Any depositions will almost certainly take place behind closed doors.
It only gets worse from here. We're going back into the 3 million documents. So far, we mostly covered how billionaires lied about their relationship with Epstein and/or got blackmailed in the drafts, eventually killing their marriage. We talked about Howard Lutnick, how he lied about meeting Epstein, although he still denies this. And we also talked about some horrible accusations against Trump and Bill Clinton, although we were clear that they are unverified. Now, some people have responded to the release, like Elon Musk, saying that no one fought harder for the full release of the Epstein files than I did. Ironically, he claims that he knew that the playbook of the far-left propagandists and legacy media is admit nothing, deny everything, and making counter-accusations, saying he had never set foot on Epstein's creepy island or attended parties, despite the fact we saw last time that Elon was asking to be invited to the party. What day night would be the wildest party on your island? Nevertheless, I think it's an interesting point. The playbook, as we get into this much darker side of the 3.5 million files, you're going to notice this trend is true, that everyone we're going to talk about, basically they admit nothing, they deny everything, and then they usually make counter accusations against other people in the files. Almost no one has faced any kind of consequences for this whole thing, leading me to wonder, why is it that it seems like really only in the rest of the world has anyone faced anything? I mean, you've got the former Prince Andrew losing his title. You've got the Slovakia National Security Advisor resigning over the Epstein links. But in America, I'm really hard-pressed to think of anyone who has actually faced any kind of accountability. I think Larry Summers stepped back voluntarily. But other than that, it's hard to think of anyone who's faced any kind of justice. In fact, arguably, Ghislaine Maxwell's life is better than it was previously since these Epstein files have dropped. And what's crazy about this is that we know that the government story is false. Remember, the FBI documents showed they had 10 co-conspirators they were investigating. We also got an old draft of an indictment where they had several co-defendants with Epstein. Now, of course, we know these were never ultimately charged. This was back in 2005, but just imagine all the way back in 2005, where these charges are from, we already had evidence that Epstein was not working alone, and like, of course he's not. But now we're going to talk a little bit about how the scheme operated. Now, to be clear, we're going to talk in a second about the laundering of Epstein's reputation, the people who protected him this whole time. But right now, I want to talk about how Epstein got some of these girls in the first place, because the Epstein files provide an interesting look behind the curtains. Obviously, we know Ghislaine Maxwell was helping, whether it be...
Trump is live and has signed a bill to reopen the government.
Drug dealers. I can't believe in Minnesota that they want to have...
All right, we'll get back to the Epstein thing in a little bit.
I just don't believe it. Maybe somebody says it's good politics. I don't think it's good politics. I think it's really bad. The other thing we can't lose sight of is you probably have in Minnesota, and it's worse in some places like California, $19 billion in fraud. And we're going to find out, you know, we're very deep into that investigation, but we're not going to forget that. A lot of people think that a lot of this nonsense that's going on is to try and, hide what's going on with respect to the fraud. They have at least $19 billion. You know, you're hearing 9. Now I'm hearing it's 19, and it's probably much more. So why
is the audio so
they
low?
Talk about incompetence. I think it's not incompetence. I think it's just pure fraud. These are dishonest people. They're bad people. I think they hate our country, and we're going to get to the bottom of it. But don't let this hide the fact that you have tremendous fraud. And, you know, if we find the fraud in this country, you'll have a balanced budget without even cutting anything. You'll literally have a balanced budget. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, in Colombia, are you planning to work with President Petro to fight guerrilla groups and terrorist organizations in Venezuela?
Well, they want me to do that, and we will. We're getting along very well in Venezuela with the leadership. Very, very well. You know, we took in 50 million barrels of oil. It's right now heading to Houston. And we're getting along very well with them, but we're going to work with them, yes.
Mr. President, a few months ago, you had in your office here Peter Mandelson, the British ambassador. You were shaking hands with him over a trade deal. He's today been forced to resign from the House of Lords, the upper house of the British Parliament, over his links to Jeffrey Epstein. Just wondered if you had any reaction to that, since obviously he was...
I didn't know about it, but I really don't know too much about it. I know who he is. It's too bad. You know, speaking of Epstein, I will say this. A reporter named Wolf and Epstein conspired. This just came out yesterday in the millions of pages of documents, how crazy this is. Conspired against me in order to fight like hell to make sure I lose the election. That's the only thing that was mentioned about me. Now, about them.
Yeah, the audio is low because the noise gate is off on Trump's side because he's not near a microphone. So when he farts, we can all hear it, and it can become an international incident.
And Epstein conspired against me. Did you know that, Mr. Senator? Did you know that? They conspired against me.
Did you know that, Mr. Senator?
So that takes care of Epstein as far as Trump is concerned. But you got a lot of Democrats out there that are very much involved with Epstein. But I'll be honest with you, you got to get back to running the country, too.
Did you
millions and millions every week. You know, when Epstein was alive, nobody cared about him. When he's dead, they care about him. But it's really a Democrat problem. It's not a Republican, it's a Democrat problem. The only problem Republicans have is that we have to get back to, number one, running our country, and then number two, very importantly, letting the public know what a great job we're doing. We have the greatest economy in the history of the world. We have $18 trillion being spent. The record was $3 trillion many years ago, not by us, by another country. I won't say the country. Yeah, please.
Did you read those new files, Mr. President, that came out?
Have you been briefed on Savannah Guthrie's mom missing in Arizona?
I think it's terrible.
Would you commit to more federal agents, like helping out on the search?
Sure, I would. I'm going to call her later on. I think it's a terrible thing. I always got along very good with Savannah. Very unusual situation.
What if you weren't?
Have you heard anything?
What if you didn't?
Democrats who were in there. Elon Musk was also in there, and so was your Commerce Secretary Howard Lutnick, and correspondence that he had with him. Did you read those new files that were published by the Department of Justice?
I didn't. I have a lot of things I'm doing. A lot of things I'm doing. I don't know. You mentioned two names. I'm sure they're fine. I'm sure they're fine. Otherwise, it would have been major headlines.
A lot of women who are survivors of Epstein's are unhappy with those redactions that came out. Some of them, entire witness interviews are totally blacked out. Do you think that they should be more transparent?
That they thought they released too much. You know, I heard that, and you tell me something else. No. I think it's really time for the country to get onto something else. Now that nothing came out about me, other than there was a conspiracy against me, literally, by Epstein and other people. But I think it's time now for the country to maybe get onto something else.
But what would you say to people who feel like they haven't gotten justice, Mr. President?
Something that people care about. Yeah, what do you say?
What would you say to the survivors who feel like they haven't gotten justice?
You are the worst reporter. No wonder CNN has no ratings because of people like you. You know, she's a young woman. I don't think I've ever seen you smile. I've known you for 10 years. I don't think I've ever seen a smile.
Well, I'm asking you about survivors of Jeffrey Epstein.
You know why you're not smiling? Because you know you're not telling the truth. And you're a very dishonest organization, and they should be ashamed of you.
These are survivors of a sexual abuser.
And the bill that was just passed does not include your healthcare savings account. So this is a question for you and maybe for Mr. Speaker as well.
I'm so proud of the healthcare savings accounts because it's going to happen. And hopefully, instead of insurance, and I hope this happens, and I hope you guys can do it, let the insurance companies not do quite as well. You know, they're going up 15, 16, 17, 100%. Think of it. The money should be paid directly to the people. You know, trillions of dollars goes out. The money should go to the people. They should buy their own health care. It could be in a health care, account, savings account, any account you want to make. The money should go to the people. The people should buy their own health care, and they're going to save a lot of money, and they're going to have much better health care. And it's very simple. The problem is the Democrats are owned by those insurance companies. They're owned lock, stock, and barrel. And the Democrats will never vote on it because the Republicans should get that through. And you know how you get it through?
Quiet
the
Piggy,
filibuster.
thank you for the gift
Get
of
rid of the
subs.
filibuster and start voting. Yes.
Mr. President, today we heard that the Clintons set deposition dates to testify before the House Oversight Committee. Any reaction to that related to
I think it's a shame, to be honest. I always liked him. Her, yeah. Well, yeah, she's a very capable woman. She was better in debating than some of the other people, I will tell you that. She was smart woman. I hate to see it in many ways. I hate to see it. But, then I look at me. They went after me like, they wanted me to go to jail for the rest of my life. Then it turned out I was innocent, very innocent. I had a friend that said, a very smart friend, he's a very wealthy man, knows the life, streetwise guy. He said, you have to be the most honest person anywhere in the world because there's never been anybody who's been examined up and down. I had hundreds of thousands of pages of documents, millions of pages. With all of that, they found absolutely nothing wrong. Remember, his tax returns, they fought for years and years. And then the Supreme Court, I was surprised, they ruled I had to give my tax returns. I'm the only one that had to ever do that. I had to give my tax returns. I gave my tax returns. They hired the best accounting firms in the world. They found nothing. And this friend of mine said, you have to be the most honest person in the world. He actually said, me referring to him, I'm a pretty honest guy, but I could have never withstood that. They've gone through millions and millions of pages, and here I sit winning an election in a landslide, winning the popular vote, winning all 7 swing states, winning 86% of the counties in the United States. That's why those maps that you see are all red. And so they tried to put me in jail. And I shouldn't feel this way, but I feel badly that they have to go through that. But then I say, but they did far worse than me. They wanted to put me in jail. Think of it. I was a very good president. We had a great first term. Rebuilt the military, biggest tax cuts ever, biggest regulation cuts ever. But, I will say this, I think I can say, what do you think, Lindsay? My second term is blowing my first term away. And my first term was really good.
Reagan plus,
yeah. Well, whatever. Thank you very much.
Thank you, press. Is he going to fart again?
Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Let's go. Start moving. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Thank you, press. Go. Thank you, press. Thank you, press.
Whenever they say thank you, press, they say it so condescendingly. Like, it's like, we get it. Like, you're not actually thanking the press. You know what I mean? I feel like you're saying fuck you, press. You're not saying thank you, press. He got so mad at Caitlin Collins for asking about Epstein instead of moving on to the next topic. I know. He is an unbelievable petty tyrant and a total baby. even though he's also a fucking monster. Classic case. So yeah, there wasn't anything super new there. Obviously, nothing we haven't heard of thus far. Normal stuff. He farted again. Okay, stop it, dude. What?
They said, he's on a generational run. It's a generational, very weird and fawning and pathetic. You want a generational run? Here's a generational run for you. Ready?
Get farted on, idiot. I just did. I just got dookied on.
For sure, the girls talk them into stuff, but now we have emails of a different side of the scheme. It says, yesterday I spoke to Daniel Syed, who Jean-Luc Brunel describes as a scout or recruiter of girls or women for Jeffrey Epstein. Attached to this incoming email from Brunel is the contact information he has for Syed. And then they blacked out his number and email. But digging into Jeffrey's emails with Daniel shows that he was constantly sending him links to girls. It shows Jeffrey Epstein paying Daniel 3,000 euros, which, to be clear, was the amount that was agreed to by Jean-Luc Brunel. Quote, Dominique, we will pay him 3,000 euros each month for scouting for a 6-month period. On all models we will get him, we will pay him 5% commission on their earnings. Imagine it's like baseball or it's like basketball. You're scouting for, I hate to use the word talent, but that's really what this guy was doing. He was going around the globe trying to find people for Jeffrey Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. According to one lawsuit, Epstein trafficked a Jane Doe to Jean-Luc Brunel many times. It describes their operation as this. Many of the girls came from poor countries or impoverished backgrounds. He lured them in with a promise of making good money. Quote, Brunel has been a model scout for various modeling agencies for many years, and he was apparently able to get U.S. passports for young girls to work as models, eventually, of course, being sent to Jeffrey Epstein. Now, it should be noted that Jean-Luc Brunel himself died in prison by hanging, and that's while he was being accused of horrible crimes related to trafficking and minors. So this guy is not a good guy. He was part of the op, along with Daniel Syed, who was...
Maybe that's why Jeffrey Epstein killed himself, because he got sad. Because his best friend also killed himself under very similar circumstances. Have you ever thought about that? No, I guess not.
Also scouting on behalf of Epstein and Jean-Luc Brunel. They had their agreement. Here's a sample of how this would work. Jeffrey Epstein asked him to take a full body shot of someone. Daniel Syed says, now she is really skinny, I will do Polaroid. Jeffrey Epstein asks for a copy of her passport and then asks, how many tickets do you want for Woody, meaning Woody Allen? He says 2. Okay, thank you. Full body if possible. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, doesn't look too happy. Comments on her body. And then he says she is very sweet. I'll skip a few of the sordid details here. They comment about her body extensively. And then Jeffrey Epstein says, I sent a request. Does she want to come out to Paris on Sunday? He says, I will invite to come. And this is basically how it worked. Daniel Syed flew around the world looking for women, sending photos to Jeffrey Epstein, who then would get copy of their passports and bring him to the States. Here's an example of this. Daniel Syed brings him a girl. They didn't redact this name, but I'm going to do it. He says, very nice, easygoing, dream to work in the United States or visit the United States working as a model in Dubai. He asks age. Daniel says 22 or 23. I forgot to ask her. She looks younger. I have her number if you want to call her. She was going to send this evening. And this happens over and over. At one point, he talks about a Thai actress. Jeffrey Epstein says he can see her on Wednesday, and then he complains that she...
It's pretty wild that so many people try to keep up the facade that Jeffrey Epstein was, either like a sex criminal in his own might and had nothing to do with the client list or the social elite that he was consistently surrounding himself with. Or even my favorite take, and I did not know this, but there's a Destiny take out there who is, because he's consistently wrong. He's on the wrong side of every fucking argument for some goddamn reason. He also apparently talked about the Epstein stuff back in the day on the Iced Coffee podcast, where he quite literally said, oh, it's whatever. It's just like a rub and tug. Like Jeffrey Epstein was like maybe getting rub and tugs for his friends, and it's not that big of a deal. Overwhelming majority are of age. Some might have been like a little bit underage, and it's not the end of the world. Like something along those lines, which is insane.
He wants to meet in a restaurant. I don't do that in New York. And then says she didn't even respond. Not nice. The point is, a lot of these girls were looking to come to the United States for one reason or another, for some kind of dream. They would ask for passports or visas, and then ultimately get sent here by this network of people who would later be accused of trafficking or other abuses. Now, to be clear, there have not been charges against Daniel Syed, and the government, remember, says they have no evidence to go even predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties. So it's a little bit bizarre to be reading about this scouting operation for Jeffrey Epstein, the way he recruited girls, and then be told, yeah, nothing to see here. Yeah, one of the scouts was like this, like, who himself in jail. But no, there's no one else here, even though there's definitely guys floating around. Even though we literally have redacted defendants in our old draft of an indictment. We have nothing to do. We can't possibly imagine.
No co-conspirators. No co-conspirators. Come on, stop. Don't look into that. Todd Blanche said it's not a crime to party with Jeffrey Epstein, when it quite literally is. Okay, it is. Oh, this is the old Matt Iglesias. Actually, it's a Phoebophilia defense. Do you take on Epstein on iced coffee hour?
I want to know about Jeffrey Epstein.
What about him? What a disappointment. My God.
You have all of the answers, right? To Jeffrey Epstein?
Here's what happened. Here's what people wanted there to be. People think that there are a bunch of politicians and billionaires that are raping kids all day long, and they love that theory. It's just such a fun, awesome theory. Hillary Clinton was involved in it. Bill Clinton was involved in it. Prince Andrew, all the billionaires, they're all of them. Okay. And then when a story like this comes out, yes, you finally, okay, QAnon, the pizza shop, everything is coming together. Okay. This is it. The child billionaire politician sex rape ring. Finally. And I think what probably actually happened was you had a billionaire guy like Epstein, who was a pervert, who paid off a ton of girls, not even the majority of them, a minority of them were underage, to come over, give him massages, maybe give his friends massages, and sometimes jerk him off. But the vast majority of it was probably legal. The majority of it probably weren't minors. There were a few that were. I think 2 confirmed, only 2. And he just, like, sometimes he would, like, send girls to go and, like, rub and tug his fucking friends or whatever. And that's it.
Do you think that any of it could have been for blackmail?
No. Absolutely.
How is this man? First of all, only 2 child rapes or whatever is a crazy argument. Okay. Just a little bit of child rape on the side. Only 2. Great argument. Okay. But overall, it is quite remarkable how he is so consistently on the fucking wrong side. Like, he is notoriously wrong. I don't understand it. I don't know what it is. Is it the contrarian brain or whatever? I don't know what's going on. I don't know if it's because he's, like, constantly presenting himself as, like, in opposition to whatever I'm presenting. And then he, unfortunately for him, ends up running into this issue because I happen to be right. And then he, by definition, happens to be wrong. It's just pretty funny. This is from a couple of years prior, by the way. I just saw a clip of this.
I won't say absolutely not, but right now there is 0 evidence whatsoever of that at all. And the idea
this is bullshit. I wonder if his position has evolved since then, but it's just very, very interesting. Let's get back to it.
Anything. And that brings me to one of the frustrating parts of these whole files is the redactions. I mean, I know I've been over this, but it's a different thing. In the past, the files were sort of overly redacted to protect people. The problem this time is not only are a lot of people still being protected, like literally the names of the people they were going to charge, you couldn't argue those are victims, but the work with
Ethan Klein on Piers Morgan? Shut the fuck up. Are you joking?
We're here.
What if went to storm a synagogue? Benny Johnson versus Ethan Klein on Don Lemon? Epstein and Ice? Wait, please don't tell me that Ethan Klein got dunked on by fucking Benny Johnson. My heart can't stand that. That's too much. Ain't no fucking way. I hope he was able to put together a decent argument here. Anyway, we'll maybe take a look at it later.
It's done so sloppy that oftentimes you'll find that the DOJ has uploaded 2 documents that are functionally identical, and they redacted one but not the other, letting you see what's ultimately behind the mask, which is dumb because sometimes the thing they're redacting is Jeffrey Epstein's name. Or other times it's somebody who clearly is not a victim, because then you see the non-redacted copy and you're like, yeah, that's clearly not a victim. So it's a little strange what they seem to have done here. Let me give you a for instance. So we have this message from somebody whose name is blacked out, and we see participants, and then we see Jeffrey Epstein is involved, right? And it says, we need to work around your 38. We need to push back on the lies, then crush the pedo trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Now, I want to know who's doing that. Who's trying to rebuild Jeffrey Epstein's image?
Steve Bannon, even in certain instances, might have been Noam Chomsky as well, who said something similar to that. Maybe not under those certain terms, but something along those lines. It was pretty fucking devastating to see and read that. Alan Dershowitz is another one. I mean, there are so many. Jeffrey Epstein was surrounded by people who are fairly aware of his sex crimes and were totally on board with it and took it to lengths that you wouldn't believe. They wanted to defend it. They normalized, justified, and defended it. And yeah, just a monstrous group of individuals.
Well, we go ahead, we scroll down, and we see that Jeffrey Epstein sends something. He says, in any bar where drinking age is 18, and you see the participant is once again blacked out. But underneath it, in a separate file, we see Steve Bannon, a famous political figure, is in here, and he's saying the same thing. He says, first, we need to push back on the lies, then crush the trafficking narrative, then rebuild your image as a philanthropist. Guys, why did you censor out his name? Or, like, why was that censored at all? I don't understand. And I certainly don't understand why Jeffrey Epstein's name in this one is censored. So Jeffrey's not censored in this one, but Bannon is. And then
you see, you don't understand. He's a victim. That's what it is. How are they so incompetent, bro? They literally did not redact some of the victims' names. I cannot believe it. It is unbelievable. They did not redact some of the victims' names, and then they ended up redacting, once again, the names of Steve Bannon and numerous other people who are very clearly co-conspirators. It's just, half of it is fuck ups, half of it must be by design. I do think that, like, the lack of redactions for some of the victims is almost to, like, punish the victims, I assume. I don't know. It's just, it doesn't make no sense.
Is not censored in this one, and Epstein is. And sometimes this creates the bizarre impression that they are censoring for victim names or for some, like, kind of victim status or for some reason. And then you see the other file and you're like, wait, why did you do this? It's just very poorly done throughout. That's just something I wanted to comment on, is not only did they once again not fully redact things because they were sloppy, but also, like, victims' names got stuck in this. Like, girls' names appear sometimes, and, like, I'm not sure, are they supposed to be redacted? Because they're redacted over here. They're not over here. I can kind of figure out who it is. It's just kind of a mess. I needed to point that out. You know, other times we have things like this, like Brock Pierce, a co-founder of Tether, also known as the biggest stable coin in the world. He sent a message to Jeffrey Epstein with the subject line, Anastasia, and then it's just a bunch of redacted stuff with a few untitled JPEGs in here. And so, you know, you're thinking to yourself, what is this? Is he sending some illicit media? Like, what is this? Well, then we have this page where it wasn't redacted. I put that little dark square that I didn't know if this should have been redacted or not. But it's like a bunch of JPEGs. Now, does that contain victims? Is Brock Pierce sending photos of victims? I don't know because of the way the government did this. But underneath, it says, the Ukraine is now my favorite country, smiley face, Brock Pierce, with the subject line, Anastasia. I don't know what to make of that. I'm just saying the redactions, like the way they did this, is not good. But now let's...
We've brought this up already, but it is truly remarkable that, like, at least in European countries, the people that are involved with Jeffrey Epstein in any capacity are actually unironically getting punished right now. Maybe not the super wealthy, but at least, like, the politicians are. And you know for a fucking fact that not a single American politician can be touched. Not a single.
Turn to Steve Bannon and his we're gonna crush the trafficking narrative, because this guy, oh boy, has been revealed in the files to being like Jeffrey's right-hand PR man. I mean, this guy was filming basically a documentary about Jeffrey Epstein in order to rehabilitate his image. And some of it has actually leaked to the public. It's been interesting to watch how that's been received. But the funny thing is that originally Jeffrey Epstein's plan was to just do a YouTube video, like an apology, like a old school 2016, turn on the camera for authenticity. And
respect. Yeah, that'll do it. Totally. That'll fucking do it. Bust out the ukulele, baby. Fuck it.
You know, he says, do you think...
Let's be real, dude. If Jeffrey Epstein didn't fucking die when he did, and if he just held out for a little bit longer, he could have become a legend in the right. I mean, post-mortem, there is this legendary status that he is arriving at for some weird fucking reason amongst the pedophilic neo-Nazi right now. But if he was alive right now and he was like, I hate woke, I hate the wokes, I'm Mr. Anti-Woke, he 100% would have his image rehabilitated and people would be talking about how fucking based he is. People would be talking about how awesome he is and how it's dope to do sex crimes to children. Okay? Jeffrey Epstein's biggest failure was that he died before he could have just done a right-wing pivot. Straight up. I mean, look at Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate is like small fry Jeffrey Epstein.
I can do my own video interview and upload it to YouTube. No sandbagging, interview format, or like a diary piece. Steve Bannon says if you do an interview, it can't be like Johnny does a YouTube. It has to be amazingly professional and perfectly cut. Then Jeffrey Epstein responds, Woody, we assume Woody Allen, because they were close, said he would help edit. Not sure how to stage, what points to make. But better than trying to do an interview that I have no experience doing. Goal is to humanize the monster. Anything written carries little weight, to which Steve Bannon replies, yes, Jeffrey Epstein, should it be an interview format, interviewed by me? They start talking about, like, how do we do this? Humor, apology, how did I get rich? Question mark, topics. Their brainstorming, how do we trick the public into seeing me as...
He would definitely go on Rogan. Brother, Jeffrey Epstein has spiritually gone on Rogan because piece by piece, the amount of people his dick has been inside of that have gone on Joe Rogan has basically made it so that Jeffrey Epstein has been on Joe Rogan himself. Okay? Peter Thiel, Mark Andreessen, Elon Musk, so many other billionaires and you know, adjacent characters. I mean, fucking Mark Zuckerberg. He even had a shorter relationship with Mark Zuckerberg, but he was apparently around Mark Zuckerberg as well. Considering that, I mean, dude, I feel like the Joe Rogan experience is basically a network where Joe goes and finds Joe goes and finds Epstein's besties to bring onto the show. Yeah, Lawrence Krauss, Steven Pinker, Elon Musk, Peter Attia, Peter Thiel, Donald Trump. This doesn't even scratch the fucking surface. Virtually every single person.
More than a monster. Now, funny enough, right before this, Jeffrey Epstein asks about a dinner with Woody, and then he says, or too many pedos in one place. And you gotta love the self-awareness there. Now, I don't know what he meant by that. To be clear, I'm not making that accusation against Woody Allen. We'll talk about him in a second. That's Jeffrey Epstein saying that. I think what's interesting to point out, though, is how all these rich and powerful people are circling the wagons to try to protect Jeffrey Epstein's reputation, right? This is a guy who at this point has been known for years to have pled guilty to these 2008 charges. This was an open secret. And so Steve Bannon goes along though anyways, and he films this documentary. Now what's interesting is he starts talking about the documentary and he starts saying, I'm watching our second hour now. Guys were blown away. I didn't think it was strong at the time, but I was wrong. Need huge part about threat of AI versus reality, threat of climate change. And this is where the notes start going back and forth of how can we get you to think of other things? So part of the conceit of this big interview of Jeffrey Epstein was to try to humanize him and actually present him as this genius, everyman, quirky guy with a...
Yeah, this was the express purpose of Steve Bannon's quote-unquote deposition, which he changed after the fact, post-mortem. It was to gear him up and do PR for Jeffrey Epstein when they knew that the international sex trafficker stuff was coming back to light.
Few flaws, right? They knew they couldn't run away from the crimes. To quote, in Bannon's words, yes, 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 of course, but we must counter rapists who traffics in female children to be by world's most powerful, richest men. That can't be redeemed. You can't redeem the unredeemable. You are a lot of things which we will show, but you are not that. Bannon is aware that, like, they can't fully embrace the Epstein thing. They have to kind of make it about more than that. And if you see the YouTube clip going around, that's what that is. And it's been so interesting to watch the reaction because you see, even for people who've been prepped with the idea that this is basically propaganda, some of them still fall for it. They post things like, oh, cat.
Yes. Talking about the Rockefellers over and over again. I listened to the interview. I listened to big parts of the interview this morning. And people are picking apart bits and pieces of it, but it is, you know how I say money has never been more fake than it is at this point in time? Humans have never been more cattle than at this point in time, okay? I swear to God, a fucking medieval peasant is less cattle than the average American person. We are maxed out on being cattle.
Who is casually confirming the world's conspiracies because he's talking about 2008. But guys, that's the whole deception. They're like trying to be like, hey, this guy, this horrible monster, he's going to tell you the secrets of the inside club. So you think That's the whole thing. That's how they're getting away with this. It's not some kind of, oh, he happened to want to talk about this. This is all premeditated. This has gone through revisions. They even called Jeffrey Epstein the smartest guy in the room.
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room, right? You know that.
It's honestly ridiculous anyone believes the false conceit of, you're obviously the smartest man in the room. You could tell.
Jeffrey Epstein, and I say this sincerely, is not the smartest guy in any room, okay? There are points in this interview where he is so up his own fucking asshole that he says, unironically, yeah, you know what? Plato and Socrates never actually wrote. Writing is actually bad. It's bad for your brain. It causes you to narrow your focus. He said that because he's fucking illiterate and he's coping. In some of the rooms he was in, the other pedophile elite, maybe? No. He's an exceptionally dumb person.
The world's secrets. I mean, this guy, honestly, he talks about some of his engagements, like with the Rockefeller board, and he tries to say that owning a calculator is why he got that.
It was very advanced in those days to have a Texas Instrument calculator where it could, by putting in the numbers, it would multiply.
That's not what he's trying to say. I think he's trying to say that like you can't really calculate reputation, and he had reputation and he was of good stock.
Multiply for you to do square roots. And that was the first, and everyone who had a calculator was already advanced on Wall Street. The most important parts of business were really now going to calculations. Places like Rockefeller needed someone to say, look, we're entering a different world where numbers and the numbers of companies, portfolio management was going to be balanced. It was going to be statistical. Jeffrey, could you come on the board, potentially sit on the finance committee?
So we're honestly supposed to believe that Jeffrey Epstein got onto this prestigious Rockefeller board because he had a calculator, but also that he's the smartest guy in the room, the smartest.
Okay, maybe I'm pretty sure he then moves on from the calculator to talk about his reputation and why, beyond the calculations that he was able to do because he knew how to use a fucking Texas Instrument at the time when apparently no one knew. He talks about his reputation, and he talks about how he comes from good stock, and that's the reason why they hired him on the board. It's bullshit. All of it is bullshit.
Man on Wall Street. And let's not talk about those horrific crimes he committed because, you know, he's not really such a bad guy after all. But it wasn't just Steve Bannon that was trying to humanize or giving advice on how to humanize Epstein. It was also Richard Branson, the famous billionaire. He was caught emailing Jeffrey Epstein saying, "Dear Jeffrey, it was really nice seeing you yesterday. The boys in water sports can't stop speaking about it. Anytime you are in the area, would love to see you as long as you bring your harem." I don't know. That's not that ambiguous, guys. I think we can imagine what that means. But anyway.
God damn. I mean, that's expected, but it's so funny that it's like, God damn, dude.
He says, one, I think if Bill Gates was willing to say that you've been a brilliant advisor to him, that you slipped up many years ago by sleeping with a 17-and-a-half-year-old and were punished for it, that you've more than learned your lesson and have done nothing that's against the law since. And yes, as a single man, you have a penchant for women, but there's nothing wrong with that. Anyway, something along those lines. He's giving him PR advice. How to get your reputation back. Hey, Jeffrey, privately, I loved you. You can come back anytime with your harem. Jeffrey Epstein responds, nice seeing you. Thanks for your hospitality. I appreciate your public relations thoughts. Now, according to the New York Times, a Branson representative said the two had a business meeting and stressed the women were adults and had not attended the meeting. All above board. That's what everyone says, by the way. Remember what Elon Musk said, right? That's the playbook. Admit nothing, deny everything. Speaking of, remember Howard Lutnick, who we showed on video saying that he had never seen Epstein since 2005.
So I was never in the room with him socially, for business, or for even philanthropy. If that guy was there, I wasn't going because he's gross.
Although also calling him the greatest blackmailer ever.
This guy was the greatest blackmailer ever.
Well, also according to the Times, Lutnick said he spent zero time with him, even though there are emails basically to the contrary, where Epstein is saying, nice seeing you after the conviction. I mean, these people, not only are they lying, they won't even admit when they've been caught lying. But now let's talk about Prince Andrew, too, who was caught lying over a woman at some kind of a party. I mean, just not a good, this is not doing you any favors, you know. I know Prince Andrew soon will probably be on the comeback tour. It's going to be a bunch of highly paid PR execs. Maybe Steve Bannon can jump in, shoot another 5-hour podcast trying to rehabilitate him. Like, Prince Andrew, what's the secret behind the royal family?
Look, you're the smartest guy in the room,
But again, has he admitted anything? Has he denied?
Okay, I'm going to admit something. In a room where Jeffrey Epstein and Prince Andrew are together, that's the one room where Jeffrey Epstein is the smartest guy in the room. I take it back. We found a room. If there's one guy who's just as pedophilic, but even fucking dumber than Jeffrey Epstein, it's Prince Andrew.
Everything. Now, we should also probably talk about Noam Chomsky as well, the guy behind the book Manufacturing Consent, which in hindsight, maybe we should have suspected something. But either way, he also...
No. Look. I need everyone to fucking take a deep breath here, okay? Because I've been seeing some people that I have a lot of respect for say crazy stuff on the timeline. I'm not going to name names, but I've seen people say crazy shit on the timeline. First of all, there's the Parenti-Chomsky rivalry, right? The MLs who hate Chomsky, who are like, I told you so, pure vindication. You guys are ridiculous. Okay, calm down. Then there's also the other side of the story where people are kind of defending old Noam, okay? Saying like, I forgive him, things like that, which is even wilder because no, this is like unforgivable. Having said that, I think his work still stands on its own. And it's a totally separate construct from who he is as a person or who he became as a person later on in his life or who he might have been all along. Okay. And I say this as someone who obviously has criticism of Noam Chomsky, but someone who also has a lot of respect for his work as well. Okay. Noam is your Kanye? No. There is no, I will never, under no circumstance will I ever fucking defend this shit. Are you insane? Like guys, one of the worst aspects of this, aside from the fact that he had a deep embedded relationship with Jeffrey Epstein, was that he also had a deep relationship with Steve Bannon, seemingly, which was fucking insane. And not only that, but when people asked him, back when he was capable of responding to every fucking email that he got, he defended it. Okay? It's irredeemable through and fucking through. I'm just saying it doesn't touch like some of his earlier work. It doesn't, like, if you're making a post hoc justification for why it sucks, then you're wrong. If you have an issue with the way you interpret like Manufacturing Consent or, Profit Over People, all these other books that he's written, and that's one thing. But if you're saying like, oh, well, he's a pedophile, so all of his previous work is like completely irrelevant, well, then no, you're wrong on that. Not defending Chomsky, but did you know that Epstein was a pedophile creep? You are literally looking at correspondence between Jeffrey Epstein and Noam Chomsky right now, where Noam Chomsky is offering lines of defense to Jeffrey Epstein about the pedophilia. Yes, he knew. Yes. Okay. Yes, he knew. He knew. He fucking knew. Come on. This is in the year 2019 of our holy Lord. Okay. February 23rd, 2019. This is when like the relitigation was taking place. Come on. Yes, he has internet. He absolutely has internet. He used to respond to every fucking email ever sent to him. He has the most amount of internet.
Some reputational advice to his buddy Jeffrey Epstein. He says, I watched the horrible way you've been treated by the press and public. It's painful to say, but I think the best way to proceed is to ignore it. When the vultures dearly want is a public response, which then provides a public opening. In general, I think it's best not to react unless directly questioned, particularly in the current mood. That's the best advice I can think of. Noam. Now, he sends that to Matthew Hiltzik of Hiltzik Strategies, who is a also famous PR guy, I guess, trying to help Epstein, I assume, who responds, I think that is wise. Now, later talking with Bannon, Epstein loops in Hiltzik again. He says, Matt Hiltzik thought your idea was epic. Hypocrisy of the liberal left. And he says, yep, he would confidentially like to sit and help if you like. This is Matthew Hiltzik. You know, a lot of powerful people basically were bending over backwards, left, right, center, trying to rehabilitate this guy's image. And the question is, why? Why were all these guys so interested in their precious Jeffrey Epstein if they had no involvement? I mean, that's the part I can't figure out it, because all of them deny it. All of them don't admit anything. And so what exactly is the problem? But now it's time to talk about Elon Musk's brother, Kimball Musk. He was also in the files. Jeffrey was copied on an email talking about Kimball's 40th birthday, where the password to the secret party was Riot. And then in all caps, Boris, the sender of this email, says, I am not joking about the password. This was in 2012 in September. And now that's important because a little bit later, Kimball Musk is emailing Boris Nikolic and Jeffrey Epstein, and he's talking to them about being connected with some redacted name and saying, I believe you both played a role, whatever that means. Now, whether this was at the party or, you know, right after their meeting in October, I don't know. But what's interesting is Boris responds and says, Kimball, just FYI, you better be nice to redacted. Jeffrey goes crazy when someone mistreats his girls/friends, so better be very nice to her. Kimball Musk responds, message received, wide and clear. Then he says, seriously, I'm very happy with my time so far with Jennifer. She's great. Now, again, was that supposed to be a redacted name we just read? Like, I don't know. They've been redacting it in earlier emails. Then all of a sudden you just get Jennifer. I can't really figure that out. But what I can figure out is that a little while later, a few days later, Jeffrey Epstein gets an email. Now, we know Kimball credits the meetup and says Boris and Epstein were responsible in some way for this. But now Jeffrey Epstein's being emailed about Jen's schedule. Is that Jennifer? I mean, it seems like it because Jen's schedule for the rest of the year, and it seems like the assistant has copy and pasted Jen's response because she says, Sue, these would be dates in November, and then starts saying, you know, this, she can go to New York. She says the 29th to the 7th, she's free. Kimball to New York. Then she says, Kimball, Jen, London. Kimball, Jen, London to Morocco, ? Then she has a break, and then it's Jen, Kimball, St. Bart's. Assuming we're not sick of each other by the end of November. Now, I can't figure out why is she running this schedule about when she's hanging out with Kimball, who Jeffrey set her up with. Like, why is she running this by Elon Musk? To be clear, I don't know. You know, there could be, I guess, innocent explanations for this. Maybe, I don't know. But all I see are constant, powerful people either being introed to girls, talking about the harem, talking about beautiful ladies, and the FBI, they can't figure it out. They have no...
If you've been in here, for years, you've already heard me talk about Kimball Musk, Elon Musk's brother. Every time Elon Musk talked about Jeffrey Epstein, I said, hey, fun fact, or maybe not so fun fact, but Kimball Musk is deeply connected to Jeffrey Epstein because he was dating one of Jeffrey Epstein's victims, and, you know, the truth will eventually prevail. Well, now we have more evidence for it. There you go. God knows why Elon was running his fucking mouth when he was this connected, though. I didn't know he was this directly connected.
What? No evidence to even investigate third parties. Why? I guess because they're rich and powerful. Around the world, we're seeing resignations. We're seeing people lose their status. But here in the United States, we've got like multiple presidents in the files. We've got the world's richest man in the files, several of the world's richest men in the files, and we just can't drum up any kind of evidence. It's just incredible to me. Now, I also want to talk about another rich and powerful person, and that is Peter Attia. He's a podcast bro. He's a longevity expert. And actually, funny enough, I read his book. And that's going to come into play here in a second because, oh boy, did I get some additional context. But let's start here with something that Peter Attia sent Jeffrey Epstein. He says, subject, got a fresh shipment. And then Epstein responds, me too. And there's a completely redacted image. Is that a girl? Is this bad redactions? You know, we don't know, although we'll find out in a second because later Peter responded to this. But Peter says, please tell me you found that picture online. Jeffrey responds, got a fresh shipment. Afraid not. Peter responds, you know the biggest problem with becoming friends with you. The life you lead is so outrageous, yet I can't tell a soul. Why, Peter? Why can't you tell a soul? Why don't you tell us now? Now that it's all out in the open, why don't you tell us why you can't tell a soul the secrets or the life that Epstein leads? And then we get another redacted photo, right? And then some more images. And Peter says, please tell me that's not where you actually are. And Jeffrey says, you can see the gym in the middle, just me and 4. And Peter says, I think you might have a more interesting life than the Dos Equis guy. Is this off the coast of France? No, it's my...
The Dos Equis guy. To add insult to injury, these guys are also ginormous fucking goobers, bro. Like, I know that's not the main point here, but they're unimaginable fucking goobers. They're whole ass losers, man. Gooberville, Arkansas.
Island in the Caribbean near St. Thomas. If you go to Google Earth and type in Little St. James, beautiful. Isn't that nice? Behind closed doors, it's beautiful. In public, you know, we'll hear about what a monster this guy is, right? But behind closed doors, when nobody's watching, oh, it's beautiful. There's some other stuff Peter Attia said, which I'm not going to get into. I don't think it's very, appropriate for medical professionals to be saying such things. But
he talks about eating pussy and how many calories it is, right?
This wasn't all business, right? This wasn't just doctor-patient kind of stuff. There's a lot of guy talk, a lot of banter between the fellas about ladies. And maybe that's why Peter Attia says that hopefully Jeffrey Epstein is in town when I'm back in 2 weeks. I go into Jeffrey Epstein withdrawal when I don't see him. So guys, these two were close. I mean, apparently so close that, Peter Attia goes into withdrawal when he doesn't see him. Peter Attia says, are you on island? Jeffrey Epstein says, P Beach, probably Palm Beach. And he says, what do you do when you get there? Jeffrey Epstein, guess. Peter Attia, besides that, I mean, they're not even trying to hide it, guys. This is barely code at this point.
It's never
what do
code.
You do? Guess. Well, besides that, Jeffrey, we know what you do, right? So it's so funny that the FBI's like, we don't know. We can't tell what's out there. We have no evidence, right? No evidence that could predicate an investigation against uncharged third parties and then proceed to dump on us a ton of evidence. At least to investigate, right? I'm not saying these people are guilty. Obviously, all of them deny, don't admit, blame other people, say other people are responsible for everything. So that is taken as a given. I am not accusing anyone here. I'm just saying, seems like we got a few leads here, fellas. Some people to look at. Now, I want to address the fact that Peter Attia has actually responded to this whole debacle. He says the following email is what I sent my team last night. I sent a similar version to my patients as well. You put your trust, your credibility, your hard work, what we built together, and I take that responsibility seriously. You deserve a complete and honest account of what did and did not happen. I apologize. I did not get this out sooner. I wanted to be thorough. He says, I was not involved in any criminal activity. My interactions had nothing to do with his abuse or exploitation of anyone. I was never on his plane, never on his island, never present at any parties. That said, I apologize and regret putting myself in a position where emails, some of them embarrassing, tasteless, and indefensible, are now public. So it's this apology. He addresses some of the things. And he says that some of it's just banter, right? Like I said, it's just guy talk, whatever that means. He claims that his Got a Fresh shipment was in reference to a photograph of bottles of metformin, and then Jeffrey responded with a photograph of an adult woman. I responded with crude, tasteless banter. He says one line in that exchange about his life being outrageous and me not being able to tell anyone is being interpreted as awareness of wrongdoing. That's not how I meant it at all. What I was referring to poorly and flippantly was the discretion commanded by those socials and professional circles. The idea you don't talk about who you meet. I don't know, Peter. This seems like revisionist history. A little bit. I mean, personally, to me, as I'm viewing this, third hand, right? Just from the outsider perspective. Now, Peter says he did ask Jeffrey about his 2008 conviction because all this happened afterwards, right? He characterized it as prostitution-related charges. In 2018, I learned that this was grossly minimized. I was incredibly naive to believe him, and then later explains that in 2018, November, he read the Miami Herald investigative article, told him he needed to accept responsibility for what he did, and said he even asked Epstein to provide therapy to Epstein.
I guess there's no emails of that stuff, huh? What a sad state of affairs that the only emails that exist is him glazing Jeffrey Epstein for pedophilia. Guys, when I found out, I was like, oh, how dare you, sir? You just haven't seen me say that. And oh, well, it was in private and now the guy's dead. So you can't even ask him.
These victims, which is an interesting approach to have here. Now, the funny thing is, there are some more emails between Peter Attia that we need to read, because remember that he said he read this 2018 article from the Miami Herald. I believe it's this one by Julia K. Brown in November 28th. It's about Jeffrey Epstein assembling a large cult-like network of underage girls. But in December, Peter Attia says, home is very good, work stressful, making some changes. He asks him, what's the fallout from the recent story? Apparently talking about the Miami Herald. Now, maybe I just didn't see the emails, that where he was demanding accountability. I don't know what that's about, but Jeffrey Epstein says, same as usual, just tougher. Peter Attia says, legally, any change.
Same as usual. As in he was aware of the previous charges too, huh? Interesting.
Jeffrey Epstein, 0. So, I don't know. Maybe this whole, you gotta provide therapy to, these victims happened. I haven't seen it yet. I definitely could see it. But it's just kind of shocking. I just kind of don't buy it. Like the whole Is there any change legally? That more sounds like you're covering yourself. I mean, just to be honest. But maybe I could look past all of that if not for the thing we're about to see, which just in my mind is maybe the worst thing I've seen in the files. Not for its, explicitness, the amount of simping that people did for Jeffrey Epstein. Now they all say, oh, it was a personal mistake, blah, blah, blah. I regret it. I didn't look into it enough. But the level is just, you've never seen anything like it. So remember I said I read a book by Peter Attia. It was called Outlive, and he's supposed to be this doctor who knows a lot about longevity. So he writes it, and I picked it up because at the rate we're getting rid of these crimes, I need to live forever in order to try to stop some of these scams. But as I pick up this book, and one of the things in the book is Peter Attia kind of reflecting internally about how he's kind of been a bit, and I'm paraphrasing here, but a bit of a psycho in his life, and he needed to focus on family stuff. And so he it's almost a confessional of some embarrassing things in his life. And honestly, it comes off as very vulnerable, very self-reflective. He's this doctor telling other people what to do, but he's not a very good patient. That's kind of how it comes off. And one of the stories is awful. I won't go too much into it, but basically his son has this horrible medical emergency. It's described in this book like this. A few months ago, Tuesday, July 11th, 2017, that date is important. At 5:45 to be exact, I received a call from Jill, my wife. She was in an ambulance with our infant son. Now, again, I'm not going to get into the details here because, it's tragic, and I'm not trying to bring that into it. What is relevant is that Peter Attia talks about how he stayed in New York and didn't show up because he was, quote, busy with his important work. Even today, just thinking about what happened, I feel nauseous about my behavior. I can't believe I did that to
Oh my God,
family.
was he on the fucking island? Oh my God, does the timeline match him visiting the island? Oh my God, I didn't know this part. Oh fuck.
Now, at the time I read that, and I was like, well, it's at least as good that you self-reflected on that. It's horrible, but, yeah, you were a bit of a psycho. But what's crazy, now we find out some of the important work, it's a little unclear, but some of the important work may have been Jeffrey Epstein, which is just, it's so dark to imagine. Remember, he says July 11th, 2017 is when this all happened. And then he says he did not come home to San Diego until Friday the following week, 10 days later. So July 11th, 2017, 2 days after this happens, he's talking to Jeffrey Epstein. And they seem to be coordinating about something. Sure, what time? Jeffrey Epstein, 9:30. Peter Attia responds, sure, I can come earlier. Also, if you have a hard stop at 10, let me know. You're hanging out with Jeffrey? I don't even know what to say. This is out of pocket. There's no explanation for this. I didn't see this in the response from Peter. Maybe he thinks he addresses it because he already admitted that was like scummy, but that is just, there's a reason that didn't make it in the book, is what I'm trying to say. I didn't see that in the book when I read it. I didn't see, I was actually, one of the things I needed to do, my important work was seeing or talking to Jeffrey Epstein. Isn't that weird? Like, that's the simping that I'm talking about, is these people love this guy. Or that's how it seems to me. Like, what are all these rich and powerful people doing, protecting him, missing emergencies for Jeffrey, fawning over Jeffrey, asking for Jeffrey's harem, saying their biggest problem is the life they lead is so outrageous they can't tell a soul? What is going on here? And is it true they all didn't know, right? Because, I'm reading these documents, and it's hard to say who exactly knew what, when, but I don't believe, remember, they're all denying it, I don't believe nobody.
I want to point something out here, but Attia is a Barry Weiss acolyte. And Barry Weiss, when this data dump came out and people were like, wait a minute, isn't he one of the new podcasters that you hired for CBS? Barry Weiss was defending keeping him on and straight up said, oh, it's just cancel culture nonsense to not go along with the hiring process for this wonderful individual that must remain at CBS News. I love Barry Weiss so much because she makes my job so easy. She's just consistently wrong. She's bad at her job. You couldn't wish for a better pro-Israel advocate. I don't want Israel to have competent propagandists. I want Israel to have Barry Weiss.
Knew, right? Clearly, some people knew what was going on, and there's all this kind of coded language in the files where they talk about this stuff almost in like a nudge kind of way. I mean, here's some Woody Allen stuff. He was in the files. He says his business office, if you can make out the check to me, it looks very
Woody
bad.
Allen? No, not Woody. Wow, that's surprising.
Because then it looks like a gift to me. He says that to Epstein. He says, I don't want to be one of your women, or should I say, girls. And what's that? Oh, how do we... Come on, guys. Woody says, I would be much more...
Bro, there's literally an email between Jeffrey Epstein and Woody Allen where they're both like, yeah, we're pedophiles. Isn't that crazy? like they jokingly go, oh, yeah, can't wait to go to the pedophilia conference in France. And then the other one's like, yeah, because we're pedophiles who love having sex with children, pretty much. I'm paraphrasing. Isn't that fucking insane? And then you still got motherfuckers being like, oh, dude, what kind of code words are they using? Are they using pizza? No, man, the code word is pedophilia and raping children. There's no code word. They just say it out loud.
More expensive than your girls. You wouldn't be able to afford me. Jeffrey responds, yes, the price to pay would be too high. Woody says, this will be a beautiful friendship. And then Jeffrey says, as long as I follow orders, smiley face. Woody Allen sends a message saying Woody says the exact same thing, but in a dirtier way. Jeffrey responds, what did he say? Woody Allen, are you kidding? I can't put it in writing. I mean, no evidence, no evidence. Come on, I think I see a little bit of evidence. I'm squinting, but I think I can see a little bit of evidence. I mean, guys, like Jeffrey Epstein right here, where he's talking to a guy, he says, Paris with Woody, and the person responds, for le pedophile convention. And Jeffrey says, I think pedophile is the plural. I mean, no evidence. I mean, is that no evidence?
Motherfuckers will be in their emails being like, there's nothing like children. There's nothing I enjoy as much as nubile flesh. I love consuming it. And then people still turn around and they're like, wait a minute. Did they bring up cheese pizza at any point? Yeah, I'm going to go ahead and assume that when they're talking about cheese pizza, it's most likely fucking cheese pizza, big dog. Because when they're talking about children, they just say children.
It's nothing. We don't even want to question these people. There's no investigations going on. So, yeah, it's honestly really sad to see how, look, I'm not saying
Barry Weiss's wife is in there
too. Having crazy consequences. But a few people are resigning, thank goodness. You know, a few people are at least facing a little bit of scrutiny. But here, Elon Musk lays out the...
I think outside of Palestine, this was probably the other thing that I've consistently talked about nonstop, even though people looked at me kind of weird. And I guess they like kind of changed their tune after the Jeffrey Epstein suicide, quote unquote suicide, where people were like, okay, maybe there's more to this story. But yeah, this and like the anti-Zionism have been two of my major points of advocacy throughout the years. And it's been an incredible moment of vindication, even though, you know, it's the events are horrifying.
Look, apparently for our guys, you know, we had...
OG HasanAbi has I once did an 8-hour Jeffrey Epstein analysis, and it was so long that YouTube completely blacklisted my channel, and I had to delete it. I uploaded 8 whole hours of going through the Epstein stuff that we knew of back in like 2018, 2019, and YouTube straight up, yeah, the Ep stream, YouTube straight up took it down with Matt Chrisman, with Brace Belden of TrueAnon. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? Noam Chomsky's wife calling Jeffrey Epstein a hero? Wait, what? You were a hero, Jeffrey. I just can't understand why Max has been doing all this to Noam for all these years and Deborah had been following Max's agenda. Wait, are they talking about, who are they talking about? Is it like Max Blumenthal? Wait, 5 hours of Jeffrey Epstein coverage you never asked for. Oh, this is it. It was initially 7 hours. Cut down to 5 hours. Then there was also this. So we're all in agreement that we think someone's going to kill Epstein before he gives up names, right? Any prison that doesn't put Epstein under 24/7 surveillance and solitary confinement right now is also responsible for him getting assassinated. I wrote that on my birthday, July 25th, 2019. Yeah, y'all think I'm Pre-Watch Piker y'all think Pre-Watch Piker is a new thing, okay? It's been around. It's been around for so long, motherfuckers think I did it when shit pops off.
nothing. We deny everything.
Subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service to get tomorrow's news today. That's right. For a voluntary subscription of only $6 a month, you can support the show. That's the only way to support the show. You can also subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service, now available on YouTube with a membership. That's right. We haven't figured out what the membership rewards are going to look like for YouTube, but you can subscribe to the Piker Broadcasting Service both on YouTube and also on Twitch. Tomorrow's news today.
We blame others. We just push the spotlight onto other people. And unfortunately, that's what you've seen the whole time from all the people in the files. You know, all of them say, oh, I was so happy these files came out. It's about shining accountability and justice for the victims, but I had nothing to do with it. Okay, so then where's the justice for the victims? So nobody, you know, all of you say somebody else had something to do with it, but everybody says nobody had anything to do with it. The FBI says they don't have any other, you know, investigations, any other kind of leads, despite the fact we have one of the procurers of the women just walking free, apparently, like no charges against him. Have we investigated him? I mean, it's just shocking how much the Epstein files show the powerful, how they protect their own, how so many of them knew what was going on, to the extent they found out later, a lot of them tried to protect Epstein, like literally make PR campaigns for his reputation. And this is a dark look at the state of the world, honestly, because Epstein happened a while ago, but the reason everyone cares is because there's other Epsteins around, right? There's other people evading accountability all the time. There's other people that this band of billionaires and power brokers and PR people, even lawmakers, they circle the wagons and protect their own to the point you can never get accountability for anything. So anyway, that's it. It's a hard look at the Epstein files, but it's one we needed to do. But I want to make the disclaimer once again that, look, I've tried to read people's individual denials where I could, but you should just assume everyone that we are talking about firmly denies any kind of criminal wrongdoing. They deny anything untowards about any kind of minors. And given the fact that our government doesn't seem to want to investigate anyone, I would just assume everybody here is completely clear. And so I want to get all those caveats in here because we are talking about some very powerful people with enormous means. And I don't want to be seen as I'm saying stuff. I'm reading the files. I'm giving my personal opinion. But ultimately, this is an indictment of our FBI and the people in power. And that's what I think the Epstein files have really shown us. This has been a long road. Can you believe it all started over here? And we have come all this way with all these files coming out. And it seems like the question is on the table. Are there going to be consequences?
Is there any chance that any of these individuals...
Why does he have to make this kind of disclaimer? Are you kidding me? Millions of people watch his videos. He already explained it. Do you see the 4chan post that was posted before Epstein's death that was publicly revealed, confirmed to be posted by a guard in his unit? Yes, I have. I remember it at the time. I remember all the conspiracies at the time. I think this is a crazy one.
Individuals who partied with Epstein and engaged in, relations with minors will be prosecuted. Any chance?
I'll never say no, and we will always investigate any evidence of misconduct. But as you know, it is not a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. And so as horrible as it's not a crime to email with Mr. Epstein. And some of these men may have done horrible things. And if we have evidence that allows us to prosecute them, you better believe we will. But it's also the kind of thing that the American people need to understand, that it isn't a crime to party with Mr. Epstein. It isn't a crime to have
Didn't look like that's all that was going on some of those photos. I mean, if the photos could speak, some of them look pretty bad.
That's right. And unfortunately, photos can't speak.
I have to acknowledge the elephant in the room at this moment. Your ex-husband.
Oh my God, Melinda went on NPR. Oh my God, Melinda, my queen. Guys, nothing to see here. Deputy Attorney General, former defense attorney for Donald Trump, Todd Blanche, said, nothing to see here. It's not a crime to fucking party. All right?
Bill is named in the newest tranche of Epstein files. And there are new alleged details about his past behavior. And I want to give you the opportunity to respond in whatever way you want to.
Well, let me say this. I think we're having a reckoning as a society, right? No girl should ever be put in the situation that they were put in by Epstein and whatever was going on with all of the various people around him.
Liberal friends I was talking to say Epstein was just trafficking for his own enrichment and collecting blackmail for his own use, and thus not a State Department asset. American exceptionalism with the idea that our government would never work with someone like Epstein. Same reason why people think Israel controls America and not the other way around. Yeah. I love that shit, dude. So it's just an aberration that, like, Todd Blanche is currently defending all of the co-conspirators. You know? Totally random, totally unique, totally different than the ways in which the government normally operates.
No, girl. I mean, it's beyond heartbreaking, right? I remember being those.
You the guy that went to a Diddy party? No, just wondering. No, that was your dad. I'm your daddy. You're mistaking me for your dad, your father. He went to the Diddy party and he got his back blown out. Remember when the people that were doing the Hassan went to a Diddy party bullshit were also claiming that I was on Epstein's Lolita Express? That's real, by the way. They straight up tried to say that I was on Epstein's jet. And people literally were like, dog, like the ages don't line up. Like, what the fuck are you saying? This is why I asked, because I don't know. Brother, are you a groomable adult? Like, is that what you're saying here? You're like, I'm really stupid, so I have to ask these questions.
Those girls were. I remember my daughters being those ages, right? So for me, it's personally hard whenever those details come up, right? Because brings back memories of some very, very painful times in my marriage. But I have moved on from that. I purposely
remember the white party you
pushed
attended?
it away, and I moved on.
Yeah.
I'm in a really unexpected, beautiful place.
Tech don't genuinely believe your private jet pic might actually have been related to Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, remember when we found out that Rape Tone was doing all this stuff specifically to disparage me so that he could continue farming an audience? Yeah, Rape Tone. He did this in a court of law. Like, he openly admitted in a court of law that he did a right-wing pivot and started farming content against me, including but not limited to slander such as this, with the express purpose of gaining an audience of dumbass dullards. Isn't that cool? Isn't that funny? He said he failed the vibe check. A civil case is a vibe check? Yeah, you failed the vibe check so hard, the judge finds you liable of rape and takes away your guns in the state of Texas for a decade. Rape Tone doesn't realize, like, he's going to get another fucking restraining order if he keeps this shit up. You know what I mean? He admitted to defamation in court. That's how stupid he is. Yeah. I do love shit like that. When these guys will just, like, straight up go to court and be like, yeah, as a rapist, I had to farm the dumbest people on the planet, Your Honor. And obviously, the dumbest people on the planet happen to be right-wing. It's not my fault. You know? Like, that's quite literally what he did. He was like, I have no other option. I have to get even dumber than I currently am. I have to lean into these fucking morons because these fucking morons want that slop, that unlimited slop. Also, Your Honor, I have a tiny dick. Incredible stuff. I'm schizophrenic. I have a tiny penis. And I love right-wing slop because right-wingers are so fucking stupid that as long as I just say Hassan is stupid, Hassan is bad, Hassan is evil, they just keep watching my videos. It requires zero effort, Your Honor. You should try it too, honestly. You should try it one time to see how fucking easy it is. And then you'll understand why I'm doing it, Your Honor. Dog, the Epstein files got released. Who cares about Rape Tone? Well, first of all, take a day off. My least favorite type of chatter who's like, I can't believe after your fucking 3 hours of coverage on the Epstein files, you sidestepped for a brief moment to make a joke. Okay? Like, I had a genocide survivor that I interviewed for an hour and a half here not that long ago. Bro, doing streamer drama during this? What a hack. Wait, hold on. Give me this motherfucker's logs in other chats. Again, a straight up fucking 5-minute sidestep. I've talked more about dumbass naysayers in the chat now. Someone give me his logs.
In life, so whatever questions remain.
Most of my normie friends that you know fall for this narrative of you being an elite diddler, unfortunately. Okay, you need to get new friends, big dog. I'm gonna keep it $150 with you. If you have friends that are unironically believing that shit, they are some of the stupidest people of all fucking time. Okay? You know, they might not be salvageable.
There of what I can't even begin to know all of it. Those questions are for those people and for even my ex-husband. They need to answer to those things, not me.
Well,
and I am so happy to be away from all the muck
Yeah.
that was there.
I have to put more words to the muck for context for our listeners. The emails in the files suggest that Bill Gates had additional affairs and that he tried to get medication to treat a sexually transmitted infection and that he was going to give you the medicine without you knowing.
That
His
was a saga
representative
count. Got
has
it.
said all of this is false. It is not on you to have to respond to
Isn't Melinda Gates just as guilty as the rest of them? No, actually, Melinda Gates is one of the few people that actually came across unscathed from this entire process, because she literally was like, I'm breaking up with you, I'm divorcing you, and then I'm also fucking outing. Not only am I divorcing you, Bill Gates, but I'm also outing you for why I'm divorcing you. And at the time I thought she was doing expert PR maneuvering. Like, I thought it's fair to use this as an opportunity to just like pull the ripcord. And because I didn't know the extent of Bill Gates's like malignant behavior. And we didn't, for the record, until this last batch, we did not know what Bill Gates had done. Like, we didn't know the extent. We had suspicions, guys. We had suspicions that Bill Gates had done some fuck shit, but we did not know the extent of the depravity. And at the time I said, like, I think Melinda Gates is doing, a good thing here, because she did straight up, Hasan not believing women, shaking my head. No. I didn't say I didn't believe her. I said that given the limited amount of information that we had about Bill Gates's involvement with Jeffrey Epstein at the time, I'll be honest, I thought Bill Gates was too much of a nerd. Like, I'll say it. Out of all of these people, I knew about Elon, I knew about Kimball. I talked extensively about a lot of these, like, clients and allies. But the two people that shocked me when I first found out about it were Noam Chomsky, obviously, and Bill Gates. And it blew my fucking... I mean, even Stephen Hawking makes sense to a certain degree, right? Even though it's unexpected. You're like, physically, how is this possible? But he apparently was getting around. But Bill Gates, I did not think was just... I never would have thought that he would be around. He'd be constantly doing that shit. So much so that he got an STD and gave it to his wife, like ex-wife. It's fucking insane. Yeah, bro. Stephen Hawking was freaky. Or Dawkins? Wait. No. The dude in the wheelchair. The galaxy guy.
details of that alleged behavior, but I wonder what your dominant emotion is when you read these news
Sorry,
articles
black hole guy, whatever.
with these details.
Sad. Just unbelievable sadness. Unbelievable sadness, right?
Oh, yeah. Richard Dawkins was also photographed next to Jeffrey Epstein. I don't know what level of involvement he had, though. Yeah, bro, they had a submarine custom outfitted for Stephen Hawking on the island, bro. Real craziness. Brother, look at this. That's on Little St. James, dude.
And again, I'm able to take my own sadness and...
Bro, they made the fucking island ADA compliant so that he could do predation. Do you fucking understand? Do you know, like what the fuck goes on in someone's mind where they're like, I'm in this condition, like I still got to do some fuck shit. I got to figure out. Can you make the island ADA compliant for my pedophilic needs? Pedophilic needs is crazy. I'm sorry. That's a wild sequence of events that took place. Is that ableist? Like, am I being anti-woke when I say, like, I never would have thought that he would be doing that kind of stuff? He doesn't, quadriplegic says he doesn't represent the wheelchair community. Yeah, I don't think he does. Yeah, it's crazy because then we investigated a little bit further and found out he had allegations with his caregivers beforehand. It's ableist to assume Stephen Hawking couldn't be a rapist. No, it's actually more woke to hold him accountable. Being disabled doesn't excuse you from crimes. Yeah, I'm not even excusing him for his crimes. I'm just saying, like what could... It really does show the depravity of not to get all, like, toxic feminist up in this bitch, but, like, it really does show how it's always somehow men find a way. Like, I'm sorry, dude, you can't move at all. You can't even communicate. Like, you literally have to use your brainwaves to write out, like, harassment. That is, I don't think there's a female equivalent of this. Okay? I don't think, controversial opinion, fucking throw me into orbit. I don't think there's a female equivalent of this where someone is just like straight up like strapped to a robot for the rest of his life, and she's like, I gotta do sexual harassment, like one key click at a time. I think this is exclusively man behavior. I've never seen anything like it. This has 1 million likes. Your joke is fine compared to this. Okay, dude. Jesus Christ. Okay, enough. We're done. Wrap it up. Let's get back to serious stuff now, okay?
Look at those young girls and say, my God, how did that happen to those girls, right? And so for me, it's just sadness for, you know, I left my marriage. I had to leave my marriage. I wanted to leave my marriage. I had to leave I felt I needed to eventually leave the foundation. So it's just sad. That's the truth, right? And it's kind of like, at least for me, I've been able to move on in life. And I hope there's some justice for those now women, right? We see them standing up in front of microphones in D.C. What they went through is just unimaginable, I think.
The emails drop, and Jeffrey Epstein, who worked on behalf...
Oh, let's hear about how this is the most Jewish style of crime that's ever been invented. Like, I assume that's what Candace's angle is going to be, right? Whiplash from Melinda to Candace Owens here, but imagine Windows ask Epstein for antivirus and want to secretly install on her that a virus infected her from Russian model, but it's on email now, lol. Thank you for the super chat, chatter. It's all Jewish. The island was Jewish. It was a Jewish island.
Of the Rothschilds, according to him, wrote that in an email, the Rothschilds who credit themselves with having created which nation state? Oh, right, Israel, the same nation state that is having a bunch of women say that they were ritualistically abused in a forest by rabbis. That's happening in the Knesset right now, that nation state, saying that they were 3, 4.
One of the things that makes it extra difficult when parsing through Candace Owens' commentary is that, as we've always joked about and talked about quite a bit, that like there is a lot of stuff that goes on in Israel that is like, that has the makings of a perfect anti-Semitic conspiracy theory. So like what she's bringing up here is not, I mean, that's a real article from Haaretz. Now, the problem is there's pedophiles in every religion, okay? It's not exclusive to Judaism. Candace Owens, however, will take this thing, right, and tie it back to, you know, Israel's non-extradition policy and ease of access for, you know, other people who have engaged in pedophilia. And then we'll create this narrative that, you know, all Jews are like this. This is yet another instance of fundamentalism. Fundies of all various shapes and sizes engaged in fuck shit like this. Now, of course, it's additionally ironic that Candace Owens is saying this because she's Catholic. And it's not like the Catholic Church isn't known for pedophilia as well.
Years old when this happened. He's saying, those are my bosses, the Rothschilds. And here is a brief, but by no means an extensive coverage video that was put together by, I assume this guy must be Goy, right? Goy? Is he Goy? TikToker, contrarian, put this together. Take a listen.
Israel is mentioned twice as much as Donald Trump in the new documents. Here he is discussing with Roger Schank, a Jewish American academic and hedge fund worker, saying Jews create vast fortunes by manipulating markets and creating financial speculation and exploiting labor. He says, let the Goyim deal in the real world. In a discussion with the Rothschild family, Epstein says if they overthrew the Ukrainian government, there would be great opportunities. The Rothschild family paid Epstein $25 million for certain algorithms. While talking to Peggy Seigel, August 7th of 2010, she asks if an event is going to be 100% Jewish. He says no, they'll have Goyim in abundance. But don't worry, they're just brilliant wasps from JP Morgan.
Did he just fucking key search Goyim? And Goy, is that what happened here? Where it's like, yeah, guys, Jeffrey Epstein is a Jewish supremacist. Big surprise. He's also an ultra-Zionist. He's also an international sex trafficker of minors who worked for the Mossad and the CIA. Allegedly, the last two parts. I mean, we have a lot of evidence for that at this point. I mean, half of the shit that they're talking about directly corresponds to that, including but not limited to opportunities in Ukraine. Okay. whether it be talking about ISIS and Daesh, whether it be talking about the attempts of Israel and UAE alongside Saudi Arabia when they wanted to fucking invade Qatar. Like, all of the conversations that he's having as an asset of both the American state and the Israeli state. He's not having those conversations as a Jew, okay? Lock the fuck in. This is what's so frustrating about this analysis. And I'm not doing this to I don't know, engage in Jewish exceptionalism or anything like that. It's just outright unproductive, okay? Because any moment that you spend on Jeffrey Epstein being Jewish, by the way, he's Jewish. Have you noticed he's Jewish? He's a Jewish supremacist. It's like, yeah, I have noticed that. I know. And so was Itamar Ben-Gvir, for example. But I don't give a fuck about that beyond the fact that that ideology is running amok in the nation state of Israel. And that ideology is the underpinning of why Israel engages in ethnic cleansing campaigns against the Palestinian population. I care about Zionism as an ideology more than I care about, like, the entire Jewry that is responsible for the nation state of Israel. Okay? These guys don't. And we found out exactly what happens when they don't care about the Israel angle and do care more so about the Jewish angle. You end up actually saying things like, well, Jeffrey Epstein is kind of cool, except for the fact that he was doing all the cool things like international sex trafficking of minors, but Jewishly doing it. Okay? That's not the problem, dumbass. It wouldn't be appropriate if Jeffrey Epstein was, I don't know, Jeffrey McGurk, Jonathan McGurk, whole ass Christian doing it. It would still be fucked up. Anyway.
Joshua Finkelstein, BlackRock's Larry Finkelstein's son, is accused of not having any respect for non-Jews, seeing them as not human. This is from his ex-girlfriend, Svetlana. He pressures her to have an abortion. In 2017, Epstein has a conversation talking about if you want to hire the best people, you have to hire only Jews. Only hire those who can prove they are genetically Jewish. Maria Farmer, one of the first victims to come out and name Epstein.
I wasn't allowed to go get food. And when I called Ghislaine and asked why I couldn't eat there, she said, it's a Jewish country club. You're not Jewish. They're not going to serve you. They, honest to God, think their DNA is better than everybody else's.
Said that their operation was motivated by Jewish supremacy.
Anybody gonna say that that's not real anymore?
She went out there and claimed there were tens of thousands of hours of tape. There are, by the way, but they are child pornography. The reason the FBI...
The guy's openly a Nazi? Oh, you mean contrarian? I know. I'm just so sick and tired of leftists thinking they're doing universal humanitarianism by constantly crying about Jewish exceptionalism and pushing back against entirely unnecessary anti-Semitism. Yeah. Also, that's kind of funny that you say that, because that implies the existence of necessary anti-Semitism megaphonics. I know that isn't your intention when you say that, but this is what I was asking you yesterday. Like, how do you even, in our anti-Zionist agitprop with normal people, effectively respond without losing them to a long explanation about anti-Semitism versus Zionism? Like, normal people see this and become both anti-Zionist and anti-Semitic. Like, I don't know how to combat that effectively. I mean, you combat that by, once again, just being like, the notion that every Jew is responsible for all of this is just idiotic. It's so difficult to combat this narrative, partially because you can't point to white people in the same way, because when you got a white pedophile, or even like in Candace's case, when you got the Catholic Church that's like filled to the fucking brim with pedophilia, credible allegations of pedophilia, no one immediately assumes every fucking Catholic person is a pedophile, okay? Whereas, because Jews, there's not that many of them, and they have a history of historic marginalization. Yeah, when you do actually, and they have a history of historic marginalization. Yeah, when you do actually talk about Jewish fundamentalists, Jewish supremacists, or a Jewish person that's engaging in pedophilia, people immediately go, oh, this is how they all are. You know what I mean? And like, although, as I've talked about before, institutional anti-Semitism is not a thing yet. It was a thing in the past. It hasn't been a thing for, a good 4 to 5 decades now. And there is no like systemic discrimination against Jews, once again, yet. It used to exist. It doesn't anymore. And therefore, anti-Semitism as a bigotry, it should be combated as every bigotry should be combated against, but is nowhere near as impactful because it's not tied to the same like systematic forms of violence. Anti-Semitic violence can still happen. and anti-Semitic violence does happen. But the reason why, if you don't want to factor that in to the equation, the reason why you should still combat against these narratives is because when people actually lean into the Jewish aspect instead of Zionism, instead of Israel, they end up being undisciplined and unfocused. If your goal is to actually combat the atrocities that Israel is engaging in, you have to make people fucking focus in on Israel's crimes. When they start talking about Jews and how this is all about Judaism, all this shit, they don't really care about Israel as much. They just, they focus their enmity towards Jews. It's reactionary thinking. And not only is it reactionary thinking, but it expands your consciousness into further and further reactionary ideology. It leads you down anti-communist thought, where you start saying like, oh, the painter man, you know, he had some good ideas, shit like that. You become a part of this very dangerous in-group. I think the point of combating anti-Semitism leftistly is when it happens is real, not manufactured, over-exaggerated. The correct thing to do is call it out and push back against it. People on the left get over-corrective and refuse to do sometimes. Yeah. But I'm saying that even if you didn't care about like the impact of anti-Semitism, let's say you're not Jewish, right? And you're like, why the fuck should I care about this? Like, by and large, you know, you should care about it, for the record. I'm saying that you should, but let's say you don't, right? Or let's say you're talking to someone who doesn't. And you're talking to someone who doesn't, and you're like trying to convince them that this is not about like Judaism, but instead it's about Israel. The reason why you should care about this enough to push back against the anti-Semitism is not to like get the ADL off your ass. Let's be real. They certainly haven't gotten off mine, you know. Jonathan Greenblatt rides my dick on a daily fucking basis, regardless. But the reason why you should care about it is because at best, it's still unproductive, and it causes people to focus their enmity and their attention away from Israel, but to every Jewish person on the planet. And that's fucking idiotic, you know? Especially when Jeffrey Epstein, right here, is demonstrating supremacist ideology. It's Jewish supremacist ideology, but it's still supremacist ideology. He's a very reactionary guy. He's a very right-wing guy. When he's talking about, like, the ethnic and religious superiority of Jews, that's exactly what he's doing. He's not doing it in any way, shape, or form that's any way different than the way Nick Fuentes talks about, you know, Christian supremacy, white supremacy. He's just Kahanas posting, you know? That's it. So you should combat it in the same way that you do all matter of bigotry and all matter of reactionary ideology, fundamentalist ideology.
Claim there were tens of thousands of hours of tape. There are, by the way, but they are child pornography. The reason the FBI is not releasing them is because those tapes do not include underage people with third.
Are zins legit and legal in Qatar? I found out that you can't legally sell zins. You can buy them at the airport. You can bring them in and you can consume them. But apparently they don't allow you to sell these. Allow you to sell these puppies inside of Qatar.
Parties on Epstein Island. That is not what the tapes are. I also have sources in the federal government who are covering this stuff and have seen the documents. Okay, those tapes are just child porn. That's all. That's what they are. That's why the FBI is not releasing them. Okay, as far as the Epstein list, what I have been told by my sources is that there is no Epstein list, that basically there's a black book of Jeffrey Epstein contacts. And the vast majority of those contacts are already out there publicly. That's why you know names like Prince Andrew or Alan Dershowitz or some of the names that have been mentioned here. Those contacts, there is no evidence, according to the DOJ and the FBI, and again, that's public. There's no evidence that any of those third parties were having girls trafficked to them. And that is not evidence that was made clear, certainly, to the DOJ or the...
Oh, shit, dude. Ben's sources told him. Well, I urge you to cease your investigation. After all, Ben Shapiro's sources have told him there's nothing to see here. That's awesome.
FBI. Here is Tucker then asserting that it was actually Mossad. Again, without evidence, not a shock. Of course, this is where Tucker was going. This has become the hot speculation on the internet, is without evidence. You say that Mossad was running Jeffrey Epstein. When I say without evidence, I mean without evidence. Naftali Bennett.
I want to mention something else about the anti-Semites and why they are not real allies at all in the anti-Zionist cause. They don't necessarily give a fuck about Israel. They're more so jealous that Israel gets to operate a fascist country that is a ethno-religious supremacist fascist country. They want to do that. They want to do Israel here in the United States of America. Okay? And therefore, anti-Semites who present themselves as anti-Zionists will oftentimes find themselves even defending Israel. There are many examples of this in contemporary society. There are examples of this throughout history as well, including the literal fucking Nazis, right? Participating in the creation before the Israeli state ever existed, in collaborating with Zionist brigades in an effort to get the Jews out no matter what and just ship them elsewhere, right? And that's the problem. Like, if your goal here is to be an anti-Zionist, if your goal here is to fight for the freedom of and the emancipation of the Palestinians, anti-Semites are not invested in that at all. They just want the Jews. Some of them want the Jews out, right? But they could just as easily turn around and say, you know what? As long as they stay over there, I'm happy with that. As long as they help me, as long as they align with my goals of creating a white ethno-state here in America, then I'm happy. I'm happy to collaborate with Israel. Many anti-Semites have done this collaboration in Europe. There's a reason why a lot of the far-right neo-Nazi formations that are growing in prominence and power in Europe have openly found themselves at the anti-Semitism seminar that is thrown in Israel once a year. It happened this year as well, a couple months ago, or almost a month ago. One must ask the question, why? How is it that these anti-Semites that talk about how, you know, Jews control the media, Jews control the masses, Jews control this, Jews control that, find themselves such perfect allies with the nation state of Israel? Well, it's because they're both fascist. Okay? That's it.
The former Israeli prime minister said, quote, as a former Israeli prime minister with...
Oh, dude, Ben. Naftali Bennett said so? Fuck. Damn, dude. You make such a compelling case. Hey, guys. My sources in the Mossad told me that Jeffrey Epstein certainly wasn't a part of it. And that's not an exaggeration. He's literally pulling up Naftali Bennett's tweet being like, as a former Israeli prime minister with the Mossad having reported directly to me, I will say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. Case closed, I guess. Fuck, why didn't I think of that? Obviously, who could doubt the infallible investigating institution of Israel?
The Mossad having reported directly to me, I say to you with 100% certainty, the accusation that Jeffrey Epstein somehow worked for Israel or the Mossad running a blackmail ring is categorically and totally false. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't. And in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is the Mossad has not been active in the United States or against the United States since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor who's actually working for the Navy revealed classified information to the Israeli government. He was prosecuted by the United States government and ended up in prison.
I'm going to be honest, if I'm Ben Shapiro, I'm never bringing up Jonathan Pollard. In the off chance that someone actually learns about Jonathan Pollard from him, they are going to be way more anti-Semitic. Okay? Like, if I'm a guy who's like, you know, I really love Ben Shapiro because of all of his advocacy against, like, you know, Guatemalan migrants and stuff, but I'm a little iffy on this Israel shit. But, you know, I respect him. He's Jewish. Maybe that's the reason. Let me hear him out. And then they accidentally find out about fucking Jonathan Pollard from Ben Shapiro. They're never turning back. They're going to be like, oh my God, Jews do control the country. Like, this is a foregone conclusion at this point. I was so deluded and so wrong. If I'm Ben Shapiro, I'm never bringing up Jonathan Pollard, because Jonathan Pollard's story is so fucking insane. It's also pretty funny because, like, Trump did that shit. Trump literally gave Sheldon Adelson Jonathan Pollard, who then flew him to Israel, and they gave him a standing ovation when he actually arrived at Israel. It's the biggest flex of all time. Who's Jonathan Pollard? Here, Ben Shapiro explained it.
Totally false. This accusation is a lie being peddled by prominent online personalities such as Tucker Carlson, pretending they know things they don't. And in fact, I followed up with the former Prime Minister, Naftali Bennett, and what he told me is the Mossad has not been active in the United States or against the United States since the Jonathan Pollard scandal of 1987, when a U.S. Army contractor who's actually working for the Navy revealed classified information to the Israeli.
Jonathan Pollard is so funny because he'll go on Israeli television and be like, every Jew obviously only cares about Israel. Like, he is literally the dual loyalty trope in action. Like, he's the guy that takes the trope from an anti-Semitic conspiracy and turns it into like reality for Jonathan Pollard. American-born Israeli former intelligence analyst who was jailed for spying for Israel. Pollard in 1984 sold numerous state secrets, including the National Security Agency's 10-volume manual on how the U.S. gathers its signal intelligence, and disclosed the names of thousands of people who had cooperated with the U.S. intelligence agencies. He was apprehended in 1985, and in subsequent proceedings agreed to a plea deal, pleaded guilty to spying for and providing top-secret classified information to Israel. Pollard admitted to shopping his services successfully in some cases to other countries, and in 1987 he was sentenced to life in prison for violations of the Espionage Act. So they didn't actually kill him, which was surprising. Well, I guess it's not surprising because, you know, he was doing it for Israel. But what's actually crazy is Jonathan Pollard was brought up in the so-called peace process over and over and over again by the Israelis. Like, they were very open about it. They were like, you have to release Jonathan Pollard. And Bill Clinton was like, I can't do that. The fuck do you mean release Jonathan Pollard? And remember, this is like basically a decade ago when Jonathan Pollard is caught. You do not sound drunk and slow. You sound chill. What? I don't know what that means. Jonathan Pollard got the Israeli government to acknowledge at least some of the wrongdoing, okay, and issued a formal apology to the United States in 1987, but they did not admit to paying him until 1998, okay? Over the course of his imprisonment, Israeli officials, U.S. Israeli activist groups, and some American politicians continually lobbied for a reduction or commutation for his sentence. Why the fuck were American politicians demanding a commutation of the sentence of a spy that sold state secrets to the nation state of Israel? Once again, American politicians and numerous American Israeli advocacy groups kept demanding it. They even said, in defense of his actions, Pollard actually said the American intelligence establishment had collectively endangered Israel's security by withholding crucial information. He had to do it to protect Israel. Okay? Now, of course, many American leaders opposed clemency for Pollard. Retired U.S. officials, Donald Rumsfeld, Dick Cheney, former CIA Director George Tenet, several former U.S. Secretaries of Defense, a bipartisan group of U.S. congressional leaders, members of the U.S. intelligence community. They maintained that the damage to the U.S. national security due to Pollard's espionage is much more severe, wide-ranging, and enduring than acknowledged publicly. There's that side of the story as well. It wasn't just Israel. He tried to sell it to Pakistan, too. He's both a Jewish and Sunni supremacist. Now, Jonathan Pollard, I think, lucked out by not selling it to Pakistan and selling it to Israel instead. Perhaps because he had better connections, or perhaps because that's the reason why he gets to now breathe the free man's air in spite of doing unlimited damage to the American espionage capabilities, the American Defense Department. But the story doesn't end there, okay? Because, like, there's so much pressure coming from Israel, right? For years and years. They never give up on it. They even bring it up in the fucking so-called peace process to Bill Clinton and onwards from that point on. They're like, no, you have to release Jonathan Pollard. That's one of our reasons, which, by the way, once again, another testament to how little they give a fuck about the Palestinians, that they were leveraging America. They were like, hey, we'll allow Palestinians to live if you give us our spy. Lucky for Jonathan Pollard, of course, Donald Trump was coming into action. Okay. Now, Pollard was released from prison on November 20th, 2025, in accordance with federal guidelines at the time of his sentencing. On November 20th, 2020, his parole expired and all restrictions were eliminated. On December 30th, 2020, Pollard and his second wife relocated to Israel and settled in Jerusalem. It's really interesting how they don't actually talk about the relocation efforts that took place, because it was Donald Trump that allowed Jonathan Pollard to leave the country and fly to the nation state of Israel. Okay? Donald Trump's primary benefactor, Sheldon Adelson, also known as Jabba the Hutt, rest in piss, sent a private jet, his own personal private jet, to fly Jonathan Pollard to the nation state of Israel after his release. And he was given a standing ovation by the state of Israel. Here's Jank talking about the Epstein files. Look at these admissions that the U.S. government officials were secretly working for Sheldon Adelson, who only cares about the Israeli interests, and flew traitor Jonathan Pollard back to Israel on his private jet. And they joked about how Israel controls the U.S. government. Hell of a December 2018 exchange here between Bannon and Epstein. Epstein says he's getting John Bolton on board with the idea that Qatar is the linchpin in the Middle East. And Bannon says, while he got Bolton his NSA job, he will not cross Sheldon Adelson. Key is MBZ. Get actionable deal. Which they did, by the way. MBZ is Dubai, is a UAE. Now Jonathan Pollard spends all of his days in the beautiful nation state of Israel, talking about how all Jews around the world only care about Israel, doing his very best to make everyone feel a certain type of way about their Jewish neighbors to the best of his ability. He is a one-stop anti-Semitism conference. And by that, I don't mean an anti-Semitism awareness conference. He's making everybody aware of being anti-Semitic. Okay? It's not even a joke. He recently, amidst the ongoing genocide, came out and straight up went on television and was like, well, first of all, we should genocide. We should do the Holocaust of the Palestinians. And then also said, every Jew cares about Israel. Like, do not trust any Jews in your neighborhoods because they care first and foremost about the beautiful nation state of Israel. Oh, Floyd Mayweather also met with Jonathan Pollard. That was pretty funny when he went there. Yeah, here's Jonathan Pollard doing the...
Joining us now from the Knesset is Jonathan Pollard. Shalom.
Shalom, Yoni.
So you participated in a session in the Knesset which called for Israel to resettle the Gaza Strip with Jews. And you know, Jonathan, some feel that today the consensus in Israel is not with you on this issue.
No, I actually feel that the consensus would support a return to Gaza as completely as we can.
Dog, you are from Galveston, Texas, okay? You do not say Gaza. You are from Galveston, Texas. What the fuck are you... Like, what are you taught? Gaza? Really? You are literally... I'm going to repeat it one more time. You are from Galveston, Texas. The fuck do you mean? Oh, yeah, we got to return them to Gaza. You performative bitch.
I think a lot of the polls have been mistaken, and they've been poorly worded.
Yeah. I'm from Alveston, Texas. Yeah, so odd hearing Pollard say the Hebrew translation of Gaza's name in an American accent, something virtually no other Israeli does, speaking in English. Anyone familiar with Pollard's delusions of grandeur before he was arrested will catch how much of a construct this persona is. An American and a Canadian speaking in English about their God-given right to depopulate a region of the Middle East and move the real owners of the land like them.
I've seen...
I'm going to run it again.
Is not with you on this issue.
No, I actually feel that the consensus would support a return to Gaza.
A return to Gaza.
As completely as we can. I think a lot of the polls have been mistaken, and they've been poorly worded. I've seen better polls, and they all indicate that a complete return to Gaza that's been cleared of its current Islamo-fascist population would probably be an acceptable solution as far as most Israelis are concerned. Our repossession of our biblical land in Gaza will basically set...
I can't get over it, dude. You do not say Gaza, big dog. The fuck do you mean Gaza? You're from Alveston, Texas. I have a better Israeli accent than he does. At least LARP better. Galveston, Texas. I am from there, but this is what happened. I come to Israel, and now I sound like this. The fuck do you mean? Yes, we're gonna depopulate Gaza. Gaza. We will depopulate Gaza.
Stage for our future. Why? Because it will show our enemies that if you fight us, we will not only defeat you decisively, but we will take back our land as well, permanently, to make sure that they're safe and secure going forward. And the only way that's going to take place is if we have a Jewish Gaza, 100%.
Oh, he said it wrong. Come on.
To take place is if we have a Jewish Gaza, 100%.
He fucked up the LARP. He's like, oop, I'm sorry, I meant Gaza.
100% Jewish Gaza.
Oh no. Anyway, fucking asshole, dude. There's the other side of the Epstein story that especially the British press has been really fucking bad about. If you've been paying attention to the way that the British press is covering the Epstein files, they just like, weirdly enough, don't talk about Israel at all. And instead, they've decided, you know who Epstein was actually working for? Vladimir Putin. And this one is actually really funny because Sky News actually did cover one of the articles or one of the sound bites from the revelations where Epstein is talking to someone. Newly released voice recording appears to show Jeffrey Epstein advising an unknown person on how to approach Russian President Vladimir Putin.
It would be, I would think about, not decided,
I wonder who this unknown person is.
that at some point you can say, look, I would send a note to Putin, say, I'm going to leave government in March 14th. I'm going to be in Scandinavia, or I plan to be in Northern Europe. We should have dinner. That's it. No more. It has to be very short.
Good thing the video ends right there. There's no more conversations that took place between Jeffrey Epstein and this unknown person. Poland to examine increasingly likely possibility that pedophilia scandal was co-organized by intelligence services in Moscow. Wow. Thank you, Poland. Thank you, Telegraph. That's probably what it was. Yeah, you're right. Surely Jeffrey Epstein was definitely not working for the CIA or the Mossad. That would be anti-Semitic and anti-American. Surely if there's an intelligence agency he was working with, it must have been the KGB. Or maybe the Chinese espionage, the Chinese intelligence agency. You know, that's probably what it was. Yeah, look no further, please. Meanwhile, if you look at the actual trove of data, yes, MSS, thank you for all the China watchers. If you look at all the trove of data, Jeffrey Epstein is like, I love selling Israeli spyware. It's my favorite thing to do. Ehud Barak, former Israeli prime minister, I love you. You are my best friend. We are doing so much for Israel together, and we will continue to do so much for Israel together. I love Israel. I'm working with Israel. I'm working for the state of Israel. Haha, Ehud Barak, former prime minister of Israel. Can you tell people I'm not a spy for the Mossad? Ehud Barak responds with, you or me? And he goes, me, smile. That's real. That last thing that I just mentioned isn't even an exaggeration. That's like almost verbatim. A conversation that took place in the Epstein files. Now, of course, these guys seemingly can't figure it out. It's just an unknown voice. Oh, well, I guess we'll never know who Jeffrey Epstein is. Oh, wait. The unknown person in this video is Ehud Barak, then Israeli prime minister. I wonder why Sky decided to pretend it's a fucking mystery. Oh, yeah, I remember this photo, too. Gina Haspel, ex-director of the CIA, caught in the photos with Epstein and CIA Langley offices and materials room. The room where you have all your rare stolen materials like leathers. She had her photos taken down illegally 30 minutes after they dropped. A scrubber picked them up. Yeah. Epstein with a smiling emoji asked former Israeli Prime Minister Ehud Barak to clarify he does not work for Mossad in a meeting with a senior Qatari investment official. I will be honest, although the Europeans are doing this fuck shit, at least they are punishing some of the guys. You know what I mean? Because we're punishing none of the guys here in America. Here in America, we're just like walking around inventing new things to get mad at. We're like, oh, Zohran Mamdani must have actually been Jeffrey Epstein affiliated or something. Meanwhile, Jeffrey Epstein is basically butt-fucking Donald Trump. All up and down the Epstein releases 38,000 mentions of Donald Trump. 38,000 mentions of the current president of the United States of America, Donald Trump, and the fucking Epstein files. And these guys are making AI videos and AI photos to be like, well, what if Jeffrey Epstein is Zohran Mamdani's father? No punishments will be dished out to a single wealthy aristocrat in the United States of America. And not only will there be no punishments dished out. Wait, hold on. Adam Friedland is calling me. Adam, I'm live. Hello? Can you hear me? I'm live. I'm live.
Put on FaceTime. I want to. Oh, you're on your stream.
I'm on stream.
Narc, bro.
Wait. Yes.
No,
yeah.
I'm a researcher.
Okay.
Interview next week, but I don't want to.
You don't want to leak it. You don't want to leak it. You don't want to leak it.
It's fine. It's my dream to be on your stream.
Okay.
Justin, act like you've been here before.
They can hear you. Justin, they can hear you on stream.
That's sick, dude. Justin is one of the sickest people on earth, honestly.
Uh-huh.
He's awesome. Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'll ask you some other time about this this kid, clavicular.
Oh, clavicular. Oh, I got you. Also,
Do you know about why is he doing that?
I know all about it. I'll get back to you. Also, I'm gonna be in New York in 2 days.
He does what like you do.
I'm gonna be in New York. I'm gonna be in New York in 2
You
days.
think he's trying to do you, Hasan?
I think he's trying to do something, maybe.
Dude, you're coming to New York. We're gonna have an HH club night.
HH Club. Oh.
It's gonna be you, me,
Yeah.
Lineker,
Yes.
Noah Coleman.
Yes.
We're gonna have party bus. I don't
Yeah.
know. I'll talk to her. Are they hitting a lot? But you're in Qatar.
What? I'm in Qatar. Yeah. Yeah.
You went to the Saudi Arabia Comedy Festival.
No. I went to the Web Summit here, but yeah, I'm getting Big Daddy to give me a plane. What? No, the Royals.
We should start a shit coin. They give you $2 billion if you do it.
Okay, I might do that. I like that.
Eric Adams made $3 million off that Stop Anti-Semitism.
Yeah, I'm gonna do the Start Anti-Semitism coin. I'm gonna do the opposite.
Not funny. Oh my god, with your Edge Lord taste.
Okay. All right. Well, I gotta go. I'm in the middle of covering the Epstein files and how he was definitely not an Israeli asset.
Well, go ahead. Talk about some nasty stuff to kids.
But yeah, I'll be.
Talk about some pornographic, gross nastiness.
I'm gonna be in New York.
Woody Allen wasn't. At least Woody wasn't in the files.
Yeah, you're right.
Thank God.
Yeah, no.
Thank God Woody was.
Yeah.
All right, peace and song.
Really
Justin,
bit the
say
bull.
bye to the stream.
All right, bye.
Wait, I get to say no. They're gonna hang up.
No, what's up? Go ahead, Justin.
Oh, no? Are they tipping more for me? Do
Wait.
they like do the fans?
Justin has a love in his bum. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wait, I have a what?
They're going crazy. There's a hype train incoming, Justin. You did that.
Dude, that's
He's a very great guy, Justin. I told him I consider him a friend the other day. Bye, Hasan.
All right,
Okay,
bye.
bye, Hasan.
Bye. Oh my God. Who the heck was that? That was Adam Friedland, host of the Adam Friedland Show. That's right. The millennial Bill Maher. He has a love sense in his butt. In his what? In his butt. Norm was in the files too. Yeah, but in the most goated way that you can be in the files, where they tried to fucking reach out to Norm Finkelstein. And he basically said, if Jeffrey Epstein did to your 15-year-old daughter what he did to other 15-year-old daughters, I would hope that you would strangle him or throttle him and Alan Dershowitz. He basically said Epstein and Dershowitz are both pedophiles that deserve to be killed. Yeah, the most vindicated man. Short list of people who the files released to date have shown in positive light: Norman Finkelstein, Nassim Nicholas Taleb, and Tina Brown. People have rightfully added Melinda Gates, and Corbyn to the list. Yeah. I mean, you could even say Fidel Castro, even though he did hang out with Jeffrey Epstein one time. He was clearly a hurdle to whatever desires Jeffrey Epstein had in the beautiful nation state of Cuba. Anyway, guys, I'm fucking tired. I'm too tired. I love you all, but I think I'm going to end it here. Our time is coming to a close. I'm going to try to be live early tomorrow on my last day from the glorious nation of Qatar, the pearl of the Gulf, Doha. It's 3 a.m. here right now. That's the reason why I have to end this broadcast, because I'm dying. Okay? Inshallah, Iran will not be bombed, and then therefore Iran will not retaliate against Qatar, where there is an American base here, as you guys know, Al Udeid, the air base. U.S. Central Command is stationed out of Qatar. That's miles away from where I'm standing, but I haven't decided on how early yet. But you can check out the YouTube announcement that I will put out there to get a better understanding of when I will be going live. I can't believe it's 4 p.m. I can't believe I'm going till 4 fucking p.m. I'm doing 6-hour streams, dude. Even in Qatar, even in the middle of the goddamn night. Don't ever tell me I'm not the hardest working motherfucker in the league, okay? Anyway, love you guys. And I will see you tomorrow, hopefully, before I travel. It'll be a short stream, and it'll be an early one, too. But bye-bye.
Angeles, California, says Hasan. The starlock to the starlock to the topic just begun. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. There is again, Hasan is streaming, Hasan is streaming. Reviewing the P.O. box, Uncle Uger's face. Sudden discord at your prop, great names take on break. Tiny Bernie Sanders, LGBTQ Air Force. The whole left at your fingertips, Ane at your door. H3 crowded debate, the Young Turks online show. 3 full fucking years of this, plenty more to go. 90-day fiance, talks of champagne bourgeoisie. A Trump rally live reaction.